Hello and welcome to the PokerStars.com European Poker Tour. We are in Malta for the second leg of EPT 13. We have got 7 days of live action from the Portomasso Casino in St. Julian's. Hello everyone, I'm James Hartigan. Over the course of the day, I'll be joined by Joe Stapleton and Matt Broughton as our 7 days of streaming starts right now. We've got the 25K High Roller final table cards up today. Tomorrow, we're going to be covering the local tour, the IPT, the final table of the 2K event. Then we switch our attention to the EPT main, days 2 through 5 cards down, and then cards up action from the final table of the EPT main event, 2 o'clock. Next Saturday. Look forward to hearing from you over the course of the day. Use the hashtag EPT Live on Twitter. Once again, we're on Facebook Live, we're on Twitch. We will be Snapchatting over the course of the festival, PokerStars Live on Snapchat. And of course, there'll also be photos to enjoy on Instagram, instagram.com/PokerStars. And a very important alert to tell you about Snapchat is today's free roll password will be exclusively revealed on Snapchat in 2 hours' time. It's worth signing up and following that account. So you can see the players having their photos taken on the set at the moment. These are the 6 guys who'll be taking their seats soon. David Yan, an EPT reg, used to be a regular guest commentator here on EPT Live. He's the chip leader coming into play, just ahead of Alexei Koroshenin, the EPT 10 Vienna main event champion. And this is what they are playing for today. The winner will get close to €500,000. 9 players got paid in this, so the bubble burst yesterday. Everyone now guaranteed the better part of €100,000. Let's just call out a few of the other guys who've made this final table. We've got Max Silver from the UK, a guy who cut his teeth on the UK and Ireland Poker Tour. He's had a lot of near misses on the EPT. Main event in Prague, he made the final table of that. You might remember he bubbled the final table of the PCA a few years back. Nikita Budzykovsky, Fish 2013 online, final table, the most expensive online tournament it ever played, the W Coupe Super High Roller, and went out in spectacularly cruel fashion to Fedor Holt's Crown Up guy when his aces were cracked by King Deuce, standard. Also got Ramin Hajayev, an amateur player from Azerbaijan who's a regular in high rollers, has had some big scores in big buy-in events, and of course, Ola Shemyan, who recently took down the 100K event at the conclusion of EPT 12. Great to see so many of you getting in touch so early, including Luke and Daniel, who says afternoon all. Looking forward to the live coverage today. And of course, up to the main event final table. Serene. Now, Serene, if you've been watching this event last year, your boy, Mike McDonald, won it. Didn't make the final table this year. But hopefully we'll get you some Mike McDonald action over the course of the next few days. That's assuming he's even here in Malta. Hard to keep track who's come to this festival. So yeah, like I said, we'll be switching our attention to the main event from Tuesday. Also, while we're here, we'll have EPT Not Live at EPT Live, the InVision version of the podcast. Don't forget you can hear past episodes of EPT Not Live via iTunes, Stitcher, SoundCloud. But we're doing our InVision version with special guest star tournament director Toby Stone on Thursday. So this is actually our 3rd time in Malta in the space of 18 months. And curiously, this is the first time we've had really good weather. It's been a little bit damp and overcast on the previous occasions we were here, which was March 2015 and October 2015. But this year, nothing but sunshine, blue skies, and I tell you what, you work up one hell of a schwitz walking from the hotel to the Portomasso Casino. So let's head down to the casino floor. Let's introduce the players. To do that job, I hand things over to my learned colleague, Mr. Joseph Stapleton.
Hello and welcome to the second stop of the 13th season of the European Poker Tour, which is actually also the second to last stop of the 13th season of the European Poker Tour. Today we are presenting you with the final table of the €25,000 high roller. 6 players are still in contention for the €465,000 first place prize. Let's bring them on out. The player in seat 1 has already cashed in this series with a 5th place finish in the 10K single re-entry, first on his country's all-time money list. From Azerbaijan, Ramin Hajayev.
No, but wish I looked just nowhere. Right?
The 23-year-old in the 2 seat is already number 2 on his country's all-time money list with more than $2.4 million in live tournament winnings from New Zealand, David Yan.
The last time we saw David on a live stream, I think I'm right in saying, was when he nearly made the final table of London, the main event a few years back.
The player in seat 3 tore up the UK and Ireland Poker Tour before graduating to EPTs and beyond. With today's cash, he's set to clear the $3 million mark in lifetime earnings from the United Kingdom, Max Silver.
Max fourth in chips with a stack of just over 400K.
The player in seat 4 has got some history in the Malta 25K as he bubbled this very event last year. He plays big live, he plays big online. From Belarus, Mikita Bozyakovsky.
Despite his high volume of big buy-in events, the first final table he's made live.
Our next player's lifetime tournament winnings have landed him at number 3 on his country's all-time money list. He's got a third and another high roller on the tour, and he's the first ever EPT main event winner from his home country of the Ukraine, Alexei Koroshenin.
Those of you who watched the EPT 10 Vienna live stream will remember following Alexei Koroshenin's journey to victory in that tournament.
And our final player needs no introduction, so I'm not going to give him one. Olashemian.
So many results over the course of the last 4 or 5 years on the EPT, including, as I mentioned a few minutes ago, taking down the 100K event in Monaco at the conclusion of EPT Season 12.
Seeding cards.
Shemian is the short stack, though, coming into play today.
I can show the chips, hello. No, the chips on the left. I can move them.
Are we going right or left?
Right, so you are seat 1, you seat 3, you are 5.
Let's get a big round of applause for all the players here at the final table. Dealer Sasha, you know what to do. Good luck, everybody.
Action underway. We're going to get cards in the air. We've still got 31 minutes to play at level 18. Blinds currently 5,000, 10,000 with a 1,000 ante. And then we'll roll straight into level 19. In 31 minutes time, the blinds will go up to 612 with a 2K ante. Luke says not supporting anyone in particular today, just going to enjoy a good game of cards. Lawrence Cook says let's go Malta. He says either the UK, meaning Max Silver, or Olashemian for me. Undersea Monkey is rooting hard for Max Silver. And Sam the Manic Flea says, I've got EPT Live in my ears, which is a lovely way to spend the afternoon/evening for the next 7 days. So we bring you hand number 1, cards up of this final table, the 25K high roller event at EPT 13 Malta. And Joe Stapleton now joins me in the booth.
Hello, my babies. 465,000 euros to the eventual winner.
Yeah, 65 total entries in this tournament, 6 players remaining.
Did you count my stack yesterday? Did you count my stack yesterday? What was it? 412? Okay.
What do you feel, 417?
417, yeah.
So we get under the gun +1 raise from Alexei Koroshenin, and we've only caught one of his cards, the 10 of spades. He's made it 23K.
Little blind man's bluff to kick things off.
Folded round to the blinds. And just the big blind in play here. Max Silver gives up the 9-6. Raise and take it for Koroshenin.
If you guys watched that live stream back in the day when Alexei won EPT Vienna, you will remember he was a very deliberate player, is what I like to call them.
Yeah, I think that final table actually would have taken 5 hours had it not been for his
I think so, yeah.
long time making decisions.
I mean, even if I just plan it for you.
What you should do is
Close to 12
Put it
now,
there
so-
and then look. Put it in the beginning. Put it there right in the
or
beginning.
if you're on the gun, you can look and then like say fold and then
I mean, if you have a really good hand and you don't want us to see it, just
Put it here.
David. Kai says, I think Max will take this down. Kevin observes that Olashemian has cleaned up. No offense, but the hippie look wasn't very good. The whole Zen lifestyle might kill it, but the look doesn't. Well, Koroshenin under the gun this time, raising for the second hand in a row.
I mean, he's still not dressing like a dad. He's got a long way to go.
And this time we haven't caught either of Koroshenin's cards.
It's a very specific spot. The players are going to put their cards for RFID. The last time Alexei played at one of these tables, we weren't using RFID at the time, I don't believe. Sometimes it takes a couple of tries.
Nikita Bodziakowski, Fish 2013 from Belarus, ace-5 of hearts in the big blind. And at this point, we say hello to a first-time viewer. Ronaldo Jr. says, first time watching EPT Live from Taiwan. Good luck to James and Joe.
I'll take it.
Where are you?
Look, these guys are all guaranteed at least, what is it? Almost 100K?
Yeah.
Well, I'll take the luck. They're fine.
So we know that Bodziakowski's got at least top pair and a wheel draw. He checks the action to Koroshenin, who continues into a pot of 57,000. He's bet 29,000.
Koroshenin is going to continue with most of his range, and he's going to open fairly wide in a six-handed game. And he is the chip, close to the chip leader.
Yeah, slight differential between him and David Yan. David Yan is the chip leader, but not by much. 7 of diamonds on the turn after Bodziakowski called the c-bet.
So Bodziakowski double-gutted now.
Checks a second time.
So now it starts to get a little more believable that Alexei does have an ace, and generally it's probably going to be a bigger one than ace-5. Bodziakowski, the second shortest stack, starting this hand. And much like everyone's gluten allergies, he is going nowhere.
10 of diamonds on the river, puts a potential flush out there. Bodziakowski checks for a third time. Koroshenin emptying the clip. There's 245 out there. Bodziakowski the effective stack with 319 behind.
I don't see Koroshenin emptying the clip as a bluff very often. I think Bodziakowski has shown himself to be pretty okay with his hand.
Koroshenin is betting.
His face says he doesn't really like his hand, but I think he just looks like that all the time. That's not my actual read.
Well, this is a not insignificant amount. More than half pot, 135,000.
You know, and even though what I said before, like, it's still a pretty tricky size bet. I don't think it's going to be a three-barrel bluff very often.
I mean, we've ended up here with an accidental sweat with Makita.
Yeah.
And he's called two streets, got to decide whether to call river with top pair, but obviously has to be massively concerned about his kicker.
really difficult spot for him. Like, I don't even know if you're supposed to just call or just get the rest of your chips in. I mean, I think you're supposed to just call just in case you're losing, and then you're not completely out, but...
Can I get a water and a green tea?
Carl Parrish is looking forward to watching EPT live for the next 7 days. Rooting for Max Silver to take this bad boy down.
Just kind of sucks for Badzikowski also because, like, there's only one ace he's beating. Like, he could have been beating ace 3 or ace 4, but he's not now. Jarv on Twitch says, snap, call. Firefox says ace king or ace queen for sure.
We're coming up on 2 minutes on this decision. This hand has sucked a significant amount of time off the clock. And you consider Koroshenin's thinking time as well.
It's hand number 2. We're 8 minutes into play already. I hear you, buddy. I don't know what to tell you. Let's see if he folds. He's left with 31 big blinds. That's not so bad. Oh, we're getting the good random guesses now. 5-6, 3-4. Queen B asks, any chance he has a set? Sure.
I think decent aces constitute a high percentage of his range. I'm going to say decent, I mean better than ace 5.
Or worse, as an ace 3 and ace 4. I don't know. I like the fold. We're never going to know.
Oh, we are. He's going
we?
to put his cards on the box, and we're going to see what Koroshenin had. Threes. He had a set.
Does have a set, Queen B. You are queen.
Well, Koroshenin has now taken the chip lead, close to 100 big blinds with 990,000. Actually, he's spot on $1 million.
Just the water, please.
Good bet.
I hope he really is spot on $1 million and somebody's not just rounding up.
Chris Allen has a request on Twitter. Shout out, please, Stapes.
So he wants me to be like, what is this shout? It's that thing where I go like, Chris, what's up, bro? You're my boy. Thanks for tuning in. Like one of those. Be like, oh, hey, yo, you're the man, Chris. What's his name? Chris Allen. So he wants to be like, Chris Allen, yo, what's up, dude? Like that.
You'll see it in
That's exactly what he wants.
No.
Half an hour, right?
Sorry.
Half an hour already.
Half an hour. So fast.
So 20 minutes left on the level. Third hand of the final table.
January 23.
And Shemian has opened under the gun with kings. And Ramin Hajayev has picked up ace-queen suited under the gun +1. Ramin is a former tennis pro. Actually spent 11 years living in Spain while pursuing his tennis career and actually represented Azerbaijan as part of the Davis Cup team. Now runs a series of businesses in his home country, but plays poker because it is his passion and mainly plays big buy-in events. And has had some decent results. As you mentioned when you introduced him, Joe, he was 5th in the 10K event, which kicked off the festival here in Malta.
Pretty good start to the series. Cashing for 46,000 euros. Free rolling, basically, in the 25K here. Things may not turn out super well for him, though.
Yeah.
This is a cooler.
He's just re-raised and he's 3-betting out of a 40 big blind stack. 67,000 he's make it. Quickly folded back around to Shemian. My apologies, we've got Koroshenin first, but he's going to get out of the way with Queen 8. Now it's back on Shemian.
It's like he got dressed off a random suitcase that just fell off the belt at the airport.
Shemian shoves on Hajayev.
Can Hajayev ever get away from ace-queen suited? How much did he stick in on the re-raise? 67,000?
I mean, bear in mind, he put near enough 25% of his stack in
How much is the total?
with the 3-bet.
It's just one of those situations where you call and you pray you're flipping. Now, all I was the shortest stack.
How much?
264.
That's Ilkin Amarov, also from Azerbaijan, a good friend of Ramin's. Might remember,
Amarov, am I right?
might remember he came into the EPT 12 Prague final table as the chip leader, finished 3rd in that tournament.
Even though O is the shortest stack, I don't think you're going to be crushing him very often.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It's not so much about Hajayev's stack, it's about the fact that Shemian the shorty
Just trying to
What do
think
you have,
about,
Ole?
yeah, how often he's going to have ace-jack, how often is he going to have a pair. But Boop on Twitch says, just call, there's always an ace on the flop versus kings.
guaranteed, not guaranteed.
As long as you're the one with kings, yes. And by you, I mean me. It's just so easy to call it off here.
When you've re-raised to 67,000 and it's less than 200 more to call,
62.
and when you are 3-betting the shortest stack at the table with a hand as strong as ace-queen suited, 6-handed, that you've got to be prepared to call it off.
Yeah,
But
I don't think you're expecting to 3-bet fold very often,
No.
but then when you're actually faced with the decision, you're like, ah, crap, what do I do? Zadiro says he's never ripping it in here with ace-jack. I don't think never, but I also don't think it's going to be very often.
Wow, 3 minutes in the tank now, Hajayev. And this is 2 hands in a row where we've seen a lot of thinking going on.
Drone of Gondor says, clock!
Yeah, on that last hand, where Mikita was deciding whether to call Koroshenin's river bet, he said, that tank, though, surely the clock should have been called. Well, it's up to the players.
Yeah, and I don't agree necessarily. I mean, we're in a high roller, hundreds of thousands of zeros at stake. These guys are playing for their entire stacks right now. This hand is getting a little tedious, but I didn't think the last one was out of line, really.
This is Exhibit A, 3-betting without a plan, right?
I think you do have a plan. I just think that plan immediately comes into question when you're faced with the all-in. I think you're thinking, I'll 3-bet, let him jam on me, let him jam, and then you're like, well, hold on a second, wait.
There's the fold.
Good fold.
So Shemian chips up, and he is no longer the short stack at the table. Shemian hovering around the 35 big blind mark. Hajayev and Bodzyakovsky, who we've seen lose the last 2 hands, around the 30 big blind mark, with 14 minutes left on this level.
You know what they say, James? Think long, think not wrong.
Jeremiah tweets, say, I'm weighing up the pros and cons of staying up all night and working tomorrow.
Some sweat
Hashtag
over
Southern
here, huh?
Hemisphere problems.
I will know in half an hour, bro.
I don't care what he had. I just want to know what he had.
I talked myself out of calling. I was like, I thought I'm calling, then I don't know.
See?
What you had?
What you had?
I don't know.
So why are you asking me, man?
You asked me too.
Oh,
Yeah.
God.
I didn't hear the answer. 23.
One raise
I didn't tell answer. That's why. You're gonna see.
Is
Yeah,
this...
You're gonna be pleased.
I'm gonna be pleased.
Yeah.
Oh, Tino, that's yours?
Yeah.
I can never tell if poker players are actually, like, being aggressive or they're just awkward.
The two aren't mutually exclusive.
What you asking me
To
for,
the flat
bro?
at all, eh?
What'd you ask me for?
I think the thing is, it's hard to flat you with this kind of hands.
Ace queen off?
Suited.
Suited. Oh, it's a good hand, bro.
Zhaev has opened. David Yan has 3-bet.
King.
No ace
Huh?
No ace king.
So it's a flip. Just 25 minutes left, man.
Giant quickly gets away from that dominated hand.
I think you bust before. Just kidding.
Wayne Ashworth Wynn tweets to say, I'd have called clock twice in 3 hands so far. This is a joke.
How dare this guy whose name takes over a minute to pronounce say that he is going to call the clock? Wayne Ashworth Wynn, come on.
He does raise a point, though, and it's a point that Daniel Negreanu has made time and again about the fact that people tuning in watching this, if they see people tanking for extended periods of time, it's a massive turnoff. I know that Daniel is a massive favour of having shot clocks in all high roller tournaments.
You would think that I would be like a huge proponent of the shot clock, and I am, like, I'm fine with it. I don't think there's anything that egregious about the 2 hands we saw. And as a commentator and someone that has to fill that airtime, you would think that I would want less airtime to fill when I'm like, I don't know what to do here because I don't know how to talk about ranges. But they're playing for a lot of money. If it becomes a thing, if it becomes like a trend that every decision is taking 3 minutes at this final table, I will change my tune significantly. However, so far, I think it's fine.
Yeah, we can't really judge what this final table is going to be like based on a sample size of 2 hands. They just happen to be 2 particular hands with interesting decisions. So we saw a button raise here from Alexei Koroshenin. The final table chip leader. We've only seen one of his cards, the King of Diamonds. Ramin Hajayev defended his big blind with Jack 10, and we know that Ramin has top pair. Action check to Koroshenin, and he c-bets 29,000 into 57,000. Hajayev calls, we get the ace of diamonds on the turn. Hello to Megan, who's woken up to hear us on her TV. She says it's a great way to start the day. Morning, fellas.
Hi, Megan.
Hajayev checks a second time. Koroshenin bets a second time. 65K.
Once again, we have Koroshenin up against a flopped top pair. No longer top pair now on the turn.
And those of you who've been paying attention will notice that the sizings here are exactly the same as when he had a set of 3s. 23K pre, 29 on the flop, 65 on the turn.
Undersea Monkey says, insert standard shot clock conversation here. Joe Stapleton says, insert standard insert joke here because I have nothing actually of relevance to say.
Koroshenin was bluffing that one, though. Just king 7 as Zhaev folded the best hand on the turn.
Don't distract from my anger at Undersea. I'm just kidding.
But certainly you can understand when the ace came why Zhaev was done with it.
Garrett card. So if there's one thing we've learned, it's that Alexi's probably going to keep his bet sizing pretty consistent, whether he's got it or not.
Koroshenin above the million mark right now. He's chip leader with 105 big blinds. Zhaev the low man at the table with 23 bigs and 8 minutes left on this level. And then we go to 6,000, 12,000 with a 2K ante, level 19 of the tournament. And a reminder that there were 65 total entries in this tournament. I think David Yan is the only player at the final table to have fired off 2 bullets. Interestingly, Koroshenin is here by virtue of a live satellite, so he's guaranteed a decent return on his investment.
That's cool. James, it turns out that Wayne Ashford Wynn was abbreviating his name. Down from Wayne Andrew Ashford for Wynn. Wow.
So long you can't say it.
Can't do it.
Either, so.
Ole, ole, ole.
Oi, oi, oi.
So hand 6 was a walk for David Yan in the big blind, second in chips with 930K.
I don't know.
I mean,
Technically, Jax has also had it.
but you really want to be flipping there against me?
Oh yeah, that's extra, what, 10%?
10 on a good day.
Ace king for Mikita Bodjakovsky. Ryan offering his 2 cents on Twitter. So far, the 2 decisions made that took time have been correct. In a shot clock environment, they probably would have called.
Interesting.
Hello to Steve Mark. He says, hello, gents from Hong Kong. Nice to see you guys back in the hot seat. I have to say, the seat is not particularly hot. We have a nice air-conditioned room here in Malta. And we need it this time around because it is very, very warm outside.
Muggy. Also, I'm on the first floor of the hotel, and so there's not a ton of air conditioning outside my room. So as soon as I walk out of the room, it's just
Yeah.
bath time.
Well, earlier on, I mentioned Daniel Negreanu and his thoughts on shot clocks in high rollers. If this thing goes the distance, there's the chance that we'll have Daniel joining us later on this evening for some guest commentary on this final table.
Skype commentary or in the house?
Daniel not in Malta. And nor is Randy Liu, but he will be joining us from Melbourne in about 30 minutes' time.
Randy, I wonder what kind of shenanigans Randy's into today. He's always done something really dumb right before he comes on stream, burned his house down, got his car stuck in some mud. He's a real screw up, that one.
Nice.
Zhaev raises from the cutoff with 6-7 of spades. Bodzakovsky defends his big blind with Jack-8 off.
Pretty gross when a pair of 8s is bottom pair.
28.
Zhaev continues. Bluffing with 7 high.
I mean, you got to peel 1, right? You defend it with Jack-8, you hit a pair. Got to support the troops. Got to peel 1.
Good recall from Daniel. Says, if I remember rightly, there was a problem in Malta. Have they sorted the flushing problem? Based on the toilet in my hotel room, Daniel, no, the problem has not been resolved.
I'm going to say based on the one right next to the commentary booth, also no.
$28,000 the bet. See action going on at the tables behind the TV stage. Of course, it's day 1A of the main event today, and live updates on that one available via the PokerStars blog.
Whoa, whoa.
As Ajayev takes this one
Although
down.
You're hiding the patch. You're hiding the patch.
The Wookiee Way points out that 5 a.m. is not West Coast friendly, but guess what? He's still watching the stream.
Good morning. Oh.
With the hair.
Ah, okay.
Shemian not playing Jack 10 under the gun. Folded around to David Yan, who's got something stuffed into his hoodie. Raised to 25,000.
Maybe he's got a leaky ear.
Raise and take it for David. And I think that was the shawl that Ola Shemian was wearing yesterday. Some people thought it was a flag he had draped over him, but actually it was just a shawl to keep him warm. I think he found the air conditioning in the tournament room a little bit too severe.
Too severe for David Yan's right ear. I don't know, you'd think I'd be able to come up with a joke about this, but I'm just a little flummoxed.
I mean, seriously, we're not going to say anything. We're just going to let him sit there with that thing sticking out of his... Ajayev is raised with 9s.
Speaking of David Yan, Irek writes in to say, I played with Yan on a final table in Berlin a couple of weeks ago. Nice guy, but he was a beast. Did not know who he was until after.
Shannon with a smaller pair in the small blind. Pocket deuces.
Flop a set with 3s. You can flop a set with deuces.
Shannon calls out of the small. Shemian lets go of the big. Heads up to the flop.
Of course, if you don't flop a set, you can always bluff. Gonna be tough to bluff 9s on this board so far, though.
Ajayev with an overpair to the board. Shannon checks to him. Ajayev continuing for 28,000.
It's so many thousand. What'd they start with in this? 30,000 like all the tournaments? Alexei sticking around.
Wanting to call at least one street. Turn card is a jack.
Doesn't get any better for Korshenin. Doesn't get much worse for Hajayev.
Confirmation that it's a 50K starting stack in the 25K high roller.
I just find it interesting how many starting stacks they're betting at these final tables. So
I think the biggest is the super high roller where they start with 250,000, but obviously the blinds start higher. So check on the turn. Board pairs on the river with the 3 of diamonds. Koroshenin thinking of turning his small pair into a bluff here?
I don't even know if he knows he might have to turn it into a bluff. It feels like a good spot for a check. Yeah, he does check blind. You don't even really know if you're bluffing there, because when you call him the flop, you could be up against a flush draw that missed and you're winning. You could be up against ace highs and you're winning. I don't think you really need to bluff there, neither did he.
So Hajayev up to 4th in chips. It's pretty close, actually. You've got the 2 big chip leaders. You've got Koroshenin with close to $1 million. Not far behind him, David Yan. Those guys up over 900,000. And then you've got the group of guys between 25 and 30 bigs.
AKA everybody else.
Exactly. Max Silva on 30 big blinds. Ramin Hajayev on 26 bigs. The same for Shemian. And then with a 24 big blind stack, the low man at the table, Nikita Budyakovsky. And when they're bunched together like that, it creates a very interesting dynamic, because everyone then starts looking at the payouts and everyone starts thinking about laddering. So we've gone up a level. Just kicked off the 6,000, 12,000, 2,000 anti-blind level. It's level 19 of this 25K high roller. So yeah, I mentioned that we've got the EPT main event taking place today, day 1A. About 90 players in their seats right now, and update via the PokerStars blog. Of course, they'll also be covering day 1B of the main tomorrow when we cover the IPT 2K high roller.
The Iptica, as I like to call it. Hruh.
This was unraised pre-flop, blind on blind.
Shemian has made a small bet at this. Exactly half pot.
Hajayev calling with his straight draw. Nothing changes on the turn. Shemian still ahead with top pair, now a 4-1 favorite.
Both pick up a gut shot. Double gutted for Ola Shemian. That makes him an open-ended. That's an open-ended.
It was open-ended on the
It
flop.
was open-ended. Well, no, they're both open-ended.
Oh,
now.
Hajayev, yeah.
That's what I'm seeing. I'm looking at things backwards. Just looking at one card for each of them when I should have been looking at 2. Man, that's my fatal flaw.
So Shemian fires again, 33,000. And once again, Hajayev calls.
Well, he's got draws up the wazoo. He's open-ended, like I said.
Well, the straight draw doesn't get there. Shemian improves to trips.
10 high, very bad. Well, Ola's got 2 options here. Value bet and probably not get paid off. Or check and let his opponent bluff, since most draws did not come in. There weren't that many out there, however.
$58,000.
He elects to go for value. 58,000.
58,000 into 138,000. Looking to get called by an 8 or a 7.
But not by 10 high. Hajayev gives it up. And now Hajayev drops down to the bottom spot on the leaderboard. Shemian jumps up to 3rd. But very close between Ola, Max Silva, Nikita Budyakovsky and Ramin, with Koroshenin and Yan out in front. We move on to hand 12 of this final table.
Only I can't bust if I just fold, you know?
Just takes a while.
Max Silva first to act here. He folds. Bodziakowski's out. 6 deuce of spades. Karashenin gives it up. Shemian has passed. So round to Hijayev in the small. King 6. Same hand we just saw Shemian play from the small blind. You might remember that Shemian limped with King 6, just completed. And Ajayev's going to raise. And David Yan, with a scarf stuck in his ear.
He looks like he got caught in the middle of a magic trick. Like he was trying to pull some scarves from his ear, and then was like, poker tournament, shoot. Finishes later.
He calls with 10-8. And he flops a gut shot. King high, still ahead. Ajayev still with the best hand for now.
Checks it. Yiggity, yiggity, yan. Yan can.
Hello to
Flop
Paul.
draws.
Hello to Paul Walsh. It's good to see / hear you guys. Hashtag EPT Live. If you want to get in touch on Twitter, there is, of course, the live chat box if you're watching on Twitch. Jan's got a straight draw and a lot of chips. He's going to bet this. Roughly half pot, 40,000. Ajayev with a pair of 6s, not just king high. Of course, he paired his 6 on the flop. Now improves to a 3-1 favorite.
This hand does lose a little value, though.
Check to showdown. Ajayev's going to win this one. So this is not the only final table being played today. It's also the final day of the Italian Poker Tour main event. And in the space of 45 minutes, Joe, they've gone from 6 players to 2.
Wow.
A flurry of eliminations. And now it's heads up between Ismail Bojang and Francesco Liotta. There's Bojang. He's got around 9 million chips. Liotta has 11 million.
Mr. Bojangles.
Blinds are still 50K, 100K. So it's one of those situations where a flurry of early eliminations, and now they're super deep, and that could be a long heads-up battle.
Fingers crossed for a cooler. What was the Steve McQueen quote on that dude's shirt?
Instead of threes, though, ilk że napisał.
Can we get somebody on that?
I didn't see it, I'm afraid. Meanwhile, update from the IPT High Roller, which we're going to be showing tomorrow here on EPT Live. They came back with 36 players today. They are down to 24. Of course, the final 6 will take their seat to the final table tomorrow. Cards Up action on PokerStars TV from 1 p.m. Central European Time. David Yan, second in chips, raises small to beg.
Ooh, it was first in chips.
Max Silva with Queen 10 suited. And here's an interesting little anecdote. Max and David have been friends for a number of years.
Mm-hmm.
And here in Malta, they're sharing an apartment.
Oh.
First time they've ever roomed together, and now they're sharing a final table together.
I heard there was a big fight because David ate Max's peanut butter. It's not true. I made that up.
So Max defends and flops, trips.
Oh yeah, you gonna flop so good against your friend, huh? Doesn't seem very friendly to me.
I'm not really sure Jan can lose much more in this hand, bearing in mind he has absolutely nothing.
Right, it's okay.
Jan can, James. Jan can.
I wanted to call, but
Action
then I
goes
said,
check, check.
I'll 3-bet and reevaluate.
Still nothing
was
for
gonna
Jan. He
call
is officially
anyway.
drawing dead.
No kings, no all in. Yeah? Tight is right. You know that.
I'm guessing the table has now learned, now the delay's caught up, that Karashenin had threes in that hand and that Shemian was moving all in with kings.
I wouldn't raise under the gun without a hand against the big blind, right? I think so.
Tens just fold.
So with Jan not continuing the flop and also checking the turn, Max is going to go for value here, but he's not going to get it.
Bye, David.
He's bet 60,000 into 96,000.
Bye now.
Jan folds. Thank you, Megan, who tweets, he ate his peanut butter. Hashtag fake fact.
That'll get him back, Max. It was chunky, too. It was his favorite.
Michael is so keen to make this point that he's tweeted it twice. It looks like they are playing in a sports hall. I keep expecting to see a basketball hoop in the background.
Yeah, the reason I didn't read that was because I didn't agree. Doesn't look like a sports hall.
You're stealing, bro.
All right, you know what?
Nearly.
I'll rein that in a little bit.
What did you say, sir?
Are you stealing?
Are you?
Always.
So, Joe, the Steve McQueen quote you were asking about,
Mm-hmm.
when I believe in something, I fight like hell for it.
Yeah, it was less for me than I thought it would.
Lines are up.
Oh, yeah.
Bless Sylvia Cole, she's concerned that David Yan might have an earache and wonders if someone on the team could perhaps pass him some medication.
Sylvia, calm down. Lost in Poker, who I believe is from New Zealand, maybe friendly with David Yan, tweeted at him. David Yan tweeted back saying, nothing, hair is just annoying me. That's it.
Maybe we could get a pair of scissors or some clippers down there.
That, I'd be more than willing to take a crack at. So diamond, 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 diamond for the player is only one diamond on the flop, 10 high, the best hand.
Yeah, it was Hajayev who raised it pre from the cutoff. Wojciechowski defended his big blind.
What's
Check,
the
check
best hand now, James?
on the flop, and Hajayev has paired his six.
Very good.
Again, it goes check, check. Third eight on the river.
Look at this, nothing on the flop. Runner, runner, full house. Crazy game.
Well, Zajayev makes a bet on the river that's not going to get called. Our friends in the PokerStars blog tweet that heads-up battle in the EPT Malta main event continues, with Francesco Liotta now a 3-1 lead
When he believes in something, he fights like hell for it.
over Ismail Bojang. And you, of course, can follow the live updates. They've got a link. If you follow the guys on Twitter, at PokerStars blog, you can just click on that link.
What is your favorite Steve McQueen quote,
Following
James?
your advice.
Are you talking about a quote that he said in a movie or an actual...
Either one.
I think it's from The Magnificent Seven, when he's asked about why he made a decision. He said, I asked the same question of a guy who threw himself against a cactus. His answer was, it seemed like a good idea at the time.
Seemed like a good idea at the time. It's a great line. I think that one's way more applicable to poker, by the way. Why did you 6-bet jam with Jack 4?
Seemed like a good idea at the time. So Hajayev with ace-queen suited again.
Why did you oversell yourself in the 10K single re-entry? Seemed like a good idea at the time.
Hajayev makes it 30,000. No action so far. Alexei Koroshenin in the big blind has Jack 3 off. Raise and take it for Hajayev.
Seemed like a bad idea at the time.
So Hajayev currently third in chips. Bodziakowski, the short stack, or rather the shortest stack at this final table with 21 bigs. And we welcome Spear to the stream. He says, good morning. Late concert last night. Up a bit late, but ready now for some poker.
Spear's a rapper, right?
Is he?
Right? Didn't we have him on the show?
He was
I'm
on the
thinking
show,
of,
but
I'm thinking of somebody
yeah.
else. I'm thinking of Scuff. Spear, Scuff.
So that brings us to hand number 16. Still got 43 minutes left on this level. 6,000, 12,000 blinds. After that 43 minutes, we'll take our first break of the day. David Yan's turn to pick up kings.
Come on!
Under the gun +1, he raises to 28,000. Round to Alexei Koroshenin in the small blind. 7-3. He mucks it. Shemian in the big blind has got jacks.
Goodbye, Ola. It's been real. The good news is that sixth place money is going to go really, really far at whatever vintage store you got that shirt at.
So Shemian shoves from the big, gets snap called by Yan, and Shemian is at risk and a 4-1 underdog. If kings hold here, Ola Shemian will bust in 6th place and cash for nearly 100K, and David Yan will retake the chip lead at this final table.
What you're gonna do, right?
Can't be mad at this one. Not over yet.
Speaking of Steve McQueen, Hiltz, cooler.
All good so far for David Yan.
You don't want the 9.
Huh?
9 later.
Yeah.
So just a 2-outer for Ola Shemian with one chance to hit, down to 5%.
Winning 83 says 2014 Ola would hit a jack.
He's trying the standing up trick. David Yan doesn't like it, but he has to go along with it. The river is a 9. Ola Shemian departs in 6th. We are down to 5 players. He did come in as the short stack at the start of play. He's the first man out. His actual cash, 98,740 euros. Everyone now guaranteed 127K, and the favourite to claim the top prize of 466 grand is David Yan, who now has more than 1.2 million, more than 100 big blinds. He's retaken the chip lead from Koroshenin.
The swag man has left the building.
So as David Yan
I just knew he was in trouble.
stacks those chips, we check on the stacks of the 5 remaining players, and we say hello to our first guest commentator of the day, joining us from down under, from Melbourne, Australia, Randy Liu from Team Pro Online. Hello, Randy.
Hey there, how's it going?
Oh, you're sounding a little bit robotic there.
A little. Yeah, everything's good from down on.
Oh,
like
dear,
midnight
oh dear,
now
that's not
over
good
here.
at all, is it?
James is like a real stickler for professional broadcasting, so if Randy's connection doesn't get any better, we're gonna hang up on him like a sex pest in the middle of the night. We're gonna give that another crack.
28. 28.
Get out of here, Randy.
do the classic IT trick. We'll switch it off and on again. Spear points out that he is not a rapper but a teacher. Same thing, MC lecture. Max Silver getting into the action here. Raising from early position, although now we're five-handed. Changes things significantly. Ace-8. He's made it 28,000, and Koroshenin thought about getting funky on the button with Jack-5. Ajayev in the big blind has 10-4 of hearts.
Yeah, 10-4, good buddy. Goy Goy on Twitch says, guys, isn't it a bit stupid? I will invest 25K to a tournament and we'll get 98K in return with 6th place. I'd never go for it. Smiley face. Goy Goy, though, what I would like to say in response to that is they're not playing for 6th place. These guys all think they can win, and they do fairly regularly because they're good at poker. And so then you're talking about $465,000.
Yeah, so Max Silver has flopped top here. Not much for Ajayev to get excited about. It's also worth pointing out that I know it's 6th place, but that is still 6th out of 65 entries.
Right.
It's not like 6th place out of 1,000 run a field. Only 9 actually got paid in this. Adrian Mateos cashed in 9th place for 46 grand. Patrick Leonard in 8th for 60K. And Davide Katai was the last player eliminated last night, cashing for 78,000 in 7th place, taking us down to the final 6.
Ajayev gets out of the way on that flop. Max Silver, middle of the pack Silver. I guess he's middle of the pack. If you rank the players, he's not necessarily middle average-wise.
Let me quickly handle this question from Betsaka on Twitter. Where can I find the password for PokerStars? I assume you are referring to the password for today's EPT Live free roll, which will be starting at 9:15 Central European Time. Special one today. Normally we tell you on the stream in around a couple of hours' time. If you follow PokerStars Live on Snapchat, that password will be revealed in 56 minutes' time. It's just under an hour. At 4 o'clock, we'll reveal the password on Snapchat, so make sure you're following PokerStars Live. The handle at the top left-hand corner of your screen, and we'll reveal that password in about an hour's time.
The good news is that the password's on Snapchat. The bad news is that it's a Stapes Wiener pick. It's attached to. And there is no filter. I'm just kidding. There's a dog face filter on it. It's adorable.
Queen 9 from Ajayev, and he completes from the small. David Yan with Jack 10 raises from the big. And these are two interesting hands, Joe, because if one player connects, the other player connects.
Probably a little bit, yeah, huh? It's great. Yeah, see? That's
Exhibit
exactly
A.
it. Look at that. Did you watch this hand before?
No, I didn't. I know what these blind-on-blind confrontations are like. So top pair for Ajayev. The gut shot for David Yan. Plus officially 2 overs to the board. Ajayev officially a 2-1 favorite as David Yan continues. Undersea Monkey points out that he totally would have played this event, the 25K high roller in Malta, but it would have been a rush to get back for the £25 event at his local casino.
Oh, man, you can only pick one. Man, I was going to be like, what's the sweatiest turn card? And I was going to go with the 8 of spades. We got the 8 of clubs instead. Yan gets there. Ajayev drawing deed.
Oh, dear. Carl says Jan's cloth in the ear is starting to be a bit distracting. So he goes check on the turn. Board pairs on the river.
Dramatic snap zoom.
All in.
Whoa, that is an expensive ticket to Valueville. Flopped top pair. What you gonna do when David Yan comes for you, my brother? And that is fold. Another good fold from Hajayev.
Yan up to 1.3 million. Okay, let's talk about the competition that we're running here on EPT Live.
Okay.
Your chance to spin and go to the Bahamas. That's right, we are giving away tickets to spin and go qualifiers for the PokerStars Championship. Here's how it works. I'm sure you're aware of Card Match, which runs on Zoom games on PokerStars. Well, we are applying Card Match to Spin and Goes. We want you to play a real money spin and go on Stars, and all you got to do is win a hand with one of those holding. So 6 of spades, 7 of diamonds is one of them. Jack deuce of hearts is another one. 10 9 of clubs is your third option. All you got to do is match any of those hands, not all three, just one of them, with a winning hand in a real money spin and go. Then tweet it, a screenshot, the boom link. Crucially, we need the hand ID and the hashtag EPT win. And you know what? From all the submissions today, we're going to draw 5 winners at random, and those 5 winners are going to get 3 $10 Spin and Go Bahamas tickets.
So when you're playing Spin and Goes on PokerStars for $10, you can win a Bahamas package.
These start in November. It's going to be a promotion running for the duration of November, 4 weeks. Your chance to win a ticket to the Bahamas for just $10.
So 6-7, Jack deuce of hearts, 10 9 of clubs. That's what you're looking for in the Spin and Goes. And you got to win a hand with it. You're going to be playing a Spin and Go, a real money Spin and Go. You got to win a hand with one of those hands. Then you got to send it in to us. We're going to check it. Not like that one time.
So by the way, we're going to, just in case you missed them, we are going to tweet out the 3 hands in this card match competition. So remember, it has to be in a real money spin and go. As we see Hajayev pick up kings, raise from the cutoff. David Yan calling on the button with ace-9 of clubs.
Kings are going around like a cold at kindergarten. I like it.
Uh-oh, David Yan with top. Hajayev still way ahead with the overpair. And my understanding is that we have Randy back on the line, hopefully in stereo surround sound. Randy, can you hear me?
I can hear you just
Hey,
fine.
Randy, not now. We got a big hand shaping up.
All right. I mean, it's going to be hard to get away from top pair, top kicker. Bad timing, huh?
Especially when you got all the chips.
That's the point, is Hajayev doesn't actually have a massive stack. He's only got 17 bigs behind after making this bet of 53,000.
I mean, I expect a raise all in or something similar at this point because he doesn't have that many chips left. Like, I mean, how can you, if you're going to call off ace-9 suited here pre-flop, you're definitely going to get it in on this flop.
Well, it didn't go in on the flop, but I think it's pretty likely to go in on the turn.
Well, the turn is a little bit scary, so actually I think both players are gonna, they might quiet down a little bit, although Hajayev, yeah, he's just slowing down. He's scared of like 8-7, something like that. So actually it might save Yan some chips.
That's what I meant to say. I know I said it was all going to go in, but I meant to say probably not because of the straight on board. That's possible.
Yeah, exactly what you said.
Was what I meant to say. Randy.
So with Hajayev slowing down, with Hajayev checking, it's Yan who takes over the betting. Quite a small bet here, Randy, 43,000 into 194,000, and especially small when you consider that Hajayev's C-bet was 53,000.
Yeah, this is well, from Yan's point of view, he's basically thinking like, okay, I just don't want to give this guy like a free shot to draw if he's got like ace king high or like queen jack or king 10. So that's why he's betting. He feels, I mean, this is not going to get kings to fold. You know, if kings was scared on his turn card, he's just going to be like, well, it's only 43,000. There's 200,000 in this pot. I'll call and see what happens on the river. I mean, I expect him to at least check call. He might go all in because he only has 150K behind. Yeah, I think Yan's just trying to get a free shot at getting this to cheap showdown.
It's like naming his own price on Priceline.
Yeah, because imagine if he goes check check, right? And then the river is like a 2, and then Gia bets like 100K. Well, now he has to pay like 7,000 more. So he's trying to like manipulate the pot a little bit.
23 Pixels on Twitch asking, would you go all in with kings on this case?
Well, that's
Well, it looks like he's going to do that.
Hajayev has chosen to done. It's triangle time.
Do you remember when I said I was very likely to go all in on the turn? I just want to reiterate that statement that I made.
So from Yan's perspective, what would you make of this if you're sitting there with ace-9?
I mean, actually, I think I can get away from ace
Yeah,
9 here.
I don't think you're
mean,
ever ahead, are you?
You basically need to pray your opponent has like 10-9. Is just like, oh, well, I'm all in. But like, I think it's like, is he even opening 10-9? Maybe not with this stack size. So like, I think he should be able to get away with an ace-9. He's probably like kicking himself a little bit that like, oh, I bet so small. Maybe I induced some action that I wasn't supposed to get. And if he does make a call, it's going to be because of that small bet sizing. I don't think he will, though.
Now, Randy, about this shove, when you shove with kings here, do you think you get called by a worse hand very often?
Not often, but you can occasionally if your opponent called you with like ace-8 with 2 diamonds, you know, something like that, 10-8 with 2 diamonds. They probably will call because they got a lot of outs, but this pot's pretty massive. Like, he's just protecting his hand here of kings. If he's beat, he's beat because he doesn't have much left, so he doesn't make the call.
So Yan calls, and Hajayev is the player at risk, but is near enough an 80% favorite here. Just has to fade an ace or a 9 on the river. I mean, Yan will still be the chip leader here. He'll still have more than $1 million should kings hold. The river card is an 8, so kings do hold. Hajayev gets the full double up, and that will see him move up to 3rd in chips. He's now back up over 50 big blinds, but as we say, Yan still with a 7-figure stack, still playing more than 85 big blinds. And it's Mikita Bodjakovsky who is the low man at the table with a sub-20 big blind stack. 25 minutes left on the level. Boom. Safe river card. Love it.
Got him.
Got him.
I don't know what everyone on Twitch is very, very, very sure that this hand was played great or terribly.
I mean, it was an unusual hand, I can tell you that. Like, definitely not like, oh, I know what to do here when these bets happen. It was definitely not something you see very often. I mean, that small bet on the turn, I think he kind of convinced himself like, man, I bet so small. Maybe I induced them to action. And he ended up paying the maximum price for it.
You can pretty much convince yourself of anything, can't you, Randy?
Yeah, I mean, I'm an optimistic guy, so like sometimes a situation looks really bleak for most people, but I'll make something good out of it.
So just to confirm, those of you hoping to enter our spin and go to the Bahamas competition, if you're following at EPT Live or monitoring the hashtag EPT Live timeline, you'll see that we put those 3 hands out there. Just a quick reminder, 6 of spades, 7 of diamonds, Jack of hearts, deuce of hearts, 10 of clubs, 9 of clubs. If you can match any of those hands with your winning hole cards during a real money spin and go, you could enter our contest by tweeting a screenshot, sending us the boom link, along with the hand ID and the hashtag EPT win.
Randy, are you going to try to spin and go your way to the PCA?
That's a good. I don't see why not, right? Like it's like a.
Do you play spin and goes?
Chance. Yeah, why not? I mean, I'm probably not going to win it. Someone else is going to win it, but I will try.
I should have warned you, Joe, about the swear jar that we decided to put in effect at the start of this stream from Malta.
Did I swear?
No, but you said the letters PCA.
Oh.
And of course, as everyone knows, the PokerStars Championship is what takes place in the Bahamas now. It is no longer the PCA, and we actually are going to institute a little kind of penalty box, a little fine for charity every time one of us gets caught out and calls it the PCA.
Okay, fine. That's my freebie.
That's
though.
your freebie. That's your mulligan. Yeah, and it's
What was the
something we.
tournament called again, Joe?
The Bahamas. Are you going to try to win your way to the Bahamas? It's the only thing I can do to keep myself safe.
It is something we've talked about on the podcast, Randy, is that people have been searching PCA in the PokerStars tournament lobby and, of course, aren't finding the satellites. Search Bahamas if you want to try and win your seat in the first ever PokerStars Championship event taking place in January. And just a reminder that the Spin and Go qualifiers kick off in early November and are running for a full 4 weeks.
Randy, what in the ever-living fudge are you doing in Australia?
I went to EPT Malta just like the past week that passed. Then I'm just playing here online until New Jersey coming up in a few days, actually.
It's pretty fun. Did you do anything dumb in Australia? Did you like get your car stuck
Anything dumb,
anywhere?
like-
or?
No, I didn't do that. Like punch a kangaroo or something. No, I did not do that. either.
Nothing. I love your stories of just Randy screw-ups.
Yeah, there's dumb things always happen to me, right?
Well, it's more like
Will
you're
you be in New
happening
Jersey, Joe?
to dumb things. No, I won't be in New Jersey because we got some EPT work we have to do right after this, after Malta. So yeah.
Sounds like New Jersey's gonna be great then.
I mean, oh wow, nice one.
Whoa.
Wow, that was a moneymaker-esque burn.
I was going to say, have you been taking tips from Chris?
I was actually I keep
Okay.
using the excuse that like we have EPT work to do in London, and that's why I'm not going to New Jersey. But the honest truth is that no one asked me to. Like literally, no one has even mentioned it to me.
So we've been here before, a player with top, and the other player with a straight draw. Max was the pre-flop aggressor, raising from the cutoff. Bodziakowski called on the button with ace-8 of spades. Max has continued here with his draw.
We should see an all-in, I believe, at this point. He doesn't have many chips left. He's got to be scared like another heart can roll off, or like a king or a queen. I think he's going to jam all in here. Your hand is very vulnerable.
And in Max's situation with no heart and just a gut shot, a pretty trivial fold.
Yeah.
Oh, but it's not a shove from Bodziakowski. He just calls, leaving himself pot behind as a fourth heart hits the turn.
Ew.
Well, everyone's playing different than what I'm saying today. Maybe it's a bad day. I'll be. Check, I imagine, on turn. River is going to be interesting.
Heart check. Sorry, Max, the red one's a diamond.
I think Max is going to figure out that he probably shouldn't bet this turn a lot, because Bodziakowski with the stack size, is he really just calling with ace king or ace queen here and like can't call? Yeah, so check.
River card is the 6 of hearts, and suddenly they both have 0 equity 100% of the time. This will be a chop unless someone manages to bluff the other off it.
Suddenly, someone wishes they shoved their ace-8 suited now.
so nearly a straight flush on board as well.
I know.
Come on, someone bet. Let's make it exciting.
I feel like these situations are like, and not all the time, but they're like what separate the pros from the rest of us. The rest of us are just like always checking all the time. And pros are like, it's all hearts. I can win this.
Well, Silver has checked.
That's true. So,
Can you imagine
I
if
think
imagine if Bodzukovsky jammed river here?
I think there's a chance he could. He just needs to figure out, well, I think he's going to figure out that Silver probably would bet an ace of hearts by now. He just needs to figure out would he get called if the opponent had a jack of hearts or like a 10 of hearts here. It's a pot-sized shove. I mean, I can really see him checking or going for it.
He does bet.
Jack 5.
Not all of it,
Queen
just
10, bro.
60,000, and Max snap
Wow.
folds.
Well played.
Blow off a
That
job.
one I want to see if I was going to bluff into the nuts or not. I want to see that one if I was going to bluff into the nuts.
No nuts, at least.
That's good news. Or bad news, maybe.
So just to be clear to anyone hoping to enter our Spin and Go to the Bahamas competition, the hand has to occur from when we started that competition about 10 minutes ago through to the end of play today. That's the window. So don't send in hands from a few days ago, and once play is concluded, betting ends. And obviously we'll announce the 5 winners tomorrow.
We're going to check this time. Last time somebody photoshopped the same hand 400 times and it almost broke the company. Randy, I got to tell you something, buddy. Remember last time you were on the stream with me and you said you were playing this game called Overcooked?
Yep.
I went home, I downloaded it. It is awesome. It is so much fun. I brought this drunk
It's a
girl
good
back.
game, right?
It's hysterical. I brought this drunk girl back to my apartment, and me and her and my roommate played it, and it was absolutely hysterical. She was so bad at the game that I somehow thought that she was an expert at it and messing us up on purpose because she kept picking up everything we were putting down and like throwing it in the garbage, even though she had no idea how to play. But it is a very fun game.
Yeah. The garbage can. Yeah, no, it's a good game. And you don't need to be good to play, right? Like, the learning curve is so simple.
It's super fun. So thank you for that. I just wanted to say thanks. It was a good night.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
I was like, want to come back to my apartment and cook fake stuff in a video game? I mean,
Surprisingly, it worked.
I think she said yes. She did follow me.
She was like, "Oh, just hamburgers, eh?"
Gotta get changed.
We didn't get past onion soup.
Onion soup. Oh, that's not a good choice for a date. I should have made the tomato soup or something.
Action here on Bodzukovsky. Folds King 9 suited under the gun. This is hand 24 of the final table. Action now on the button. Raman Hajayev. 8-7 off. He raises. David Yan is in the small blind. And he's got King, Queen suited.
Queen suited.
Yan calls out of the small. Max Silver folds the big. We're going heads up to the flop here. And Simon Baker, not the mentalist, gets in touch to say, what's up, guys? Nice to have you back. Have a great week. Looking forward to the action.
If it wasn't that hard.
Man, that's a boring flop for King, Queen of Spades, huh?
Yeah, Simon wanted action. This isn't going to give action. C-bet from Hajayev.
There is a chance that Yan's gonna check call here if he expects a lot of air, which is pretty much just board.
Well, that is not a check call. That is a check raise.
Ooh. 58,000.
Very small check raise.
So is David more trying to fold out hands that are slightly better than his, or is he just trying to fold out hands that have, like, okay equity?
Yeah, I think it's the latter. He's just like, I think I have the best hand here, and well, like he's just gonna fold unless he actually has something, and he'll know how to play against the hand if he happens to call. Like he just knows to shut down. I mean, it's hard to battle when you only have 8 high. But let's see if he's that type of guy.
Wowee. Well, this is a battle.
I like this final table.
They are taking it out and chopping it up, and Hajayev wins this by
Nice.
flexing his muscles. Which way? Which way? To the gym. Huh?
The former tennis
That was very
pro.
well played.
Third in chips. Close to 60 big blinds now.
I mean, he correctly deduced, like, what are you raising here with, pretty much. And he basically figured out 0 hands, so that's why he made that play with just 8 high. And
That's
it was
awesome.
very well played.
Near enough double his stack from the start of this final table after 24 hands. 11 minutes left on the level, by the way. The blinds will go up. Plus, we'll take a short break.
Stape Surprise on Twitch says 8 high like a boss.
Folded around to the blinds. Max Silver in the small. He's going to give Mikita Bodjakovsky a walk. Max showed 3 deuce.
Thank you.
Mikita with Jack 9 of clubs.
I didn't want you to have to wait half an hour to see that one.
So we talked earlier on about the number of near misses that Mikita has had in big buy-in events. He bubbled this 25K last year. He made the final table of the 100K event in the W Coupe, only to go out in 6th place. And I think it was only the top 3 that got paid in that one.
Makita's Donuts.
Well, he's cashed this time.
That is true. And with 5 players remaining, he's guaranteed more than 127K. But there is near enough €500,000 up top for the winner of this 25K high roller. The first event we're covering here from the Malta Festival. Got the IPT 2K high roller tomorrow, and then 5 days of main event coverage on PokerStars TV. It's Koroshenin versus Silver. King 10-6 on the flop. Koroshenin with second pair. He's checked the action to the pre-flop aggressor. Max does not continue. Deuce of hearts on the turn.
Cora Shannon is betting.
Should just go be a fold here.
Well predicted, Randy Lou.
We just got ace high. Sometimes you gotta let it go.
Randy, are you doing any streaming between now and when you go to New Jersey?
That's the plan. Should stream some Overcooked instead, right?
That would be awesome. I love when you fire up Overcooked that it says, feel free to use this
Yeah,
game
should fold the jack 5.
or any of the footage
I know
from it.
that's like the first time I've ever seen that
Yeah.
in any game.
I can't wait to get like ace 2 offsuit. You was staring down for like 5 minutes.
I was going to maybe try to convince James that we could, on one of our EPT, not live at EPT Lives, we could play some Overcooked.
That'd be pretty funny. I would watch that.
Can you imagine me and Matt and James making hamburgers?
Yeah, just yelling at each other. Get the ketchup. Oh, there's no ketchup. Get the buns.
Frank Opdewald from Poker News reminds us that Makita finished second in the 100K event at the One Drop Extravaganza last week. We actually talked to Makita about that before the start of play because, of course, it was meant to be a tournament for pros only. Sorry, for amateurs only, but it wouldn't have run if they hadn't let a few pros in there to make up the numbers. But yeah, he did cash for 500,000 euros.
Thanks,
in that
Frank.
event.
Look at this move, JR. You're killing it. Don't fall, buddy. Can you imagine how actually hilarious that would be if he fell? I mean, after we found out he was okay.
28.
He's got that wall of hair, though. His head would be fine. So, Poker Now on Twitch says, please display the chip count more often. Poker Now, I don't know, is 100% of the time enough for you? Because they're literally on screen 100% of the time of players in the hand.
I mean, you need to put it during the breaks too, apparently.
I would suggest using your eyes to look at them.
So Max raising under the gun here with ace-5 of clubs. Nikita Bodzikowski with king-queen in the cutoff.
Let's have a good king-queen flop this time, and not another bunk one.
Wow, we might not get to a flop. Bodzikowski folds the king-queen. Koroshenin gives up the button, rounds the blinds. Ramanajayeva has got jack-9 of clubs in the small. Not going to play that.
10 all in, huh?
And David Yan folds the big.
What was the board?
Hey, Matt, you don't have a chair because James decided he needs two now.
I'm enjoying the sweat so far. Most of my raise just get a sweat. Every time I raise, I get a little sweat, you know? Keeps it interesting.
That's the trophy they're playing for, in addition to that first prize of, to be precise, 465,800 euros. Just 5 minutes left until the break.
So beautiful.
James, what did you think, that we would lose more or less than one player in the first level and a half?
I thought we'd be coming back from the first break after 90 minutes of poker with 4 rather than 5.
That's exactly what I would have said.
And we started with how many players today?
6.
6.
But based on the chip distribution, it seemed that we were likely to see 2 bust outs during the first session. But obviously we've seen a little bit of consolidation, and obviously we've seen Hajayev work his way up the leaderboard. Currently 3rd in chips behind Yan and Koroshenin. Should point out that Alexei has reclaimed the chip lead from David, but it's still pretty close between those two guys. No one with a million chips anymore.
David not c-betting. This was an unraised pot pre-flop.
Just hoping Max doesn't have too much.
Max calling with ace high here. A couple of backdoors.
Not a terrible card for ace high.
And does not bet a second time.
Someone on Twitch asking James, did Fedor Holes play this tournament?
I don't believe Fedor's in Malta.
Retired, guys, come on.
Yeah. You can't play every tournament if you're retired.
Correct. Hand is over.
Yeah, Max bet 18,000 on the turn. Quick fold from David Yan. On to the next one. Should be able to squeeze in at least one more hand before the break. And a quick reminder to those of you looking for the free roll password today, we're going to reveal it on Snapchat in 20 minutes time. PokerStars Live is the account to follow.
I Love Lamp asks, what day of the tourney is this? Clearly it's the final table for this event, but how many days were they grinding / how many people originally bought in?
So this is day number 3 of the 25K high roller. 65 total entries, 46 uniques and 19 re-entries. So they played down to 6 yesterday. They played through the bubble. I think it was a 3-hour bubble when they were 10-handed.
Really?
3 hours.
And then down.
I mean, it's a lot of money on the line. You got to play good.
Exactly. And then down to 6 last night, and now down to a winner today. Cards up on the EPT Live stage. Koroshenin opening under the gun with 8-5 suited. And Bodzikowski's going to defend his big blind with 6s. And I think Koroshenin's not going to dislike that flop. He's got a flush draw and a gut shot. Obviously, his gut shot outs are limited by virtue of Bodzikowski's holding.
And one of his hearts.
There's the bet.
You likely to call at least once here with 6s, Randy?
Yeah, I probably would call at least once, but the problem is you're going to see another bet with the 8-5 suited. He's probably going to end up folding, but I probably would. I mean, he is going to make the call.
Randy, if you're Alexei Koroshenin, are you going to open 8-5 suited under the gun?
I would with this kind of a stack size because you just don't have too much to lose. But if I was a shorter stack, then I wouldn't anymore. So it's kind of funny how like certain hands, it's just not based on the hand you have, it's based on the stack size you have to determine your play.
So the board is paired on the turn.
This is actually pretty good for Makita because he might get scared. Well, actually, he's leading out here.
Confirmation, by the way, that this will be the last hand of the level. The tournament clock just ticking to 0. The players will go on break once this hand is concluded.
What are some reasons you might lead at this and you might lead at so dang small?
Well, it's been coming quite a trend, actually, when these cards pair to kind of lead out really small. And the logic really is that when the card pairs, whether it's the top card, the middle card, the bottom card, it improves the caller a lot more than the guy who's betting. So it's like kind of like puts your opponents in a really sticky, tough spot. So you'll tend to see that a lot now.
Just learned something new. All right, I might get back in the game.
Yeah, you'll see like someone do that with like their whole range pretty much.
Well, Koroshenin still on a draw, calls the 30K. This hand goes to the river. And now we have a double paired board. And look at this. Bodzikowski has just been counterfeited. Koroshenin now with the best hand. 9s and 7s with an 8 kicker.
The outs you didn't even know were there.
Oh, that is so horrible.
Exactly. Can you imagine just goes check, check? That would be great.
Oh man, it goes check, check. If you're Badzikowski, you're just like, I need a break. Luckily, there is one. I'm out of here.
It's a tough spot to bet again with sixes.
Oh, it's so horrible.
Yeah, I mean, like, you got to think your opponent has a nice hand right now. Both of them are like, man, I hate this card so much.
Yeah.
I can say that the 9 and the 7 is much more likely to be in Makita's hand because he called from the big blind. People are expected to have these middling cards, so he is going to make the stab. I like it. This guy's pretty good, huh?
Yeah, for sure. And obviously, Koroshenin can't actually call with 8 high, which is the best hand. And so Bodziakowski wins the last hand of the level.
You just got bluff, fish. Folded the best hand. What a loser.
And we are going on break. So David Yan retakes the chip lead. When we come back, blinds will be 8-16 with a 2K ante. Yan playing around a 56 big blind stack. Max Silver bringing up the rear with 21 big blind stack. And we say goodbye to Randy Lou with more action after the break.
See you guys.
Dodging a disaster. Great laydown from Daniel Negreanu. Fading a flip.
He does indeed let it go.
Going with your gut. Sometimes you just have to let a hand go. These are our top 5 fantastic folds. Number 5 is from the EPT 11 Malta final table, where Dominic Panker came close to winning his 2nd title on the tour. John Monturi had other ideas, but we were impressed with this play from Panker. Panker's got 10s in the small blind.
And Dominic's going to be 3-betting here more often than a hypochondriac checks WebMD.
So this is a re-raise to 850,000, and Monturi's got queens in the big.
Oh, no.
Really bad news for Dominic Panker.
4-bet alert.
And 10s is not a hand you're going to get away from often in a 3-handed game.
Nope. I see Dominic getting away from this less often than Carmen Sandiego gets away from the gumshoes.
So Monturi's made it more than 2 million. Messina has folded. And now it's do or die time for Dominic Panker.
In this case, probably do and die.
Oh, wow! He folds!
How did he do that? He's genuinely either not human or has got a live telemetry the size of the T1 million.
An incredible laydown.
I'm speechless.
Solid stuff. But we saw the fold of 2015 a month before that, when Danny Parlafas and Ognian Dimov went heads up for the EPT 11 Deauville Trophy. Parlafas with Queen 8 here. He calls.
Ah, limps in, okay.
Dimov has 8-10 of hearts.
Yeah, just go ahead and touch the chips again with that hand.
He checks his option. A 9-7 deuce flop, so Dimov's up and down. Parlafas ahead for now with Queen high. He bets 200k.
And he seems kind of frustrated.
Quick call from Dimov. A 6 on the turn. That's the straight for Dimov.
Remember before I was saying Danny Parlafas is running good? Well, now he's running really, really bad.
Action goes check, check. Oh no, a 5 on the river. Parlafas now with the dummy end of the straight.
He is running worse than the family from Honey Boo Boo.
Wow. Look at this. Dimov makes a huge overbet. There was 680,000 in the middle. He's bet 1.2 million.
I mean, Dimov has literally the only hand that Parlafis is losing to. I do not see him folding here. If he folds here, actually, I will take my shirt off and run around the building.
How good can you run?
Around the building with my shirt off? Better than the family from Honey Boo Boo.
He's folded!
If you can verify.
The shirt is coming off in honor of Danny Parlafis, who just made an incredible fold. Folding the second nuts? Insane. 8 years earlier, across the other side of the world, a legend was being created. Elke left his mark in Macau during Season 1 of the Asia-Pacific Poker Tour.
Tan raises to 77,000.
Pretty good-sized raise here. Over to Elke now.
Queen Jack of diamonds. And reaches for chips.
Well, certainly a hand good enough to see a flop with, especially when you've already got a raise. Wow, he's going to raise it. Pretty aggressive play here. Looks like he's going to raise, yeah.
Makes it 120,000 more.
So Tan now, decision time. He's put 77,000 in already. 120,000 more. Ace Queen, a very difficult hand to play. He is going to call. So a big pot brewing here. Elke will have to act first after the flop, so Tan has position, and he also has the best hand.
And here is the flop. It is Queen 8-5.
Well, and a dangerous flop it is. Elke has to go first. I would imagine he'd have to bet here. No!
Wow, he's going to check. He's going to set the trap.
Looks like he wants to go for the check raise on the flop here. Expecting Tan to bet. Slow playing his top pair. But Tan has the best hand.
210,000. And Tan bets 210,000. Now we see what Elke has planned.
Big trouble for Elke here. He checked the flop, looking for some action. Tan bet. What Elke doesn't know, of course, is that Tan has him beat, has him dominated. As you can see, just 13% chance to win. He would have to catch a jack or running straight cards. This could be trouble. Wow!
And Elke lets it go. An amazing read.
That is an incredible laydown in this type of situation. To re-raise before the flop and then check fold on the flop. That might be one of the greatest reads I've ever seen.
And 6 weeks after that final table, Elke officially achieved legend status by winning the PCA. Now, number 2 on our list from EPT 7 Berlin has all the makings of a classic cooler. But it finds itself in this countdown thanks to the finely tuned instincts of Mr. Joop van den Bijgaard. Ace-9 suited for Joop van den Bijgaard in the big blind. Any chance he squeezes?
With the suited ace and the odds he's getting in the pot, he's probably going to call, but it wouldn't be a bad spot with Ben just calling on the button.
How much is this? 65. I go.
Maybe alarm bells are ringing that Ben didn't 3-bet. Didn't know he had a call button.
Maybe he just wants to see a flop.
And what a flop. Ace-9 deuce with 2 clubs. Top set for Wilanowski. Top 2 pair for van den Bijgaard. And the flush draw for Jeffrey Hakim. He had the pre-flop betting lead. It's been checked to him.
Disastrous flop for everybody but Wilanowski. A Hollywood poker writer couldn't have scripted this cooler any better.
93,000.
Considering he has the board completely crushed, I like a flat call. It conceals the strength of his hand, and it allows for opponents to make mistakes.
193.
He is going to raise. He sticks 100,000 on top. So what does Joop do with top 2?
Pristine opportunity to re-raise. He is out of position. He can't just flat call. He has to raise the price of admission. Show's about to get expensive.
So he 3-bets to 530,000. He's stuck in about a third of his stack.
No, Hakim can't call it all off with the flush draw.
How much do you have behind?
When Wilanowski gets a count, He may well think that Joop van den Buygaard has committed himself to this pot.
And for that reason, he may stick him all in to risk no clubs.
Come on.
He has shoved on van den Buygaard.
He looks disgusted. I'd be happy.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow.
Having committed a third of his chips, he's not meant to pass a hand this strong.
He has top two on a board where it's very difficult for any hand to have him beat. I would already be eliminated from the tournament by now.
I'm in the same boat. My chips would have gone across the line, the cards would have gone on their back, and I would have said NHGG.
Such a big hand, but I can beat anything.
How do you put Wilanowski on a set here?
Joop is clearly thinking Ben does not have a bluff in his range.
Can have aces. Can have aces.
Does have aces.
That's so sick.
He put aces in his range.
Maybe it's because Wilanowski just called pre-flop that makes him think he does have aces.
The first time ever that I don't really know what to do, and I don't have a good plan.
I do that to people.
I guess. I hate myself. You would show if I fall? Talking all the time, and now you're saying, don't say anything.
Interesting read.
I'm just not going to answer that question.
No, I know.
Makes you feel better, though. I don't hate you.
I'm sorry?
I don't hate you. You said you hated yourself. I kind of like you.
I don't like myself.
You has picked up on the fact that Ben has gone quiet. He's the chattiest man in poker, and suddenly he's gone as still as a statue. He's laid it down! That is an amazing fold.
Van den Buygaard should feel extremely proud. That is a spot where the majority of poker players would have gone broke.
And for our number one fantastic fold, we head over to the Bahamas. In 2011, two top players were heads up for one of the biggest titles in poker. The title, the PCA main event. The players, Galen Hall and Chris Oliver. Galen Hall, on the button, has posted the small blind, and is first to speak, looks down at 8-4 offsuit.
You can widen your range heads up and raise almost any two cards profitably from the button.
He's made it 450,000. Oliver has ace deuce in the big blind. He'll make the call, and we will see a flop. The flop is 3-5 deuce. It's an up and down straight draw for Hall. Oliver still leads with a pair of twos and a gut shot straight draw.
This is a good flop for Hall to continuation bet.
Oliver is checked to him. Hall makes a C bet of 575,000.
Oliver won't be going anywhere.
Makes the call. The turn is the two of hearts. Trip twos now for Oliver. Hall still has the straight draw. Oliver checks a second time.
He checks the best turn card in the deck so Hall can fire again.
But Hall checks behind.
Let's see the river card.
Hall makes a straight on the river, but Oliver has a full house.
The absolute worst card in the deck for Hall as he makes a wheel. How much money is he gonna lose is the real question.
Oliver sets the trap. He checks to him.
What a trap indeed. He's just praying his opponent has a 4 as he does.
Hall makes a value bet with his straight of 2 million.
That is a full pot size bet. Now it's going to be back on Oliver. He is contemplating exactly how much he can check raise. Galen Hall has 9.5 million chips behind. There are 4 million chips in the pot.
Chris Oliver shoves on Galen Hall. He's trying to end it here.
As wild as Oliver is, it's still highly unlikely he ever shows up with a stone cold bluff.
Can Galen Hall get away from this?
Only if he dismisses the idea of Oliver turning missed diamonds or a pair into a bluff and interprets this all-in overbet as a pure value bet to end it all.
That is a large bet.
Large, it's twice the pot.
If Galen Hall calls here with his straight. The tournament is over, and Chris Oliver has won the 2011 PCA.
Oliver's image is telling Hall to call.
But something in his gut is telling him it doesn't add up, it's not right. And he makes the laydown! Galen Hall gets away from the straight. That is an amazing fold.
Since he realized he was chopping the pot at best, he cut his losses and made a spectacular fold.
Spoiler alert, Galen Hall went on to win. Well, those are our top 5 fantastic folds. For further fantastic finds, head to PokerStars.tv.
I've got this pen, and you pull a thing out of it. You know about like those comedy guns used to fire and the word pie would fall down? And it tells you what position to play which hands. It's very helpful, but when you pull it out of the game of poker, you lose all respect.
Sometimes you don't want to get respect because you want them to pay you off. If you're going to play tight, now if you're going to play loose, like we've seen so far from Philippe Dutoy, then you don't want to have that reputation.
He likes to see flops.
The general saying is you want your image to be the opposite of what you actually do. But here he has the best hand.
Deuce of hearts.
Not anymore.
The Jack of hearts.
Middle pair for Strassman. He says he likes to play short-handed, he likes to play heads up. That's exactly what he's doing right now against Philippe Dutoy.
Middle pair, backdoor flush draw to the King of Hearts. He's got way the best hand right now, but that's still not a board that you're thrilled with. I mean, anytime you flop a pair that's less than top pair, you're always going to be a bit sensitive and worry about running into a better hand.
Dutoy, it should be made clear, has, of course, 2 overcards here and a middle pin straight draw.
That's not a great card for Strassman to see. I mean, he still has way the best hand, even more of an advantage, as we can see in the numbers. But he's not going to be comfortable with it because now it's like, ooh, did he call me on the flop with ace high? And bam, he just hit. You know, and now I'm beat.
He's now got third pair. There's 2 possible flush draws down there.
2 checks.
He won't like that either.
Well, see, actually, I like that card if I'm him, because if I was beat by a jack, I'm beat more, but so what? You know, that's irrelevant, so I don't mind getting beat more. I'm just more worried about, I would have been much more worried about something like the 10 coming off that was actually going to beat me, because that's the scary card.
There's no right or wrong in this. Strassman checked that, though. Might have been worth putting a few chips in.
Well, I like checking here, but I'm going to call pretty much every bet.
Yeah.
There's no reason to think here that my 9s aren't good. I can worry about it a little bit, but I can beat all the busted flush draws. So if he has 2 hearts, 2 diamonds, I can beat all those hands. You know, I'm just going to think, well, there's too much chance this is a bluff. I got to call with my pair of 9s.
Well, that's exactly what it is. A straight out bluff from our Canadian friend. Let's see how Strassman plays this. He says he likes heads up. He should be absolutely in a zone here to make that call. If he does, he takes.
Philippe just keeps giving him this kind of goofy look, and I think that's going to convince Strassman. It's like the guy wouldn't do all that if he's bluffing.
The way they looked at each other, I didn't know whether this was poker I was commentating on or speed dating.
Do they do that on this side of the pond too?
Yeah. You know you don't need to laugh when I'm not funny. It's fine. You just.
Oh wait, now he's doing tricks.
What does that mean? Oh, that's a magic trick.
Feel disconnected finger trick.
I thought you
does it every time.
I thought that's supposed to be your old unmarried uncle who does that, right? You know.
Go on, Philippe. Rub your stomach and pat your head. My goodness.
Well, it's really hard to do all that stuff when you're bluffing. So, I don't see how Strassman's going to call now.
It's got to rank up there with the most strange thing you've seen.
It definitely does. I mean, you know, especially for something that's not just disgusting, you know.
It worked, I think. He's going to throw these away.
I think it will work. I mean, it would be hard for it not to work. Strassman would have a hard time calling with an ace right now.
You show bluff, you're the man, but I know you don't have it. Show bluff.
They all want him to show it.
Show it. Show it. Show bluff. Show it. No. Show on. Come on, show it.
Show on.
No. Then I made a good spot.
Yeah.
Yeah, really.
You're a chancer, Philippe, but it's worked here at the EPT in London.
Then I made a good foot. If you don't show.
Welcome back to Malta and the PokerStars.com European Poker Tour. It's the final table of the first big event at this festival, the 25K High Roller. 6 players started the day. We are down to 5, and we will continue to play cards up here on PokerStars TV until we are down to a winner, the champion of this big buy-in event. These are the players. I'm James Hartigan. He's Matt Broughton.
Hello, everybody. What about that guy with his thumb? I mean, how did he do that? Unbelievable. Good to be back. Hope you're enjoying it. Stick around.
So David Yan started this final table as chip leader. He still has the chip lead with a 56 big blind stack. Max Silver, his roommate here in Malta, bringing up the rear with 21 bigs as we kick off level 20. Blinds now 8,000, 16,000 with a 2,000 ante. And David Yan is going full Rambo.
I mean, I wasn't entirely sure what was going on before, but I thought, don't comment on the scarf. But now he's making a feature of it, so I feel like we have to.
In case you're wondering about the scarf, which he has borrowed from Olashemian, apparently it's to keep his hair out of his eyes.
But how long is his hair? It's not really that long. Or get a haircut.
So under the gun here is Raman Hajayev, who is an amateur player. He's a businessman from Azerbaijan, former tennis pro, but plays a lot of big buy-in events and started off here in Malta by coming 5th in the 10K No Limit Hold'em tournament. He's open to 36,000 with Queen Jack of Spades. Mikita Budjakovsky has 3s in the small blind. And he lets them go, but Alexei Koroshenin, the EPT 10 Vienna main event winner, is going to call, defends his big blind, and we go heads up to the flop, and that flop is 10-9-4. 2 spades. This flop is all Hajayev. Open-ended and a flush draw. What's not to like?
But you're indoors when it's really sunny outdoors?
And again, we should highlight the fact that the weather here in Malta is very, very lovely.
It's very lovely. I've lost my internet connection. I'm not going to be honest. It's not a great start. The laptop has not done a full 16-hour reboot. But I can't. If anyone's saying hello to me, I'm not being rude. I've suddenly lost you. I'm going wireless, James. I've gone wireless. Do you see that? Just a little insight into the technology behind
What,
the
you
production.
can now get internet without actually having a cable plugged into your computer?
Yes. Yes.
Whoa, that's amazing. When did that happen?
I saw it on Tomorrow's World, and I thought, why not give it a go?
Incredible. There'll be internet on phones next.
Oh, easy.
So here are the payouts for the top 5. Everyone's locked up at least 127 grand, with close to $500,000 for the eventual winner, plus the 25K High Roller Trophy. A reminder, this is day 1 of 7 for us here in Malta. More streaming to come over the next 6 days. Tomorrow we've got the final table of the IPT High Roller. That's a 2K event. And then 5 days of EPT main event coverage. Cards up for all final tables. So that means you get whole cards tomorrow and on the final day, which is next Saturday. David Yan with ace-king under the gun. The chip leader raises. Folded around to the big blind. It's Ajayev. What's he got in the big? 10-6. Yuck, he folds. So a couple of PSAs, public service announcements, just
nice.
in case you weren't familiar with
I
that.
wasn't sure. I thought that was going to be the next championship name.
Technical terminology. We have got a competition running, Matt, which is related to the launch of the PokerStars Championship. We're trying to let our viewers spin and go to the Bahamas because in November, there's going to be a 4-week promotion running on PokerStars where we are running spin and go satellites that give people the chance to win a ticket to the Bahamas for just $10. We're giving away some of those spin and go tickets. We're basically running a card match competition, and if you haven't seen it, we tweeted out the hands earlier on, hashtag EPT Live, or follow at EPT Live on Twitter. Basically, we need you to win a hand in a real money spin and go with either 6 of spades, 7 of diamonds, Jack of hearts, deuce of hearts, 10 of clubs, 9 of clubs. And if you can do that with any one of those hands, not all three, doesn't match all three, just any one out of those three, just tweet the screenshot or a boom link along with the hand ID and the hashtag EPT win. And I see a few people are already entering that competition. And as far as the free roll today is concerned, the password is now out there via Snapchat. So if you follow PokerStars Live on Snapchat, you'll be able to claim the password for today's EPT Live free roll, which starts at 9:15 Central European time.
Now, I know you love all the tech that the kids are into, so I would assume you're probably very early adopter to Snapchat, weren't you?
I'm all over that chat that snaps.
Right. Okay. Gosh, is that a picture of Joe's thing?
Luckily, you put the filter on it.
Oh, okay. I just got to refresh my cache or something.
Well, this was a race before the flop. Koroshenin has moved in ahead by pairing his 9. Top, he bets 40,000.
Splashy call. Flamboyant.
Queen on the turn. Koroshenin now a 95% favourite. He was the pre-flop aggressor. He continued flop. Let's see if he barrels turn now that Jan has checked to him a second time. No, Koroshenin checks behind. We get inconsequential 6 on the river.
I'm going to get a check here, or is Jan going to try and improve his chances? Add a bluff to the potential best hand of a pair.
Clear here. Has Jan checked?
I don't think, I think he's still yet to decide. Unless, oh, maybe we missed it. Okay, we missed it.
So Jan did check the action. Koroshenin going for value, 168,000 in the middle. He makes it 85k, gets a fold, and Koroshenin retakes the chip lead. Back up over 920,000. Jan's dropped down to 850,000. And a reminder that today, the EPT Live free roll, the password is on Snapchat. PokerStars Live is the account. It's only for today, by the way. And last time I checked, there should be an apostrophe between the Y and the S. Oh, come on.
Oh, don't even get me started. Unbelievable. Don't make me angry.
And relax. Yes, just for today. Tomorrow it'll be back on the stream.
Well, I'm glad at least to see that no one had guessed it ahead of time. Oh, mind you can't register yet. What am I talking about?
So, Bodzyakovsky with King, Queen suited here. Raises under the gun. Karashenin has folded. Ajayev is out. David Yan is in the small blind. Looks somewhat interested. He has got a pair here. Another small pair. It was 4's last hand. It's 6's this hand.
Yeah, just going to take a cheeky look at this. That was the value ding going off in Max's head. 16,000 to call this. Get involved with these boys with the speculative 6-8 off.
Sees that he's getting a good price, makes the call, and we are going 3-way to the flop. Which is King 10-7. Wojciechowski with top pair. Max with a gut shot. Not much for David Yan to get excited about.
No, especially as we can see Max has got one of his outs. Not that he will know that, but pretty sure that if you're going to play the pocket sixes pre, as soon as that ball comes down, you go bye-bye hand. Bye-bye hand. Got himself the gut shot now. Be surprised if he wants to pay any more money. But if it checks round, there's a glimmer of hope. What's he thinking about?
So Max betting his pair and his draw. 74,000.
How aggressive do you think he wants to get with his king on this board? So many rivers can just absolutely destroy your day.
And Max betting a significant percentage of his stack here. He's only got 228 behind. David Yan folds. We're going heads up to the river, which is a 10. So the board bricks out for Max. And he's got less than pot behind.
Yeah, but I mean, again, it's an all or nothing situation, isn't it? But it gives him the option to try and scare Wojciechowski out of it.
And Max announces that he is moving all in, shoving for 228,000. And now the decision with Wojciechowski. He was the pre-flop aggressor, raised under the gun, flop top pair, but did not continuation bet into two opponents. Max Silver led the turn, Wojciechowski called, and now facing an all-in on the river. And this is for more than 2/3 of Wojciechowski's chips.
All the poker geniuses on Twitch. Oh, bluff fail, easy call. Well, I'm not so sure.
It is the way, if you think about the line Max has taken here, checking flop, betting turn, there's a lot of 10s in his range. Calling out of the big blind, Very difficult to actually put him on a hand because he was getting a great price with the call from the small blind as well.
Yeah, that pre-flop spot makes it very hard to put him on any kind of specific range, doesn't it? Because, as you say, he's getting so much value. Even if he had a legit hand, he would have come along for the ride, and because of the value, likewise.
But again, we come back to the fact that because there are 2 10s on the board, the likelihood of him having a 10 is reduced. By no means is this an easy decision, especially when you consider this is not a trivial portion of Mikita's remaining stack. I need to go.
I will better watch it for free.
Sorry?
I will better watch it for free in 30 minutes.
You can pay me now.
Sorry.
It was not the snap, bro.
I know.
You have to go shove, not like, no.
I just want to make it clear.
So Max Silva now playing 30 bigs. Bodjakovsky hovering around the 20 big blind mark.
Didn't want a snap call, that's for sure. Snap shove, snap call, I'm out.
Max sets across the $3 million mark in live earnings based on his result here today. And obviously he's had a few wins in his time, but also had a lot of near misses on the EPT as well.
Yes, the day before when he folded King 10 against me.
Oh, okay. Yeah. You had a blocker.
Yeah. Not a really good one.
Diamond?
Huh?
No diamond?
No. Queen. So it's like a worst one.
So what's with the multiple chairs, James? I wouldn't be much of a journalist if I didn't ask the probing questions.
Well, this was actually a recommendation from my friend and colleague Howard Swains from the PokerStars blog, who I noticed was sitting on double seats. These particular chairs that we've been supplied here at the Portomasso Casino are quite low. And when you are a tall chap, and if you're particularly disproportionate in terms of having very long legs, you need the chair to be higher. Otherwise, your sitting position is really uncomfortable.
Right, gotcha.
Hence the elevated position.
There you are, bringing you the facts that matter. You're watching EPT Live.
So thank you to Howard for the tips on posture. In exchange, I will direct our audience to the PokerStars blog because you can follow the action on day 1A of the EPT main event. You'll see the tables behind the EPT stage. Most of those people playing day 1A of the main. More than 100 runners now. So it's looking good for the main event. Bearing in mind the vast proportion, the vast majority of people competing in that tournament will play day 1B, which is tomorrow.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks good for us.
We'll turn our attention to the main event on day 2. For the next 2 days, you can follow it on the blog. A reminder that tomorrow we're going to turn our attention to the local tour, the Italian poker tour, and bring you the final table of the IPT 2K High Roller.
So that's got a day's break, has it? That's already got down to its final table.
No, that's playing down to the final table today. They came back with 36 today. I believe after the first level they were already down to 24. So I don't think they'll have much trouble getting down to 6 tonight.
Excellent.
So let's pick up the action here. Hand 36 of the final table. Max Silva opens to 36K. And Alexei Koroshenin, 3 bets with 7-4 off from the big blind.
Max's spider sense apparently tingling. Should just very quickly make it clear that James hasn't got 2 seats side by side. They're on top of each other. He hasn't put on a lot of weight since Barcelona.
Did naively think that people knew what the word stacked meant.
Yeah, I don't. Yes, I just wanted to just clarify, just in case people, when you said about, you know, being like a kind of disproportionately built man.
So Koroshenin gets that one through and still has the chip lead at this final table with just shy of $1 million. He's playing around 62, 63 big blinds at the moment.
Nice bluff.
Machine?
The one, the last
jack
one,
to hand?
No, the last one before break. I mean,
Oh.
it was only a very slight bluff. But
Oh, the 8 high against 6s?
6 high, yeah.
6 would be good river in that hand.
Max Silver with queens. Just a reminder of how things work when we're cards up. We're on a 30-minute delay, which is to say we are commentating live, which is how we're able to interact with you guys on Twitter and on Twitch. But the pictures we're seeing are from 30 minutes ago. But then the players get the hand reports 30 minutes later and then discuss them amongst each other.
And just to prove real life, hello, James.
Hello, Matt.
What did you have for breakfast?
An omelette.
See, because we couldn't have a conversation that spontaneous.
Eh?
If I'm just proving that it's live. I don't know what your problem is. See, if James had thought about it, he could have done it where he could have answered completely different questions, as if it had been a pre-recorded.
Yeah.
It's a meta thing.
Well, this flop is all Max Silver because he's got the overpair, he's got the flush draw, nothing that Hajayev should get excited about. And if Max continues here, I imagine we will see a fold from the big blind.
And I would imagine handover. Or is it? Thing is, it's funny, even though I've only been sat here for a little while, it does feel like Max is running this table, and you think at some point someone's going to make perhaps a misstep in misreading what he's doing. And think, right, I'm going to have to play back at this guy, otherwise he's going to take over. Only third in chips, but... sorry, no, not even that. Fourth in chips, but enjoying a lot of the play. Hajayev lets it go.
Some charming emptying of nasal passages in the background.
Sorry. Could I just get a still water, please? Thank you.
Max still hovering around the 30 big blind mark. Mikita Bodjakovsky still the low man at the table with a sub-20 big blind stack. Still 40 minutes left at this level. We will, by the way, at the end of level 20, roll straight into level 21, which will be 10-20 with a 3K ante.
Say in like 20 minutes. We had 20 minutes break, so it's, yeah.
They have break as well.
Yeah.
For the same amount.
Action's been folded round to the blinds. Raman Hajayev in the small with 8-6. We mentioned earlier on that he is being railed by one of his fellow countrymen, Ilkin Amarov. Third place finisher at EPT 12 Prague. So call, a check from David Yan, who has his opponent dominated, but it was Domination Nation. It's now Domination Rotation as Hajayev pairs his 8. Action goes check, check. Queen on the turn. Once again, check, check on the turn. 4 on the river.
8.
8 is gonna be good.
So the next hand is going to be hand number 40 of the final table.
Can I have, excuse me, can I have still water, please?
Thank you.
I would say Remen Hajayev, a very charming chap. Spoke at great length before the start of play today about his career as a tennis player. Left Azerbaijan to go to Spain to train professionally. Represented his country in the Davis Cup. And now gets his thrills from playing poker, which he says is his passion. And for him, he loves the competition.
Good lad.
I believe he is the only non-pro at this final table.
Any idea how we're looking for qualify? I don't want to jump ahead to the main event too early, but what's the score on qualifiers? Have we got a good healthy mixture of those guys in the field?
I don't know.
Fine. I thought I'd ask because I know you pick up these snippets. That'll be one for a couple of days. I'm just excited. I just want to know about everything already.
One tournament at a time, Matthew.
Oh, sorry, James. Sorry. And what about the Bahamas?
Oh, he didn't fall for it. He didn't fall into the trap.
I did wince when I heard Joe accidentally drop the tournament that must not be named.
Well, actually, I'm pretty excited because with 4 weeks of spin and go sats running for the Bahamas, hopefully we should get a decent selection of qualifiers, just like we had in Monte Carlo last year, or last season, rather. So let's be clear here. Koroshenin has raised with the King 10, and Hajayev with Queen Jack 3 bets, re-raising to 88K.
In fact, all the blockers are out there. No one can make a hand because everyone has all of the cards they all need.
Oh, blimey. King Queen suited for David Yan in the small blind. Well, this looks like a re-raise from David Yan, and I'm going to say this is the first cold 4-bet we've seen at this final table. The 4-bet alert has been sounded as Yan makes it 185,000.
I mean, you've got to be consistent. Is it hyphenated or not? I mean, that's all I'm going to say. I'm just going to leave it there.
Was there 8 on the board?
I would argue this is a trivial fold with King 10 offsuit. But if there's one thing we know about Alexei Koroshenin from his performance in Vienna 2 years ago, he doesn't do things quickly.
I think it was 8 clubs, in my opinion. I think it was 8 clubs. I had 1-8. Might have been different too.
I had clubs. King clubs. King queen.
People suggesting we might need to get ready on the sick bluff alert button. I think it would just be a very low reward move. No.
Oh, hang on, look at this. I thought we'd see a fold from Hajayev as well, but he's actually counting out at least a call.
And I like his body language. It was almost like he sat very still, and as soon as Alexei got out of the way, it was like, right, okay, here come my chips. As if he had a plan.
He may think better of this. I mean, he does have the button. He would have the advantage of position. What he doesn't know, of course, is that he is dominated here.
Refresh.
I'm not sure if he's trying to get a read or is just thinking, you look ridiculous with that scarf sticking out the side of your hoodie.
I think he's actually brought his cat with him and he's got it stuffed up there, but he knows the casino frowns upon pet day.
So the 4-bet gets through. And Spear asks, is it okay to refer to it as the tournament formerly known as the PCA? Spear, that is absolutely acceptable, and that is the message that we're trying to get across.
Yeah, in fact, that works on two different levels because you're not breaking the rule, but you are actually educating at the same time.
As we've discussed on the EPT Not Live podcast over the last few weeks, a lot of people don't know or have forgotten that we are rebranding the EPT. It's relaunching in the new year as a global tour, the PokerStars Championship, the first leg of which takes place at Bahamas.
Saying like you and me and David, we would kind of think it's funny, right? But someone like Dan Coleman or Steve Dwyer would be angry, you know. I think Alex would be angry as well, right? Yeah. Yeah, he'll be angry.
When's the New Jersey Festival?
That's straight after Malta.
So in fact, so the new branding to a degree kind of lands a bit at the end of this year.
It does.
Kind of weird, yeah.
And then obviously we end the EPT in Prague. PokerStars Championship kicks off in the Bahamas in January with a series of tournaments at the Atlantis Resort on Paradise Island that was formerly known as the PCA. The key message being that if you want to be there, there are still a variety of satellites on PokerStars, including those spin and go qualifiers starting in November. Just search Bahamas in the lobby, because unfortunately if you search PCA, it doesn't exist anymore.
It's a bit like when marathons became Snickers. A lot of people kind of confused for a very short period of time, and then you realize it's exactly the same mixture of nuts and caramel. It's just got a different name on the label.
Opal Fruits became Starburst.
Exactly. We all
Jif
survived.
became Sif.
Bounty became Plenty. There's plenty of brands out there is what I'm saying, and I think we all know that ultimately the world didn't end, and we all managed to get our heads around it. So let's just give it a couple of months and see if we can soak it up.
Well, it's all kicking off here. Zayev has opened again with Queen Jack. Jan calls on the button with King 10 suited. Silver calls with threes, and Bodjakovsky calls with Ace-7. 4 players going to the flop. 10-10-6. Trips for Jan.
Yeah, and disappointingly for the Car Crash fans, just not really enough for anybody else. No one's got a high enough diamond to care about the back door.
The action check to him, David Jan bets. Silva and Bodzakovsky fold, as does Hajayev.
Were you randomizing there?
I mentioned a few times that David Jan and Max Silva are very good friends. They've known each other for a number of years, and here in Malta they are sharing an apartment.
Ah, how very awkward when one of them knocks the other one out. Par for the course in this business.
Now, Matt, when it comes to social media channels, I will defer to your knowledge.
Okay.
William Desmarais asks, can you tell me, is Snapchat available on desktop? Or is it only a mobile app?
I don't know. Yeah, somebody earlier on had said about, oh, you know, I can't get Snapchat on a Z1. I have no idea what that is. I assumed it's some kind of car. But I would imagine it's a bit like Twitter. There's an app for it. It's a bit like Facebook. There's an app for it. But I'd be surprised if you can't just fire up your laptop and go find Snapchat anyway. I must admit, I actually can't find... I don't want to blow internal communications, but I can't find us on Snapchat yet. I've not seen us putting out the password. It's not appeared in my recent updates. But we got ages. Word on the street, kids, it's only a download app.
Huh. So those are the stacks and how they've changed from the start of play. Jan and Koroshenin on an upswing, as is Hajayev. Silva pretty much on par, and Bodjakovsky, the biggest loser of the day so far, other than Oleshemin, of course, who was the 6th place finisher.
Rude. What you mean is he was the least winner.
The least successful. Max raising from the cutoff with King 10.
Just ramming to get through now. Jack 7. Yuck. I mean, you got to defend wide in this game, but there's wide and there's wide. Does indeed defend. Hello, Xavi. Xavi said hello, James.
Hello.
That's the equivalent of a shout-out from Hartigan, just getting a very low-key, mumbled hello.
See, there you go. That's why you defend with Jack 7, Matt. You can flop top pair.
Do you know what? That's why I'll always be on this side of the screen. I would have folded that. I would have been calling for cocktails and just moving on.
Of course, Max Silver has a gut shot, plus his king's alive. Max continues this flop. Bets into a pot of 90,000. Roughly half that amount, 44,000.
Will you please keep your chips in the front where I can see them?
That's all.
That's all, thank you.
And Ajayev calls with the best hand. Even better now.
I feel so foolish. Never, ever going to question Jack 7 again. I thought Jack 9 was a bit speculative, but now I can see Jack 7 is the premium. Does not walk into said trap. A rather harmless looking 4 of hearts on the river.
Value time?
Yeah. Must be horrible when you've really taken quite a long while to make the decision of exactly how much to bet for value, to mostly just see Max chuck his cards away quite quickly, and there they are. They're gone. A lot of people out there panicking because they have work phones and aren't allowed to download apps. See, this is where you can really challenge your friendship with the guy in the IT department. I mean, I've seen James trying to update a very simple program on his work laptop. There's at least 16 people need to be around from the IT department to sign it off, to download it, to
Do you know
get
what?
through all the
I
firewalls.
really wish this was a gag. I really wish this was an exaggeration of reality, but
Oh, you haven't. Sorry.
you've just described my life.
Kerching.
Oh, hello, Aces. So I think everyone bar David Yan has folded here. And Max's roommate is going to defend his big blind with Jack 9. Yan starts the hand with more than $1 million. Max with around 300K. Ace is still good. Yan with a couple of backdoors, but just 7% equity. Max continuing for 32,000.
Job done. It's funny, I keep looking at the leaderboard expecting to see that Max has jumped up somewhat since the last time I looked over, but even though he's involved in a considerable amount of the action, hasn't really got himself up into a comfortable chunk of chips.
Or scared.
And for the most part, this level, Max has been winning the small ones and losing the big ones.
Yeah, next hand. Zero big blind.
And that's not good. I remember reading a book once. That's not the way to win.
I will just fold it.
Yeah, of course.
Even ace is not worth it.
Alexei Koroshenin has ace-king. I thought he was going to fold it for a second. I'd say that folding ace-king five-handed is a little tight.
Bit tight. I mean, you know, 50% of the time keep them. Sometimes let them go.
He's just putting his cards in the box for the scanner. And he raises to 35,000. It's round to David Yan in the small blind, and Yan's got nines.
Did they show the hand? Did they show the hand again?
Not yet.
Well, these are the two biggest stacks. Yan with 1 million, Koroshenin with 900K. Yan not 3-betting, calls with his pair.
Yeah, bit of caution here between the two big stacks. Wowee, hello.
Top set for David Yan. Flush draw for Koroshenin. Plus he might think his 2 overs are still live.
All in, it was a bluff. Yeah.
Action goes check, check. Yan has his opponent drawing dead. He's improved to a full house.
Just king. King, queen. Nice bluff. Yeah.
I mean, I don't want to call for the ace of spades, but I kind of do as well.
Yeah. That sucks when you snap call, but you don't. I feel pretty good.
Yan going for value. There was no c-bet from Koroshenin, so Yan takes over the betting lead on the turn. He leads for 43,000 into a pot of 96,000.
This one is good.
You can't always have it. You can't always
Yeah,
have it.
Koroshenin could misinterpret this, you know, a percentage of the time as just having a stab because there was no interest after the flop.
Well, I hope for his sake it's a brick on the river.
Ace of spades, ace of... Come on. Give me the Lemmy.
Queen of hearts.
Boo.
Matt, you were asking earlier on about the IPT High Roller that we're going to be streaming tomorrow. They're now down to 16 players, last 2 tables. They'll finish play tonight when they're down to 6, and they'll play down to a champion tomorrow. Cards up here on EPT Live.
Sweet. Why was I not surprised when you told me that he'd borrowed that scarf from Ollie Shemian?
Because it's the kind of wacky thing that Shemian likes to wear.
He's so crazy from a fashion point of view.
Now, is this where Koroshenin starts thinking I can hero here with ace high and look like a genius?
I don't think so. I don't think with the queen down, I just... I mean, this is genuine. I just don't know how you get your head around it from a point of looking at all the busted hands that could just be betting at the end out of desperation to win, and how you identify that apart from the actual made hands. I was about to say Koroshenin spends more time just staring into space than staring at his opponent, but actually, as the thought went through my head, he did flick up to try and take in any information that Jan's face might give him.
Check, it went check. Okay.
this thing here was balanced, I was going to do that either way. Like every time I'm all in.
Oh, okay, so it's not, it doesn't mean you're bluffing there.
Well,
If you
I
go,
don't know.
if you go snapshot.
You can think what you want. I was planning to do it either way.
More than 2 minutes on this decision.
It would really be something. I mean, it'd be dreadful time. It'd really be something if he suddenly came back over the top of this. But it is hard at this point to wonder what he is processing that's taken 2.5 minutes. I'd love it if he checked. He just went, no, I'm sorry, sir. You can't do that in this situation. There's been a horrible misunderstanding. It's always interesting. We love to welcome new viewers, especially the guys that are coming to us on Twitch, who are mostly only used to watching people stream online poker, and they get to this situation going, what's happening? What? I don't understand. Why are they sitting there for 3 minutes? Think long, think wrong, says Albino.
Koroshenin lets it go. And Jan consolidates his chip lead, up over 1.1 million. 70 big blinds now for David Jan. Koroshenin now hovering around the 50 big blind mark. Then he got Hajayev on 40 bigs, Max Silva on around 24 bigs, and Nikita Bodjakovsky on 15 big blinds. 14 minutes on the level. And then we go to the 10-20 level. Another new viewer, this time on Twitter. Ishak says, watching my first EPT Live today. Welcome, sir. Hope you'll be with us for the duration of this festival. 6 more days after this one. And by no means is today's coverage over yet. We've still got 5 players from the 6 who started the day. We'll show you every single hand live with cards up until we crown a champion in this 25K high roller.
Yeah, I wonder just how many levels we can really realistically get through with all 5 players still live. A real spread of blinds, everything from 14 and 23 up to 54 and 69.
Well, just to put things in perspective, and I know that the pace hasn't exactly been lightning fast, they have only played 45 hands so far.
I know who I blame.
Hajayev has opened to 36,000 here with Ace-King. Bodjakovsky deciding what to do with 8-7 in the big blind.
Yeah, I'll take that flop. That's fine for the Ace-King. Yeah, thanks.
We await the continuation bet from Raman Hajayev, which I imagine will be quickly followed by a fold from Mikita. On to the next hand. And on to a new era of live poker very soon. The last EPT in Prague, and then it's all about the PokerStars Championship from January 2017.
Kings for
a good feeling.
So a reminder that it all starts in the Bahamas with the first ever PokerStars Championship at the Atlantis Resort, 6th to the 14th of January. Satellites are running right now. You can qualify by searching for Bahamas in the PokerStars tournament lobby, or if you want to wait a few days, we get to November and Spin and Go qualifiers start running. You could win your seat in the Bahamas in January for just $10.
Yes, I think that's the best thing ever.
They do a pretty good job.
I tell people that don't even play poker about that promotion because I think that's how good it is.
Xavi says, I don't like the new format. Long live the current EPT. Xavi, you don't know what the new format is yet because you haven't seen it. And also, it's the EPT under a different name.
Again, it's like saying I hate Snickers. I much preferred Marathon. It's the same thing.
When we have your favourite festival, Xavi, in Barcelona in August, it will be exactly the same as it was this year, only the branding will say PokerStars Championship rather than EPT. It'll be the same variety of tournaments, most of the same players.
Just exactly the same. There's literally just one JPEG that we have to change over, and that's it.
The key change is that we take it global and we bring the EPT experience to different countries and different continents.
Like the Bahamas.
So let's pick up the action here. Just as we see a bet from Koroshenin that gets a fold from Ajayev.
See, again,
blind on blind, unraised pre-flop.
Sorry, James. Again, see, Jake's saying, well, I will miss the EPT events. No, you really won't. You kind of, I mean, I know you will in name, but no, you won't. We'll still be here.
To be fair to Jake, though, his poker needs to keep evolving, and it's good to see that we're looking forward. But just to be clear, yes, the name, the brand, the heritage, the legacy of the EPT does to a certain degree disappear. And I'm as sad about that as anyone. But it's moving on to bigger and better things, and we're not losing all of those elements that make it, in my opinion, the best and certainly the richest poker tour on the planet.
And also, to a degree, if you look back at the last 13 seasons, you think about how many times we've been, venues and events have come into the schedule, and they might have been a one-off, they might have been around for a few seasons, then dropped off. We've focused on one country, we've moved to a different venue. It's kind of par for the course. It's the way that the PokerStars have done this for some time. It's just now the gloves are off, because without that European moniker,
Nice to play like that.
tying things down, Joey gets to set sail and travel the world, just like he's always dreamed of. His air miles are going to go through the roof.
Now we know Max Silver goes snapshot.
Serene says, I guess you guys aren't coming to Aussie Millions in January. Sadly,
32.
PokerStars no longer associated with the Aussie Millions, Serene, so no, we won't be there.
Where are we on the renaming of everything? I mean, I know it's kind of quite a broad question to put you on the spot with. But
the only outstanding issue, as you know, Matt, as a regular listener, is the podcast. And we did have many, many suggestions from the audience, some of which are being discussed at the moment. I'd like to think that in the next month, we'll have made a final decision.
Well, I'd like to think that I'm 6'8" and girls like me, but that's not going to happen, James.
Yes, I was qualifying it with that classic get-out clause. So here we see Bodjakovsky flop second pair, top kicker. Not much for David Yan. Action goes check, check. Deuce of diamonds on the turn. A reminder, by the way, that if you do want to try and win some spin and go tickets, you would like to try and qualify for the Bahamas. We've got that competition running. We've just retweeted the details. If you follow at EPT Live or follow the hashtag EPT Live timeline, you'll see it.
Don't forget, hashtag EPT win to actually make your entries. Check, check.
And another deuce on the river.
Meh. This didn't go quite as excitingly as I thought it might have done.
Jan bets 45,000 on the river and gets a call from Mikita, who wins this pot.
I've got a good feeling about this question for you, James. Schick says, how do you do things like Astraeus and UK IPT championships then?
Because all the local tours become PokerStars festivals.
Boom. See, just set you up to knock it out of the park.
That one's easier.
So Mikita still the low man at the table with 20 bigs, although he's not that far behind Max Silva. And those live tournament earnings, by the way, do not take into account his second place finish at that 100K event at the One Drop last week. The information has not been added to the Hender mob yet.
Wow.
I mean, whatever. It wasn't super big, but.
Or is that aces, right?
Which hand?
You call for?
Oh, this hand. I thought you were talking about the other hand.
You've almost played 50 hands at this final table. 5 minutes left on the level. Blinds going up soon.
364. I think.
And this could be a blind on blind confrontation.
Classic.
Just trying to ascertain if David Yan has just called or raised. Looks like a raise. Sure enough, 42,000, which Max Silva called 8-5.
The best hand, man.
So two rubbishy hands going to the flop.
Yeah, I like these hands. I'm always interested to see how the best players in the world play the worst hands in the world against flops that just always fly by. Is it just as simple as he who bets wins, Rodney? Yan does have...
You got it, bro. This is not even close.
All of the momentum.
A bet and a fold. We mentioned earlier on that the IPT Malta main event was down to a final table today, and it is still heads up. And according to our friends at the PokerStars blog, Ismail Boyang has a big lead against his opponent.
Pretty tough, man.
Live updates, PokerStarsblog.com.
He thought more than 30 seconds. That's for sure.
I mean, it kind of was you know that I know that you know situation.
Spear makes a good point. If we expanded the EPT to places like Macau, Panama, I mean, we know that the Bahamas has been a bit of a weird fit for the last few years. People would complain because European Poker Tour would be an inaccurate name. So in order to be global, you kind of have to change the name.
Yeah. I guess it's always funny where brand names are very successful and very well known, is that after a while they kind of stop being thought about. The words no longer mean anything. If you talk about an EPT, people just know what you mean. They don't necessarily pull it apart. It's like Radiohead. It's a really silly name for a band, but once you get used to it, you stop thinking about it. You just know what it means when you hear it said. But I think it's one of those situations where you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't. And speaking of damned if you do, Mr. Max Silva is all in with his ace-10.
Quick folds from everyone else.
Good cards.
We have actually been 5-handed now for 2 hours.
Wow.
It's 120 minutes since Olashemian departed
Would that
in
be like
6th
a bluff
place.
if in like half an hour you just see like 7 new stuff to do? So that'd be, I'd be an idiot, I guess. Probably a bit of both. Boss idiot.
So this next hand will probably be the last hand of the level.
It will be great for a show.
No break, we'll roll straight into level 21.
We'll start to follow you.
I'll be the next William Kasuf. Do you know this guy? Do you watch the World Series main event coverage? Or no, okay. This English guy is doing a lot of talking during the coverage.
Yeah, Max had a top 30 finish in the World Series main event this year, and I think is slightly knocked at the fact that he got very little screen time, probably at the expense of William Kasuf, who understandably the TV producers loved because he creates controversy.
Exactly. Do you want poker or do you want drama? The eternal plight of the producer.
Sylvia is a tad confused. In fact, she says, hashtag, I'm easily confused. Can you tell me when the London leg is? It says on the website it's in January, but that's the Bahamas. Sylvia, you're confusing your championships and your festivals. There is a PokerStars championship event in the Bahamas, and there is a PokerStars festival in London.
What?
Shayev improving to
Yeah,
top
I know.
pair
That's
on
why I
the
meant
turn.
sizing was whatever.
Bets gets a fold. And now we roll into the next level of this tournament. This 5-handed final table, and the 25K high roller blinds a 10,000, 20,000 with a 3,000 ante.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Whatever, it didn't really matter anyway. Hello.
Xavi doesn't like the new name. Honestly, guys, bear with us. Trust us.
Hold the fair.
Saying that he doesn't like the fact there'll be lots of overseas stops, making it difficult to follow them because the time zone changed. Don't forget, if you like Barcelona, you're laughing. If you've enjoyed watching Monte Carlo, you're laughing. Just a couple of changes. Bear with us. It might be the best thing ever. We might be having this conversation, Xavi, next year, and you'll go, do you know what? I was so wrong. This is the best thing that's ever happened to me. And my life is much more full and meaningful for the changes you've made, Matt. Thanks ever so much. You might not, but you might. Folding around. Head Slarch says, I like the new name. See, swings and roundabouts. I like cheese, but I'm not keen on tomatoes. Doesn't mean my life's over. Not the best metaphor I've ever come up with, but you know, I was pushed for time. A raise from Jan, under the gun, Jack 10 off. And the blinds are both going to come along for the value. Nice. No diamonds out there, sadly, to keep anybody particularly thrilled about Turnham River. And David Yan going to continue having been pre-flop aggressor. 70,000 with his bottom pair and straight draw. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. As we welcome back to Malta, Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies. You know, David Yan once led me to the summit of Mount Everest.
Really?
Yeah. He is a part-time Sherpa. And he's very good at it.
I wish I'd known that earlier on because I've been wondering, and now everything
What's those
kind
stairs at the bottom of the hill was really more
right. Yeah.
what I was talking about.
Yeah.
No respect.
Matt, so I was working on something instead of taking like a full-on break, and I just want to show you some things. Do not say what they are, but I was working on something for EPT, not live. I just want you to take a look at them. Oh, these are it's VE Day. That didn't say for some reason. Got some bird watching here. Don't forget James participating in.
Yeah, I thought
this.
that one myself.
Who would have thought James wouldn't?
Man, they're very good. They're very good.
I'm a bad photoshopper, but
this is quality. This is
some
quality.
fun stuff for EPT Not Live coming up. EPT Not Live at EPT Live.
Yeah, don't forget, boys and girls, as always, here at this stop, another episode of EPT. EPT Not Live at EPT Live, going to be recorded here on Wednesday, I think. And then hopefully we get to show those on our final days of broadcast here.
I worked so hard on this roller coaster one, and it didn't save.
And the other thing to think about is that there's additional content that you will only ever get to see here when we show you the different parts of EPT Not Live at EPT Live, because a lot of it obviously doesn't translate. When we do these rare at the event in vision versions of the podcast, bit of visual content that doesn't make it through to the audio version that then gets cut. So do try and tune in.
Watch it.
Watch it, because that's it. There's been some choice visual action in the last couple of years, and it's just gone into the ether, never to be seen again.
I don't really like the changes to the choice visual action.
Really?
That you're proposing?
Really? You think it's going to spoil it for you?
I don't like that there would be a different name to the show.
You're not excited by the opportunities that afford?
We fear change.
Okay. How much do you play now?
Well, pretty much every day.
Like 7?
As often as I can.
Four stacks of blue, right?
700.
This is shaping up to be a domination situation.
Here there be fireworks. Give him a pocket pet. Ah, see what we really need. These are the situations where you want
You're
the guy.
a sick B-word.
Yeah, I just like it. There's always this situation where you get the big premium, hands, and then there's somebody with pocket threes. You go, just come along, just come from the ride.
Oh, I thought you were hoping for like queens.
No. It just feels like a hand isn't complete unless you go to the flop three-way and there's one guy with a pocket two.
These guys are all too good, though. What I like to see is there's a guy who's got, like, pocket fours and then just comes along like the three-way all-in, where it's like ace-king, jacks, ace-queen, fours.
Dong is saying ace-queen always wins here.
Dong.
I don't know if maths is going to support you on that. I think it certainly, throughout history, has occasionally beat the dominating ace-king, but I don't know if you could say always. However, do you know, I'm just immediately immediately ready for some horrible, horrible things to happen to people.
Dong, da dong, dong, dong.
It's a beautiful scenario. Everyone's blocking each other. Everyone thinks they've got great draws here, but haven't connected. We've got the diamonds also in action, so the back door hugely important to both these players. But you are both delighted at the potential, but also petrified of the potential.
Yeah.
Well, the queen indeed, feeling good about life right now, jumps to a 93% favorite.
My queen.
Koroshena now. Also, a little cheeky check from David Yan here. Opening up the door.
Now, it's not over yet. That doesn't help.
Bing bong hello, says always the nuts. I like that. That's a good way of describing these kind of situations.
You think it's bing bong hello, or is it bing bong hello?
I've got to pick up in a minute. I've been hugely insulted. The only problem is someone's made a mistake as to who I am. So that somebody's accidentally insulted a completely different person going, I hate you.
So now 2 people are insulted?
Yeah. I was all ready to be hugely insulted, and then I realized he didn't know who I am.
You do owe an apology to Dong, however.
I do. Again, as this week progresses, as we bring you all of our coverage, we'll see if Ace Queen does indeed always win. I just think it's a bit of a grand...
He means always wins in this one situation.
Well, and even that, I'm not sure I'm going to...
I'm going to send him a basket of apology kittens on your behalf.
Oh, thank you, man. When? When are you going to do that?
Now.
Now? Oh, it doesn't sound like you are.
That basket of apology kittens.
You did remember to like put air holes in.
I really didn't. I'm going to own this one.
Right. Yeah, it's. Oh, there, God. Do you know what? I really didn't know if they'd made it on the boat over to Malta. Sorry, Dom.
Always pack a spare.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Weed says. Let me just wait for the cats to just pass through. Says.
What, chat off? What do you
This
mean?
caster with Stapes, here's the reason I stopped watching PokerStars video on demand of Sunday Millions. Yeah, that's Nick, that's Nick Wellthall.
Not Matt.
Horrible, ignorant commentary with an arrogant English accent. Well, one, I don't agree with any of the things you're saying, but two, it doesn't matter because it wasn't me. So I'll pass on your kind wishes to...
so good story,
sir.
Good day, sir.
Yeah, good day to you, sir. Good day to you.
Good day.
So meanwhile, Alexei picked up that last hand. 916,000 for him now. Chasing on the tail of David Yan's just over $1 million stack.
All in.
All in, not for the first time. It's got to be a good half a dozen times we've seen Max Silver get his chips in the middle here. This time a King 3 suited.
Maximum silver, maximum bet.
It's just, he just can't seem to get himself anywhere. Ever since I sat down, he's been second from bottom in chips. And it's like playing well, picking good spots, but just can't pick up any of the big pots that get him up safer into the leaderboard.
Do people in the chat keep saying he looks like Edward Snowden? Is that the thing?
I don't know. I don't. Yeah, I get it. I get it. I did get the comment.
See how you react, and then not put my chips in.
It wouldn't be my immediate thought.
Don't worry.
Meanwhile, bit of love for Smout saying, thank you guys for providing me with some entertainment while I'm in bed with a stomach upset. Well, I'm sorry to hear that. Have a look at some scaffolding.
Everyone, man.
You
big hands today.
are welcome.
Lots of big hands.
Just in case you're just tuning in, remind you this is our 25K high roller final table. 5 players remain. We've been nearly 2 hours of play with the 5 since Ole Shemion left us. We've got 10,000, 20,000 blinds, 3K ante, 48 minutes on the clock. We've got to crown a champion today.
We'll get there.
We'll get there. We always do. I just never worry at any stage now because these tournament structures are so beautifully fine-tuned that we just always get to where we need to be about when we wanted to.
Yeah.
So the pocket fires for Hajev. Shannon with the ace-deuce suited.
Checks it. All right, was that a check? No.
I think he's just spinning his chips.
No, we're counting it as a check.
Again, people talking about why such a big delay because they're probably used to watching online poker on Twitch where you normally have like, you know, a 3 to 6 minute delay. Here we need a bigger delay just because we want to make sure that we don't interrupt the integrity of this game. We're bringing you our live commentary, but actually we're an hour behind the real world. I think I'm right. Are we an hour? Are we a full hour?
Nope, 30 minutes.
Oh, 30 minutes. Excuse me. Excuse me. Wow, the pocket fires bet 52,000, gets the call. 221,000 in the middle. Another barrel coming out of ramming here? I don't know.
You don't really want to play a massive pot with it. It's hard to get value.
For sure. Check, check, lose.
Well, not both of them.
Oh, God, no. It's like, I don't know why, there's no 0-0 like the roulette table. Sometimes you go, sometimes the dealer just gets the chips and goes, I'm sorry, guys.
I'm just going to go ahead and break these in here. I'm going to put them in the tray. These are out of play.
People are struggling with technology in this whole Snapchat business. Somebody said, please just tell me the password. My Nokia 3310 doesn't have internet.
This poor guy here says, I'm old. I can't use Snapchat. But yeah, story checks out. I don't know what to do. I think I'd get in trouble if I told you, though, Billy boy.
Snapchat. PokerStars Live. Come and taste the future. It's like banana and chocolate.
I mean, the purpose of Snapchat is willy pics.
I don't know that that's true. I know that's probably for you, that statement is true, but I don't know
can guarantee you that is why it was invented.
That I will accept. That I must say, when I first heard about it some years ago, it was like, well, the whole point is it just goes. It just, like, it comes out and you think, well, now I know what people are going to use it for. But I think, thankfully, it's developed into something else. It's now where narcissists goes to share their pointless lives with you. Would that be a fair
Yeah,
appraisal?
sure. Just another way for narcissists to share their pointless lives with you, yes.
Certainly in the top 10 ways of narcissists sharing their pointless lives with you. So let's pick this one up. It was a basic limp and check, so blind on blind. Kurashenin with his queen 6. I know I'm effectively just reading this out, even though you can see it, like a bad PowerPoint presentation. But just in case you're only listening to us, I'd like to keep you appraised of the situation. Baby bet, quick call. Gradually measuring. Kurashenin just kind of losing interest in this, but didn't pick up any diamond on the turn. Still got himself the gut shot. If he checked here and ramming bet.
Now, even though Hadjayev has proven himself to be a pretty cool dude, I don't know if you remember Matt.
I do. James reminded me, and I immediately realized why I kind of recognized him.
Yeah.
Which happens to me a lot here, because you see a lot of players and you think he means
for
something.
some reason.
Yeah.
So he's proven himself to be like a pretty cool dude. I still like to picture him of like parking his car outside, like doing one of those like spinning like and like pulling up and then getting out and then throwing his keys to the valet and then stealing those sunglasses from a 10-year-old as he walked into the building. But like in a nice way.
Yeah. Yeah. It's an evocative picture you paint. Radovan on hashtag EPT Live, going to be disappointed. Just arrived home to watch EPT Live. Did I miss any how much, guys? Or some young, Polish, fearless Harry Potter like? No. I mean, we've got some lovely people here, but there's no kind of strange characters.
You're not really going to have a breakout star very often in a high roller. These are established guys. These are guys that have been there before.
Yeah.
Regs.
Yeah, Al? How much? Or, you know, the heavy breathing, the annoying everyone. There's none of that going on. Just kind of solid but slightly slow poker, but we're getting there.
These are the thinkers. These are the dreamers of dreams. Nice hand. 8 high. Woo!
He who bets wins, Rodney.
I'll return these sunglasses when I'm done, kid.
Let's take a look at how our remaining 5 players are stacked up here on our final table.
Fine.
So Ollie has already left us 98,740 euros for his trouble. Shortest stack is Makita with 12. David, top of the table, 52 big blinds. So, yeah, it's 244,000, the shortest stack. Just over $1 million, top of our table.
I feel like Makita is like approaching an area or like a perilous area.
I don't
like a chip size that sort of has him approaching like maybe a zone.
Right.
Where he...
Yeah. Oh, if only there was a word. You know, where he's like, there's in peril.
Yes.
Like, kind of like peligro.
Yes.
Yeah,
like
you know,
at risk.
You know what? We could simply say that he's like kind of in the danger zone.
Danger zone!
Once again, Mr. Maximum Silver. All in with the pocket fours. This time he's had a wide variety of different all-in hands.
Isn't it weird how sometimes the word fold can sound like call, even though they're completely different
Do you know what?
words?
I totally thought. I'm thinking, oh my God, it's been called by Ramit. No, I certainly thought I heard call.
Happens all. Did you say
Yeah,
call
I
or
know it
fold?
sounds,
Yeah, it's weird how
Call,
like, those
fold.
words like seem very different, right? You think, and they always sound the same.
I think it's the L.
Different like accents, like
Call, fall.
Oh, they're talking about it too.
Yeah, saying the same thing as us. Okay, that makes me feel less stupid. Not smarter, just less
You
stupid.
don't actually want to fold, so.
What?
You don't actually ever want to fold, so. It's just your subconscious playing tricks.
Okay. Chat over. Let's get this poker going, yeah?
Steve, I think you answered your own question. If they don't finish by today, then do they keep playing the whole night till a winner is declared?
You nailed it.
Yes. And that means they do finish today.
Hadjiev on the button with the pocket queens. Sometimes life's sweet, but you need two sides to an equation. You need someone to have a hand to come up against you with your premium holdings. People don't really talk about holdings anymore. I like that word. A7. We've seen all-ins with less, and indeed he's all-in and immediately winces with agony as he sees the queens, but he's not dead. Gonna need some help.
Sorry, we're boring you, Max.
Nice hand.
Well, don't say that just yet.
No, it's the time to say it, I think. So you don't have to say it. Yeah, see, now you can't say it. You just look like a dingus. Amarov, am I right? Maximum silver, maximum double up.
Or...
Yeah. Just on the floor.
No, you're right.
Just an extra needle.
Isn't it horrible that you have to look so unhappy when in fact you've not done anything wrong and you actually weren't in control of any of the things that happened, but you have to wear a face that says, well, this is just disgusting.
I think this is one of those things that you and I disagree on. I actually say sorry to people when I hit the ace. I go, sorry.
I don't have a problem with acknowledging it, but I think sorry is pointless because you can be unhappy about an outcome. It's like if you saw two people have a car crash.
Yeah.
And you were nothing to do with it. You couldn't walk up and say, I'm really sorry. You might say, that sucks, or I hate to see that, or that is very unfortunate. But to say sorry implies that it's not that you weren't involved in it, but it's like he wouldn't go all in with the A7, and like the cars don't just happen to come down. So what are you apologizing for? What is it that you did wrong that you're saying sorry for?
I'm not apologizing. I'm saying I'm sorry that happened. The same way I would say it to two people.
You wanted to get knocked out?
No, I just didn't want it to happen like that.
Well, so you wanted to be knocked out?
So, but when you apologize, see, I would also apologize. I would also say I'm sorry to the two people in the car crash because I'm sorry that happened to you.
Yeah, but that's
I
different.
don't want to be the person in the car crash. Doesn't mean that. It just means I'm sorry you got unlucky.
Okay, I'll accept that. I think if you say I'm sorry you got unlucky.
Most people agree with you, by the way.
Oh, okay. I've never really thought. I don't think about it fine. It just seems a bit ingenuous. It's just like to say if you said the whole sentence, "I'm sorry you got unlucky," that I actually find isn't just saying I'm sorry, because I think the default setting of the phrase "I'm sorry" is
Yeah,
like,
I'm not apologizing.
yeah, but I think it's very hard to say to people I'm using the phrase "I'm sorry" and then the caveat is "but I'm not apologizing." You go, why are you saying anything then?
And like I said, most people agree with you.
Meanwhile, Badziakowski all in. And Max Silver just can't help getting all of his chips in the middle.
Yeah.
Well, Max Silver stands to lose the minimum silver in this all-in situation. Since
Give him an ace and a king.
Actually, you had a chance to fold.
Badziakowski is the shortest stack on the
That's
table.
why you can't be too excited, otherwise then he's going to think about it, right?
I want you to have both an ace and a king on the flop. Okay.
And green on the third.
We'll see.
We should pause the action so that Joe can run down and say I'm sorry, regardless of what happens. Oh my God.
That's fine. Agreed. That's the flop. That's the turn that's over. We agreed.
Oh, man alive.
Sorry.
Joe. Sorry to continually go all in. Look, he's devastated at how incredibly lucky and happy he is.
Well, he's got a long way to go still. Less long way to go now.
Less longish.
Shorter.
Quality commentary. Shorter now. Tiny.
Brick, ship it.
So I'm afraid Mikita Badziakowski, he dabbled in the danger zone and now he's in the exit zone.
It's my lucky day.
You're so lucky, man.
Finally, after two and a chunk
game are you playing?
hours of play, we're down to the four-handed table. We probably thought we would be at this stage. 127,400 euros.
Badziakowski.
Thank you.
Beautiful.
I'm so good at poker.
Building stacks, boom. Snapshot. It was
Now 1.1 million for Max Silver.
You didn't have it, almost never.
Hard to have it. Unless you're David, you'd always have it. Have you guys bluffed yet? I mean, David kind of bluffed, but you know, it was like a middle bluff, you know.
Chirping chips.
Yeah, he looked all unhappy when Badziakowski was at the table, like pulling all these pained faces. As soon as he was like a good 5 meters away, it's like it's all fist pumps and setting off fireworks. I would love, if I ever got to play at this kind of level, to have a very small supply of like party poppers. And just if I had the Jack 10 on the Ace King, I'd just hold it, and as soon as the Jack comes, just go pop. That's it. Just
I don't know.
a couple of streamers.
Those party poppers give me a headache.
Really?
Oh wait, I think we're talking about two different things.
Yeah. A raise here from David with the Queen 8, the pocket sevens of Koroshenin. Gonna love that to pieces, but let us not forget that meanwhile, Max Silver does have 9-10 clubs, 2 clubs down there. So gut shot and the 10 high flush draw for him.
Max Silver.
And of course, Jan also has the gut shot here, the 5.
With your stack.
Oh, he's standing up. Camera wasn't expecting that. Was not expecting him to stand up there. Just pan up his nostrils. It's just such a loaded flop.
Some more chips are going in.
Oh, yeah. $302,000 in the middle. I'm not very excited by that, Jack. I know I haven't got any cards, and therefore that's a given.
Why is it if you're up and down, you'll hit pair or like pick up a flush draw? But if you got a gut shot with a flush draw, you would have made your up and down. Like, why?
That's poker.
Like, I see 10-9, I'm like, Jack, like, yes, straight. Oh, no, wait.
Oh.
Max Silver trying to give himself as many ways as he can to win this pot. He will not be getting a fold from Alexei Koroshenin. Not now.
See, and this is where in the old days, Joe, I would have expected a raise to protect your hand, but I know that the pros are more inclined to play this in a way that I would have attributed to cash game play, where they kind of let the hand develop.
Yeah, it's an interesting check on the turn, I think. And so I think that a check raise isn't out of the question here.
Cole's saying, oh my God, what's Silver doing? But that's welcome to the world of watching really good poker players play in ways that you hadn't considered. And it's only once you absorb enough hours of it that you start to at least recognize the patterns and then start to see the profit that it brings them. And it's...
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and just repeat something that I learned a long time ago. And instead of thinking what these players are doing is wrong, think about why what they did might be right. Like, Max Silver's got his reasons for playing his hands the way he is, and he's probably right. So let's try to figure out why that would be right.
I agree. I oft quote you because I don't know who you're originally quoting, so I just pretend.
That's me. But it was based on something on Ike Haxton, because Ike Haxton was always doing these things, and I was like, well, I don't know why Ike's doing this. And I was like, but I'm sure it's right, so let's figure out why.
Yeah.
Now, when Max calls the flop, like, I don't see him, like, calling the flop with, like, a total air ball, just like a total float that he's going to fold the turn. So I'm curious as to why Alexei didn't bet twice.
All in.
And that's why, because he was check raising.
That's annoying. How much?
So British. That's annoying.
Why have you gone and done this?
You, sir, are a cad and a bully. And I, for one, am jolly vexed.
What's the thing that dude says in the video where he's, the YouTube video is like sitting with the sunglasses on and his friend hits him in the head? And he goes, oh, why have you done this?
Why would you do that?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
Total?
Toto? I don't think we're in Kansas anymore. Snakes alive. You've worked so hard to get yourself back up in chips.
See, and I don't think that Koroshenin can have too many draws here either. Yeah, because Max, you know, has that kind of locked up.
Come on.
Just never bust on a draw is what I was told as a young man.
Such good tropes.
You
Don't
know,
go broke in a limped pot. How about that one?
That was
You ever
another
heard
good
that
one. Yeah, that's a wise words.
Most of my hands
Chipping a
okay
chair.
away with that one.
Hey,
That one's a newer phrase that I
preaching to
came
the
up with
converted.
in
Yeah.
2009.
Very upset.
Good fallbacks.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I think those hands are very interesting to watch, because you just see that no one's done anything wrong. Everyone has clearly worked out their perceived value in a spot, and they're betting accordingly, and then they just have to make a big decision. Great timing. As we see Alexei Koroshenin cement top of this leaderboard. The only player now with 1 million. Max down to his second from bottom, which is kind of where he's lived to so much of the level. But now he does that with the umbrella of 41 big blinds over his head. Just Ramin Hajiev in the relative danger zone.
Danger zone.
356,000 equates to about 17 big blinds.
By the way, the quote was, "I can't believe you've done this."
Ah, that's it. You're right. That's it.
Thank you, Pepik.
Wow, mystery. Oh, I was going to say mystery cards, but mystery card. Just the Queen of Diamonds. Sometimes you're so good you only need one card. And there is the confirmation of, as suggested a minute ago, Bazyakowski with his 127,400. Ramin with 356,000, and Alexei just over the 1 million mark with 27 minutes left on this level before another break kicks in.
I like breaks.
Excuse me?
I like breaks.
Good.
That's where the food is.
No idea where this is going.
What do you think of, instead of saying sorry, if you just start singing that Justin Bieber song?
Which one?
It's too late
Baby,
to say
baby.
sorry. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da.
Oh, that one. Okay. No, I think that's probably going to be really
Is
irritating.
that worse?
Well, because singing in any guise sounds a bit like celebrating.
Yeah, that's true.
Unless it's that Johnny Cash one.
Well, I would be celebrating, but celebrating my love of Bieber.
Yeah, but that's something you do in the safety of your own room with a towel.
Pair and pair.
Yeah, as my colleague Joe quite rightly says, both of them have a pair.
That's correct.
I can confirm my correctness. A check from the top pair 10 kicker. Sneaky, perfectly inducing the bet of 53,000 for Koroshenin with his paltry 4 and king kicker. Foolish. Alex Bay says, hi, Matt and Joe. Please, can I have the password? What do you think, Joe?
Sure. I don't know what it is, though.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. Help yourself. Help yourself. Just go and get it from the
Go
same
ahead.
place as everyone else.
Go
Just
get it. Yeah, sure. Why not?
You are welcome to it.
I don't see why we would exclude just that one person, so go for it. Go get the password.
A 10 on the turn gives David Yan 2 pair now. Well and truly ahead here, but still 11% chance. Three kings, 2 fours, still out there for the taking. That is none of it.
I have to address a tweet from Greg.
Okay.
Who says, chip in a chair, great to hear that phrase, invented by Stapes in 2012, get some airtime. Now, I have to confess something.
Yeah?
I did not invent the phrase, all it takes is a chip in a chair, in 2012.
No.
I invented it in 2009.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
So, sorry, Greg, I had to call you up on that one. 2009 is when I invented that phrase, not 2012. 2009, not 2012. 2009, not 2012.
It's like James said, if you're going to be a know-it-all, be right.
You got to be right.
And a bet and a fold and a win. That is the sequence of poker.
Yan can win.
Who can? Yan can.
So the reason I say Yan can win is because there used to be this celebrity chef in the U.S. named Yan can cook was his thing. And his catchphrase was that he would cut things really thinly, like a carrot. He would cut it like a carrot into like 70 slices. And as he would do it, he'd go chop, 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 chop. So I'm really hoping at some point David Yan will just be like, hey, you guys want to talk about a chop, 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 chop. That would like really make my day, maybe my year.
Yeah, if there's a chop pot, if you'd let him distribute it around the players. You saw there's some graphics showing 2.5 million already in recorded earnings for our current chip leader, David Yan. Mind you, they're playing for a top prize of 465,800 euros. As we see a rather tasty starting hand. The ace-queen suited in clubs. Koroshenin under the gun. Now we just need someone to fight against him. And that doesn't happen. Alex is saying, I'm sorry. Where do I go to get the password? You need to come and have a look at the Snapchat account of PokerStars Live. Something else you might want to look at.
All right.
Yeah. Is why don't you spin and go yourselves to the Bahamas for the PokerStars Championship? All you got to do is play in a real money spin and go, and you just need to win yourself a hand with the 6-7 off, the Jack-Deuce suited, or the 10-9 of clubs. Get us a screenshot, or you can send us a boom link. It has to come along with the hand ID, and it must go on Twitter to the hashtag EPT win. Got to the end of today's broadcast. 5 winners going to receive a 3 $10 Bahamas spin and go tickets. Come and join us.
Come and join us.
Come and join us.
PSC.
We don't like to call
Bahamas.
it that, Joe. Just the Bahamas.
Just the Bahamas.
PokerStars Championships.
Not at all.
Not at all. Not even in the notes that we get given to read out loud every single day.
Come and join us.
It's just lazy. It's just lazy.
At the PokerStars Should I do the rest? You get the joke.
No, I
Y'all
think
get the gag.
we can get it. That would be brilliant. That would be just a brilliant. If somebody, it's like Shield. If somebody had to take that and now work out the PokerStars on real kicks, every real super time, and
remember,
stars. A raise and a re-raise, and then somebody won. You're watching EPT Live. But not for long.
Not a flush blocker, bro.
Yeah.
I'm starting to worry about Ramin. He's only got 13 big blinds and he's only got 20 minutes to do something about that before it becomes more expensive.
Before those big blinds go down automatically.
I understand when it becomes the PokerStars Championship, they're going to make the trophy white chocolate. Going to be a lot of resistance to that. I mean, I like white chocolate, but I know a lot of people find it quite cloying in the throat.
Controversial. I don't really do white chocolate myself. However, I think it would make the trophies more useful if you could eat them.
And the aforementioned Ramin actually also felt the pressure.
Ramming and jamming.
And Mr. Hajiev is all in for his last 288,000 with the ace-10 off. Not going to get any action from Max.
Где-то ты на Ривере стрит купил.
Will he go left or will he go right?
We've produced an enormous volume of work, haven't we, as a team? I mean,
I feel like most of the good stuff was a while ago.
What a damning appraisal.
Now we're just sort of coasting on fumes. Like, I haven't come up with a catchphrase since 2009.
It's funny, I listened to some older stuff of your work, and it was really weird because it was before you'd decided whose catchphrases you were going to steal and hone into your own. So you were using other people's catchphrases, or you were just trying your own ones out that weren't as good as somebody else's that you ultimately adopted. Pocket Rockets, American Airlines, and other fantastic names for pocket aces.
I did not come up with any of those. I did come up with bullets. That was mine.
Are you absolutely sure about that, Joe? I'm not suggesting you're wrong, but I kind of feel like it's unlikely. Oh, you know what? There's timing and then there's timing because as we see, Mr. Max Silver raised under the gun with his 45,000 bet with the pocket aces. And now Chip leading David Yan a 3-bet to 182 with his king 4 off.
I mean, he must think that Max is getting out of line pretty regularly to make this 3-bet. I wouldn't think Max is getting out of line this often, but hey, these are good guys. Good players, excuse me. And good guys.
And they are good guys. Hey, Tuan's here. Hi, Tuan. He's asking how fast-packed this action has been. Not super fast. But the job is being done. Your timing is good, Tuan, because look what you've run into.
It's not quite as bad as running into aces, but...
It's like the flyer's in the web, the spider's injected him, and now he's just going, shall I eat him now or shall I just wait until... wait till later? Or, no, I mean, I'm quite hungry. No, maybe I'll leave it.
I think they're such good poker players that they're actually thinking about stuff this whole time. Like different combinations and permutations of what amount to make it or not make it.
Scary, isn't it? To imagine that there's that much to think about when you're that good at poker. I would have just gone, I got aces, a raise. Oh, what? What happened?
Well, you could just say raise and see if they insta-fold, and then you have to come up with an amount.
Smitty is saying, what's with this Snapchat thing? It's a password, just put it on the screen. We're trying, like, this is what we call a marketing ploy. This is like reward. If you come and follow us on Snapchat, which, as you might imagine, for the marketing department of a company is a big deal, you get the password before anybody else. It's not, I'm sure you've encountered this before. It's called marketing. And so if you would like to come, please, and follow PokerStars Live on Snapchat, you get to see the password. And it's as simple as that. Just do it. Don't worry about it. Don't think about it too much.
I mean, Snapchat's free.
Snapchat's free. You can delete it afterwards if it's like clogging up your phone. But just right now, come and follow us. Because the thing is, the idea is once you follow us just for the password, you'll actually see there's some groovy stuff on there. There's some behind-the-scenes stuff. You get to see Joey rehearsing. So, you know, what harm can it do?
Of course, at this stage.
We're going to step away from this just very briefly because we've actually got some familiar faces out playing day 1A of the main event. Luca Pagano. He's
Big Bucks Broncos.
He's having a lovely time. Ciao, Bella, Bella. The muscular forearms of Mr. Theo Jorgensen.
Hey, handsome for a man. I like this guy.
Oh, he's always having a lovely
Somebody
time.
probably told him one of my jokes.
Oh, serious? Steve O'Dwyer.
Hung out with Steve in Amsterdam over my birthday.
Jeffrey. Jeff Sawar. I think that's how he likes it pronounced. And Fabrice Soulier. Pretty sure that's how he likes that pronounced too. Just a little hint of what will be coming up in a couple of days.
Don't screw it up. He's pretty particular about how you say his name.
I'll be very careful. Yep, today is, if I'm not wrong, Sunday. And on Tuesday, we will zone in on that main event. But right now, it's all about our 25K high roller final table as we see another pair of premium hands crash into each other. David Yan, excuse me, Joe, has made it 50,000 over to you.
I was going to say, we got a big hand brewing. Like
Thanks.
a pot of Darjeeling tea.
Keep going, keep going. You can bring this round.
What else brews?
No, you can't. Okay.
Sorry, I'm just going to go back to checking Tinder.
Sorry, when you said like, I thought there would be, you know, like
That's
TIE
only for
fighters
that's
versus...
only for race situations,
Right,
Matt.
okay. I thought there might be more.
Unbelievable.
So I believe, even though we're a little bit behind on the action, this has been a re-raise from Max, which has cleared out. Yeah, 185,000. Alexi is out of there. Back on David Yan with the pocket jacks.
All in.
Oh.
How much is it?
Well, that's rather inconvenient.
We saw Ace Queen suited, the exact same suit, get folded
Definitely not folding.
earlier today.
You guys can do cut flips, cartwheels. I mean, maybe this is really bad, but
To a jam from David Yan, but Yan had kings in that case. It was Raman Hadjiev who got away from it the first time. Max calls.
And now you can come up with two things that are kind of similar.
Like a pot of Darjeeling and a pot of oolong. One of these two hands has a slight mathematical advantage.
Some of Joe's best work.
Are they
right
not?
here.
Is that not a race? Darjeeling versus oolong?
No, actually, that's pretty good. It was the delivery that I was a little bit disappointed by. I'm not going to be honest.
Pretty big flip, man.
pretty big flip, yeah.
No, this is live.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah, that is a little bit.
It's okay. You guys can. You don't have to hide your excitement if we bust. No, I'm just kidding.
Pretty bad.
The only boring paint card.
Well, David, I mean.
Well, it's not boring to David Yan, I guess. Pretty exciting. Sure, pretty happy for it to run out King.
Just one more card to play. Could be a Greenstein. Hope you're ready with a button just in case. Aces or queens or... Oh, man.
Sixes and sevens with an ace kicker. That doesn't counterfeit him?
I got it.
No. That's a big injection. That is going to make David Yan into a monster. I mean, not like literally, not with like hairy ears and, you know, fangs, just from a poker context.
Not really from like a personality.
No, lovely guy.
Metaphor
lovely guy.
either.
Yeah, 1.74 million. David Yan around 87 big blinds.
like-
Max
I was
sadly
looking at
down
tens,
to 11.
obviously.
Max Silver gets lucky, loses a flip.
Yeah. If you're looking for a fantastic lesson in tournament poker, that was it. Oh. Yeah, and we now
Keep
have
going, guys.
two players
Yeah, it's
very
fine.
firmly hanging on by the skin of their teeth. Ramin Hajiev with 313,000, and Max Silver now plummets to the bottom of the
Couldn't
table,
have gone to a nicer
236,000. You can see what that means in big blinds with 10 minutes left on this level before a 20-minute break is due.
Danger zone.
Most definitely so.
And now Hajiev goes from being in the danger zone, which he still is, but he's kind of in the ladder zone.
Yeah.
There's a significant difference in prize money
Nice hand, David.
Thanks.
between fourth and third places, about 50K, a little over that.
Good to hear from our friend Peter Blow. Don't forget, on Twitter, hashtag EPT Live if you want to chat with us. We're keeping an eye on the scrolling Twitch chat. Peter Blow saying, great to have you guys back. It's good to be back, I must admit. I was very fortunate to be involved in some WCOOP coverage during September because normally I have kind of these dry spells with nothing to keep me engaged, but I was raring for some live action here in Malta, so it's good to be back with you guys for the rest of this week. All the way till Saturday's final table of the main event coverage. Plenty of action to come.
I would just let offsuit, I guess. But,
Only one more EPT left this season.
Don't worry, man. I'm not gonna steal your part.
Yeah, I know.
Don't rile up the crowd. They're not sure if they're happy or sad.
probably too loose in these spots.
It's a brave company
Yeah, at least
that just turns its back on 13 years of brand building. And all I'm going to say is, you don't do that unless you've got some pretty serious plans. So
What are you thinking, David? Jacks? What's this shit?
stick around, poker fans.
It's like, oh shit, man. He's trying to bully me.
I wish I was.
So there was like absolutely no skill in winning that all-in.
The way he would be running in all-ins, I was sure.
As opposed to your
matches
typical
anyway, so-
skillfully won all-in.
I mean,
All in.
Get her, Ray.
A something always going to be good enough when you're that short-stacked. Lines and antes very much worth getting hold of. Remind you, for another 8 minutes,
Okay,
we have 10,000, 20,000, 3K
That's
ante.
I can lose ones
That's the important
in
one,
between,
right?
but the last one is the important one.
Of all the people I ever ignore on Twitter, the guy with an egg for a picture with 6 followers,
Hard to say, right?
pretty high up that list.
I mean, it'll definitely matter. I mean, if you can call or not.
Did you ever see that meme where it's just a picture of like an egg in a kitchen and someone, it's the captain's like, well, 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 if it isn't the guy that's been harassing me on Twitter.
Nice.
I think Mickey Peterson was the first person I saw
I like
post
catching
that.
better than this.
Good lad. By the way, in the next level, I'm going to be asking you to send in pictures of yourself in the worst scarf you've got. So if your mum has some dreadful scarf somewhere in a wardrobe, go get that, because in 20 minutes' time, I'm going to want to see you in it.
I got a title for this game.
Go on.
Scarf Ace.
Oh, I love it. It's all come together. I've just realized I'm not on for the next level, which is a huge oversight on my part, but I think you guys can still have some fun with it. Hashtag EPT Live. Show J&J your worst scarf.
So Hajiev all in. Yan considering it with ace-7. We know he's dominated. There's the reshove.
Gonna use his big stack.
Now I got to have some fun.
Max has got a sweat.
I don't think I'm even calling the best one, but let's see.
Fold.
37 orada, 39 məndə.
So it's Domination Nation, and for once, Azerbaijan is on top.
But at risk. Last $250,000 plus chips in the middle for him.
This will put Max in a real spot if Ryman doubles up.
Looking pretty safe right now.
Feel the board. That is
less than.
It's okay.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah. Just stop out there.
Feel like that puts us down to 2 outs.
Yeah, the diamonds are dead. Safety first. Ramin still with us.
That doubles him up to around, I'm going to say, 29 big blinds. Max Silver very lonely in the danger zone now.
The danger zone is a very, very lonely place, though, Joe. Peter, you're asking an enormous question. You're very simply saying, what will be the live stream hashtag now for festivals and championships?
Okay.
If I was James, I'd start every sentence with, well, I'd like to think.
Not enemies.
I'd like to think I'll be able to answer that question quite soon.
That's uncommon here.
But it's being worked on.
We don't know.
Celebrate tonight or drink or do whatever. But
The marketing geniuses that hate abbreviations didn't really think about the 140 character thing on Twitter, did they?
I know. I mean, we can find some slot, I guess.
Yeah, just tag your tweets, PokerStars Championships, the Bahamas, and then, I mean, just
answer A, B, or C.
Yeah, just put a smiley, because that's literally, and don't give the smiley a nose, because there won't be room. Mr. David Yan immediately rewarded by the poker gods for his endeavor with an ace-queen. Max, don't know what he's got, but you know that it's at least a decision. Oh, lets it go. 4 minutes left. Blinds and antes, blinds and antes.
It's only 33 characters, Matt. PokerStars Championship of the Bahamas.
Well, that's okay. I mean,
Yeah.
I mean, we always said that we liked Twitter because of the brevity of the communications.
And now it's going to get more brevetous.
So don't forget, in the next level.
Hey, look who it is.
Oh my gosh. The man, the myth, the legend, Joseph Carlino.
A good call. A good raise. Be careful.
Be careful. Just another of the many t-shirts we said we'd get made up that we never did. Oh, he's all in again. 7-5 suited. She's a beauty. Shannon doesn't fancy it with the jack high. And nor does Ramin by the look of it.
Oh, good fold.
Good
Wow.
fold. How does he know? How did they know?
Just what a read.
How do they do that?
Looked into the depths of his soul.
Oh, you had it, bro. Sorry, no, yeah, I bet 10. Cut down.
Oh, sick. That was that hand?
Yeah.
What was
Wow.
his hand?
10 out of clubs.
He's like, oh. He doesn't. You don't mind, right?
Yeah.
Next time I'm gonna spike off.
This minute was a good shove.
Yeah.
It's going to start
Just
looking
playing all that
pretty
after that.
strong. Short-handed with that short stack. And Ramin short stack also to put pressure on.
How much? How much do you play now? 900.
Every day.
800.
Power pocket deuces, at least worth going on a fishing trip with.
830 more.
Take it to the flop.
830 more.
Thank you.
Deuce, ace, 7. Ah. A man can dream, but Koroshenin has hit his ace on the flop.
I don't think David Yan's going to give away too many chips in this spot.
I mean,
see ya.
No set, no bet. As Joe first said in 2002, I think it was, and it's as true today as it was then.
No, it's probably more like 2006.
Oh, really? As late as that?
Well, I mean, the phrase set hadn't even been invented yet.
And I only had time.
2002.
Oh, I suppose you had to come up with that before you could come up with
Well, it
that.
was all trips before.
Isn't that bad then?
And I was like, whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. We need a thing for trips, and we need a thing for flopping a set.
Yeah.
And I used it right then.
And just in saying it out loud, it just fell out.
That's how it happened.
Double gutter, I mean.
No, I didn't. Single gutter.
30 seconds left on the clock for this level.
8, oh, just an 8, right.
Koroshin not fancying the suited Queen 7. Ramin being cash on the button. But this very well could see some action. King 10 suited for the second shortest stack at our four-handed table.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
I mean, there's run good and there's run good.
Clankers.
He's got the Kalakas. He's got the Man Kings. Max just going, please be aces, please be aces, please be aces. They're not aces, they're not aces, they're not aces.
What's weird is that's what I'm thinking every time.
I think
look
we all
down
are.
my cards.
We all are. It's hilarious when he's become fashionable. What's your favorite hand? The King 10, because I like to test myself on the flop. No, aces. I just want aces.
Favorite hand's aces.
Every single hand.
Yep.
Oh, and that's it. That didn't go to much of a fight. And that is going to wrap things up for this level. Yeah. Max is going to go off and watch the last 30 minutes of every single hand. So let's take a look at how that leaves our final four players right now. Ole and Makita are history, so it's Max, the short stack, 10 big blinds, Ramin with 20. David Yan, top of the table with over $1.5 million. Next level going to be 12,000, 24,000 with a 4K ante. Remind you, these guys are playing for a top prize of 465,800. Okay, guys, we're off for a 20-minute break. Join us for more soon here from EPT Malta.
Everyone loves a game changer. Let's start with the Rabona. That penalty. That moment we really started to celebrate. 2000, the Galacticos. Tiki-taka. And now, sports betting has its own game changer. Spin and bet. A chance to increase the odds times 10. PokerStars. Join now. Official betting partner of Leicester City FC.
William Thorson has found ace queen on the button.
Well, he's certainly going to raise, is it? 85, is
William
it?
raise.
Not quite.
So 90,000.
90,000.
85.
85.
Okay, my counting was actually better than Thomas's for once in my life.
Oh, ace king for Jason
Okay.
Mercier.
Well, I would have said, let's hold on. He's asking for a count.
Wants to know what William's got behind.
I think he's got to re-raise here. And William has got to fold if he re-raises. The last person that William wants to be tangling with is a player who hasn't even played a hand yet, and he's obviously waiting to get down to the top three. So if he's playing anything here, he's playing aces, kings, or ace king.
Jason, re-raise.
So he completely dominated.
To 225,000.
Throw it away.
William re-raise all in.
An all-in and a call.
Oh dear.
And William Thorson at risk.
Dear, dear, dear. I think William's just got impatient here.
7-3 against.
William's going to really kick himself here. The one player he probably shouldn't make this move against was Jason Mercier. Really the one player. If William goes out here, everybody goes up.
So William Thorsen all in with ace queen of hearts. Jason shows ace king.
He's going to be kicking himself. William.
Here's the flop.
William looking for a queen or hearts. Some cards to make a straight, but there's the king for Mercier.
Jason pair kings.
Now he needs to run a runner to survive.
William needs 2 cards to stay in the tournament. Let's see the turn cards.
He shakes his head despondently as he
It's an
sees
ace, and it's over.
the ace that
Last
ends
card
it.
does not help anymore.
There's no
It's a
club,
4,
nothing.
and
The
William
river couldn't
Thorsen
help him.
is
William
our 6th place
Thorsen is
finisher.
eliminated. He is the 6th place finisher here in San Remo.
One time. Yes, sir.
Go on, Dario.
King 9.
We're all rooting for you. King 9. 90. 90,000.
Dario raised to 90,000.
Genovese.
An all-in from Gregory Genovese.
Re-raise all in.
Well, he's getting a bit short-stacked here, so he wants to make a move with some sort of hand, which 2 cards he probably thinks are alive at the moment. Unfortunately,
See one Italian eliminate the other.
Maybe.
122,000.
Koskas may call here. I don't know why, but he looks as though he's considering it.
122, 99.
He may call because it means you got 2 players against 1 there, and they're all going to make an additional 35, 40,000 or whatever it is if they take him out.
Maybe.
And he's still left quite a few chips. No, I'm trying to think. I'm trying to see how many he's left with. Quite a lot. No, he probably won't call. He'll probably just leave it to Mineri. Yeah, he has.
Jason Mercier
a little
to
bit
get
too
through
much.
first, of course, who's got towers and towers of chips, and he's got an ace.
I call.
Yeah,
He
well,
will call.
he's also got about 100 million more chips as well.
Jason
Not going to do him any damage.
122,000, and Dario also calls. 3 players.
So 2
1 is all in.
callers.
Well, Jason's right to call there. Obviously, he's right in predicting that he was actually winning here. And he's definitely
ace of
winning
diamonds,
now.
5 of diamonds. Jason is first to speak.
But now he's going to bet out, and Dario will fold. This is a second hand we've seen Mercier play, I think, James.
Yeah.
Ace King. No, Dario is just going to throw that straight away.
120,000, Dario
correctly.
pass, so it's a showdown between Jason and Olymp player Gregory.
We'll
Jason
go on the
shows
backs.
ace tray, got a pair of aces.
And Gregory will see he's
and
drawing
9,
very
10,
thin.
7
Well, he
for
needs a miracle, some sort of weird straight.
Board is ace,
no flush
7,
draw.
5. Gregory needs to catch 2 cards to stay
He's
alive.
picking up his stuff because
Let's see the turn.
he knows it's nearly over.
Yeah.
Turn card
And
is
it
a
is
queen.
over.
This is no help to him.
He's out.
The river card.
Dead on the
Is a
turn.
deuce.
Gregory Genovese
To 4
finishes
players.
in 5th place. We're down to 4 players, and this guy's becoming a real force now.
Really good final table, actually. I'm really enjoying it. Okay, 5-9 there for Jason Mercier. Oh,
Wow.
Now he's suddenly. Now
This is not something we've seen before, is it?
No, well, 4-handed. You see, he's going to start opening up now that the 4-handed. The
Jason
right thing
raised.
to do. Good for him. He's set up a table image.
Yeah.
He's going to capitalise on it.
80,000.
I can't see him getting called unless
Anthony pass, small blind pass. Eric calls.
Eric.
80,000.
Eric's making a mistake here, I think.
Yeah.
He really is. He's calling just to try to outplay him. So if you've got aces or,
2 players. Eric check in the
let's
dark.
see what happens here.
Oh, I hate that. He's checked in the dark again.
Flop counts.
Yeah.
5, check, 6. Jason checks.
Jason
Here
checks
is the
as
turn.
well.
It's an 8.
What's Koskas going to do now?
220.
220,000.
Betting 220,000 into a pot of 187,000.
220,000. Did he say call? Oh, well, he's picked up a
Jason
middle pin.
call.
He's picked up a middle pin
220,000.
straight with his pair of 5s. So he needs a 7 or a 9. Well, he actually, as it is,
He doesn't actually need
he's
anything,
winning.
but if he thinks he's behind, that's what he thinks he needs.
Exactly, yeah. That's what I'm thinking in my head too.
Board is 5, check, 6, 8.
Koskas didn't like that call.
8.
Okay.
Eric all
Wow.
Very great strong play there If Mercier can pick this up, this will be an incredible call. If he can. How much has he got to call here? 700,000. And his stack is 2,044,000. So he'll still be left 1.3 million if he calls and gets it wrong. Has he got a jack in his hand? Has he got an 8? Think it through. He's thinking it through. Checking out his body language. He's looking at Eric.
From what we've seen,
corner of his eye.
From what we've seen of Jason, do we think he can make this call?
I've no idea.
Can he get a read on Eric Kuskus?
I think he thinks his 2 pair are good here. I think instinctively he thinks his 2 pair are good. You remember that these guys play hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hands online. You know, they have a sort of feel for when they might be ahead. What's he got? He's got ace king. If he's got no pair, then I'm good. Could he have been betting a flush draw?
If his instinct is that his 2 pairs are good,
he's
just got to decide whether to
Wow.
trust his
What a
instinct, and that's
call.
what he does.
Showdown.
What
He's
a great call.
made the call, and Kuskus will show he had absolutely nothing.
That is an absolutely excellent call.
He went with his instinct, he made
Yeah.
the call, and he's eliminated Eric Kuskus.
He has. It's a brilliant call. It's a brilliant, brilliant call. There's no doubt about it. It's a brilliant, brilliant call.
The Frenchman is out of the tournament. Who are you tipping, John?
I'd have to say Jason Mercier at the moment. I mean, I'd like to see Dario win, but...
100. Just get that feeling that Jason's in the zone.
Yeah. He's played 3 hands.
Although with pocket queens, Dario's in a strong position here, raising it to
Anthony
100,000.
call. Raise to 100,000 from Dario. Action is on Jason.
It's ironic, isn't it, that Dario picks up pocket queens when they're 3-handed, and yet he's been playing all sorts of rubbish when they were 9-handed.
340.
A re-raise from Jason Mercier.
Raise to 340,000.
I think that's a legitimate re-raise,
Yeah,
James.
3-handed. He figures his ace-4 could be good.
Yeah, you think Dario's just stealing up under the gun.
Anthony
Now,
pass.
Dario's going to look again, think about it for a minute. How's he going to get the most money out of this pot? I think he has to re-raise here. He doesn't want to see an ace on the flop.
We can see Luca Pagano standing behind him. Of course, all the Italians now behind Dario. They want this title to stay in San Remo.
They sure do.
How much you got total? How much total you got?
More than you.
Just over 2 million.
Like 3 mil back.
3 mil?
Oh yeah, he's chip leader now.
Oh, it's Dario I was looking at.
Dario call. 200 and...
Okay, so he's trying to trap him here. He's trying to trap him here. He knows his queens are
How
good.
much do you have behind?
What is 700,000?
I got 1.8. No, 1.9.
Okay.
1.920.
So here's the flop. Jason will be first to speak.
Okay, let's see what happens here. It's a very crucial hand.
Flop comes 7 of hearts, deuce of
The
diamonds,
diamond
ace of diamonds.
draw for Jason Mercier.
Jason could get into all sorts of
Jason
trouble here.
checks.
He checks. Dario with the overpair
400,000.
says
Dario bets
400,000.
400,000.
That's a good, very good bet. Mercier could get trapped here. That's
Jason,
a novice.
re-raise all
That's a
in
novice
and call.
play. That's a novice play there.
Mercier announces all in. Dario
Yeah.
calls all in, and he needs his queens to hold up.
I mean, Dario doesn't want to see that hand. He doesn't want to see it. He's slight favourite, but any ace, any diamond, and Dario's out. So any ace, any diamond, and that will be the end of Dario Maneri.
Ace 4 of diamonds. If
2
the
cards to come.
for an ace,
This is a crucial hand, James. This is the whole. I think the whole tournament could rest on this hand.
4 of hearts.
Okay, so it gives him just a couple of more outs.
And the river card.
A 4, an ace, or a diamond on the river. Will it be? Yes, it's the diamond.
No, that is such a shame. Dario played that absolutely to perfection.
Jason
he trapped
Mercier
him perfectly.
making the nut flush on the river, eliminating Dario Minieri.
That is such a shame. He trapped him absolutely perfectly there. Absolutely perfectly. You never underestimate your opponent. That's what I always say at the poker table. Always assume they're an excellent player.
King Queen.
Well above average hand.
95.
Mercier announces he's raised.
Raised to 95,000.
We'll look down at a pair of sevens.
He'll probably move all in with that. Probably. Well, certainly, he's got to raise for sure. 380.
Anthony re-raise.
380,000.
380,000. Come on.
Mercier moves all in. Illusion instantly calls.
Anthony all in. Flip.
It's a coin flip, as Mercier points out.
Wow.
And Jason shows King Queen.
If Mercier hits a king or a queen, it's over, John. We've got a champion.
Well, we have, but also it's a bit of a reckless move by Mercier. Bit of a reckless. I mean, he can survive. Obviously, he's huge. Even if he loses his hand, he's still a chip leader.
Here is the flop.
Let's see what happens.
They shake hands. Lelouch needs those sevens to hold up. There's the queen.
We have queens for Jason.
Lelouch needs to hit a 7 on the turn or river, or he's runner-up and we have a winner.
Here is the turn.
The turn is an 8.
No help.
No help.
2 cards in the deck.
He needs that 7 on the river. 2 cards in the deck, a 5% chance.
And here is the river card. It's a deuce.
It doesn't happen. It's over. Mercier has won it. Anthony Lelouch is the runner-up. He gets just over €500,000, but the champion of the inaugural San Remo leg of the European Poker Tour is Jason Mercier from Fort Lauderdale in Florida. He gets €869,000 and he will get to lift that trophy.
We should probably talk about the fact that your friend Heretsky's all in here.
We probably should. With the Queen 10 off suit, obviously he's just hoping not to get called. He's getting short enough stack that all in or fold is pretty much the right move.
That's the thing. They're all in the money. But none of these players are thinking about finishing 12th instead of 13th or 8th instead of 9th. Everyone's playing to win. When you're stacked low, you're going to push them in. He's looked ahead as well. He's seen Eric Liu. He may get a call with a middle hand from him. He can afford to do it. And that could be what happens. And even though he goes in slightly behind, this is what Heretsky needs to do. He needs to gamble.
Yeah, sometimes you have no choice. The cards aren't coming. You've got to, make a play.
And he did call.
Martin is all in with Queen 10, Queen of Diamonds.
He's not turning over those cards thinking, oh, I'm well in the lead here.
Not once he's called. Not once he's called, he isn't. But he knows he's got equity. He knows he'd get called relatively light by Eric. And so this is what he's typically going to get, 60-40s.
8 of diamonds. The 9 of diamonds.
Oh, there's the 9 for Lou.
Gut shot straight draw and a flush draw.
But still, any jack, any diamond, any queen, any 10. Lots of outs for Marcin.
Turn card, please. Turn card is a 6 of clubs.
Now any 7. Well, now he can catch a 7, though.
Yeah, but less chance of winning, though, Greg.
7, a jack, a diamond, a queen, a 10.
Let's see the river.
Tons of outs. So now 45% with 1 card.
Vital River.
Yeah, the queen, pair of queens. Well done, Marcin.
1 card keeps him in it.
But I had someone else.
He's now got $250,000 chips. Excellent. Needed to gamble, he did. Fortune favours the brave.
Queen 9 of hearts, not unreasonable, especially when you're short stacked. You just maybe shove in and hope to steal the blinds and antes. And Marcin has decided that's the case. With his tight play and his tight reputation, he's probably going to get away with this pretty often.
Heretsky doesn't even have 10 blinds. He's got to
Instant call. Instant call, though. Well, no wonder. Pocket aces. Easy decision there.
Oh, I don't know. I think Strasman's playing a bit loose there, Greg.
That's right. His aces aren't suited. I mean, at least Marcin has suited cards. And even if Heretsky does make his flush, if there's another card to come, Strassman has the ace of hearts. He could top him that way.
Heretsky's in trouble. He needs a kind flop. Couldn't look more out of place if he was John McCain in the Oval Office right now.
Wow, what a horrible flop, too. He's got to hit runner something.
It's not going to happen.
Queens, hearts.
Well, there's the 9. Could it be runner?
A queen or a 9, 5 outs.
Dun, 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 dun.
Is
Here
the
we
Lone
go.
Ranger coming?
The Lone Ranger is coming. It's another 9. Trip 9s. Strassman will feel that in the pit of his stomach.
Wow.
Horetsky lives to fight another day.
I think Tonto's here too.
There's phrases for how lucky that was, but we can't use them on terrestrial television.
That sounds sick.
Here we go. Horetsky again is flying close to the wind.
Yeah, you know, he's not very far behind this time. It's not like when he cracked the aces.
Germany against Poland. Let's see how the flop comes down, but he is in trouble. Strassman opens up an inside straight. He doesn't even need to hit the inside straight. He's in the lead. We've got to see a jack or a queen fall for Horetsky, or Greg's mate is going home. Okay.
6 outs.
Just over a 1 in 10 chance, roughly a 1 in 8 chance of staying in the tournament. Horetsky. It looks like we got a 7th place. We've already lost Lelouch. Oh, and Horetsky's got lucky again. Every time shouts somebody from the crowd. And that's our commentary work done for us, because that sums up Horetsky's luck so far.
It's so sick. It's 4th time I was side on the river. It's a tough beat.
On TV, online, and unbelievable they gave these to another show. This is EPT Not Live.
Hello, my babies, and welcome to EPT Not Live. In the booth with me, my wife, my work wife, James Hardigan.
I will be filing divorce papers end of this week.
There's always one girl that's always like, we gotta go, which leads to the final time I didn't get to have sex in the Bahamas. It's all fun and games till a sound guy throws up in a garbage can, okay?
Superfan versus States.
Do you, A, fold because you're scared, B, call because this guy?
B all the time. This guy.
I did have a sex dream, and it involved a poker player, Liv Baree.
I was certain you were going to say Daniel Negreanu. Well, great news, Joe, because on the line are both Liv Baree and her mum Elaine.
Hi. Oh, boy. For James Hardigan, this is Joe Stapleton saying, smell you later.
Welcome back to Malta and the PokerStars.com European Poker Tour. Final table of the 25K high roller. 4 players remaining. Right now, David Yan has the chip lead with a stack of 1.6 million, and Max Silva is the shorty with fewer than 10 big blinds. Huge flip just before the break. Jacks against ace queen, Jacks held, and that's how Yan became monster chip leader, and that's how Silva was crippled. We are now playing level 22, blinds of 12,000, 24,000 with a 4,000 ante. It's James Hartigan alongside Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies. Just telling some of the folks in the chat they had never heard of EPT Not Live before.
No.
That was a promo for our podcast. You can get it on SoundCloud, you can get it on iTunes, you can get it on Stitcher. Fun show. That really did happen. We really did have Liv come on after I had just gotten done talking about a bizarre sex dream I had about her that also involved her mom and Hajayev with a big pocket pair as we come back from break.
Yeah, first hand at the new level, and Hajayev, who starts the hand around the 20 big blind mark, finds kings.
How much do you have? You're like
494, according to the official count.
Max may not be able to fold an ace, but yes, he gets away from it.
Round to Alexei Koroshenin, the EPT10 Vienna champion. He's in the big blind, and he's got ace-king.
David, I've stopped watching the coverage. Let me know if anything interesting happens. I assume not, but I mean, I can go back now on Poker News and watch it there.
Koroshenin puts in a 3-bet. A re-raise from the Ukrainian to 152,000.
I think Hajayev has played all his big hands pretty straightforward. Given his stack, I don't see any other way he would play it. other than to put in a fourth bet here, and the fourth bet should be for all of it.
Could be triangle time for the former tennis pro from Azerbaijan.
Triangle. You know, like the musical instrument?
Yeah.
Okay. Sure.
All in.
There's the shove.
494.
And Koroshenin calls.
Just better.
So Hajayev, the player at risk, but he is a 3-1 favorite here. Obviously, he has slightly more equity than usual against Ace-King because we saw Max Silva fold an ace.
Great spot to be in, but much better once those 5 cards are out on the board and there is no ace out there. And a myriad of other things that could undo you.
The flop has no ace on it. 8-6-4. 2 diamonds out there, though. Koroshenin picks up a backdoor flush draw. His immediate out to the 2 aces in the deck. That takes away diamonds as an opportunity. So Hajayev just has to fade an ace on the river. Ilkin Amarov wanting any card other than an ace for his friend.
Ilkin is milking it.
It's a jack, king's hold, and Hajayev doubles up through Koroshenin.
Staying alive.
Second man. King's ace, king.
So Hajayev now second in chips with around 42 bigs. Koroshenin drops below the 20 big blind mark.
I'll take that. Yeah, bro. Oh, you're a sicko, man. Nice in, man.
Can't even imagine the adrenaline.
Well, let's relive the moment that the jack hit the river and Hajayev realized he was safe. Okay, so earlier we released the free roll password exclusively on SoundCloud. Now's time for the rest of you to play catch up now that registration's open.
Also on Snapchat.
Sorry, it was on Snapchat. Something about the podcast, Joe. There is the free roll password for those of you who are not on Snapchat, who missed it earlier on. Lannister. Got a bit of a Game of Thrones theme going on this week because, of course, season 1 of Game of Thrones was shot here in Malta.
Don't tell them that. Everybody's going to guess tomorrow's password like right now.
Trust me, they won't. Lannister, L-A-N-N-I-S-T-E-R, is the password that will get you into tonight's free roll. You'll find it in the PokerStars tournament lobby. Just search EPT Live, all one word. It kicks off at 9:15 Central European time. 12,500 players registered already.
I think that we should give a hint for tomorrow's password by me giving like an audio clue, being like, he's the guy that did that thing, but then he was like, somehow like was in that other scene later, but then he's like, oh, he's got like the dirty face all the time.
Well, there you go. You've just described about 100 characters in Game of Thrones. Well done. Max Silva all in from the button, shoving with 6s.
229.
Koroshenin with deuces. Nah.
Good fold.
And Hajayev folds as well. So Max adds blinds and antes to his stack. Still the low man at the table.
There was no way that I was losing that one.
What a sweet spot for David Yan, huh? Chip leader. 1.5 million in chips, 2 short stacks.
Yeah, I'm sure he would rather have not earned that chip lead by almost eliminating the guy he's rooming with here in Malta.
I just hit the snapshot button, and then it tells me that the next range for the next hand.
Nice little promotion for his app from Max Silva. As we introduce our next guest commentator here on EPT Live, joining us from afar via the marvels of modern technology from Team PokerStars Pro, Mr. Daniel Negreanu. And Daniel, you join us as we announce the winner of the IPT main event. Ismail Boyang has taken down the main event. That's him with his trophy. So he's a winner on the IPT. Here on the EPT, we are still four-handed in the 25K high roller. And Max Silva's all in. It's all drama here.
Well, if he's on, he's probably all in correctly because all that stuff about short stack jamming, right?
Yeah, he knows what he's doing, we think.
277.
Well, this should be a call.
Yeah, I mean, you would think so.
I said I will take over on 1.
I mean, I didn't invent an app for it or anything,
No,
but
of course. You said you're gonna be once.
I meant how long it takes to get all in.
Oh, okay. Now you said you're gonna be all in at least once in the next 20 minutes, and I say if that would be the line, I would take the over on that.
Koroshenin calls. The blinds fold, and Max Silva is at risk.
He's run pretty good in these situations.
Dama 9.
Queen 8 suited plus.
Dama 9. U Maxa Dama 9.
It's okay, bro.
I mean, yeah.
I assume he's checking it after the
I mean,
fact.
diamonds, it's just over.
I mean, I had a 10 and an 8, so.
Yeah, I'm gonna get both of them.
The only all-in Max loss was the legit flip. Every time he's been behind, he's won.
Classic race to me.
Classic race is underway.
Not quite a race.
Oh, you're gonna make you sweat it out.
I'm just not going to call it a race because I can't
Do you
do
have any of these
race
out?
situations for every frickin' all-in.
Ace high holding.
I like that one. Can we get anyone?
He folded 1 down, 1 out less.
I know. I don't like it.
1 out.
Well, that's good game, sir. Max Silva drawing dead on the turn as Koroshenin turns a straight. And Max departs in 4th place, cashing for 164,030 euros. And we are now 3-handed in this 25K high roller.
Nuts.
A lot of people are going to be sad to see Max go.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that.
Enjoy.
The maximum amount of silver, but the minimal amount of chips, i.e. 0 chips.
We can look the numbers.
So, Daniel, how are you, sir?
You against that all
I'm
the
doing
time?
great, gentlemen. It's a little early here in Las Vegas, but not too early so that I couldn't make this. It's exciting stuff. We've got the final table. It's worth waking up for.
What time do you usually get up, like, on your own these days?
Okay.
I set my alarm for 10:42 a.m. every day, because that way you get 2 snoozes to 11. But since I've been on a little bit jet lagged from a recent trip to Monte Carlo, helping Guy Liberté in the 1-drop, I've been getting up a little earlier, so around 8 or 9. But I'll be back on track soon at the 10:42 mark.
I'm assuming, Daniel, that with your expert advice and coaching, Guy Liberté won the 1-drop and only had to fire 1 bullet.
Really interesting question, because so everything we spoke about on his yacht for 2 days, in the first hour, he did the exact opposite. So he fooled me, like he really fooled me. I was watching him, and I was watching with Antonio. I'm like, oh, no, he has it here. He always has to have it here. And he was bluffing, like every time. I'm like, that's not what we talked about at all.
Did you like give him like a locker room dressing down afterward?
Well, after he went broke on the first bullet, rebought, we sort of had a little talk in the middle, but he was visibly tilted, so I figured it was best to just let him steam a little bit on his own before we got into it.
I would love to see Daniel just screaming at a billionaire. Be like, I told you! What is wrong with you, Eddie? Slap him around a little.
Well, I did slap him, yeah.
I've seen Daniel slap some people before. That's I do believe that.
It's my MO.
So Koroshenin raising after David Yan completed in the small.
Daniel, do you want to talk about this hand, or do you want to talk about Guy Laliberté's yacht?
Well, we can do both. I mean, I'm not a big fan of raising here with 8-deuce. It's obviously clearly just a bluff. But if Jan is balancing his range by limping with decent hands, he's just going to call too often to make 8-deuce raise worthy. I mean, I don't know. I don't like it. Not my style. But hey, he's here at the final table, and look at me, just sitting on the couch chilling.
Okay, so we don't like the raise with 8-deuce. Do we like Guy's yacht?
Guy's yacht is pretty wonderful. It's it's pretty big boat. It's he lives a unique lifestyle. Billionaires do. He lives like a child. He has a lot of fun. And the event was a success. We had a good group of amateurs show up and raise money for the 1-Drop Foundation. And there was plenty of team pros there, actually, in attendance doing some coaching. I saw Vanessa Selps there and many others. Of course, Antonio was there helping Bob Safai. But overall, it was really, it was great. It was fun. We played in the casino, very James Bond-like. It's very different than what we're typically used to in terms of a poker room.
Daniel, you're a successful guy at this point. You've been on a boat before. You got a nice house. Are you still impressed when you get to go to something like that? Is there still a sense of like, boy, this is pretty freaking cool?
Yeah, I'm not going to lie. The second night on the boat, I had a little party, and like a little part of me was like, I need to make more money. Like, I really, like, not that I'm very comfortable and very happy with where I'm at, but you know, there's some extra little juicy things you can do with $1 billion that are pretty fun.
Can you please tell us one of them, or just, you know, you can tell me off air if you want.
Off air is probably more appropriate.
Well, on air, let's talk about the final 3 players in this 25K, because obviously, Daniel, when you're in this part of the world, when you're in Europe, these are the kind of events we find you playing on the European Poker Tour. Have you ever played against any of these guys before, or are they all unknown to you?
No, 2 of the 3. I've played with I don't know how to say his name. Hajiyev, and I've played a lot with David Yan. I think I played with him when he was just 20 years old in Australia. Very good, smart kid. I know that he does some commentary occasionally. I'm not sure I'm like a fan of the get-up, personally. Like, is he cold? Like, he's got to be cold. Either that, or he's boiling and just, you know, putting up with it.
This is the true story. His hair, and you can see from his avatar down there by his hole cards, his hair kind of like encroaches on his face. So he's actually tied the bandana around his head to keep his hair out of his eyes.
That's a real thing. Okay.
That is a real thing. By the way, the bandana is actually a shawl that belongs to Olashemian.
Well, that makes sense. The Germans have a, you know, peacock fashion sense.
Also, like, I'd probably be willing to wear anything that's touched Olashemian if I'm at a final table.
He's not just a lucky boy, but he's a very, very good player. Actually, I wouldn't even call Olashemian lucky in any sense of the word. He's just a true grinder professional who's awesome at poker.
So Shemian was the 6th place finisher in this event. We're now down to 3. The player, obviously, you're unfamiliar with, Daniel, is Alexei Koroshenin, who burst onto the scene in Vienna back in Season 10 when he took down the main event there. And he's had a couple of decent results in high rollers since. Is he number 3 on the Ukrainian money list, did you say,
Yeah,
Jay?
behind Eugene and Yevgeny Timoshenko.
It's good company to be in.
Not a terrible poker playing nation.
Not a terrible hand to have on the button. Pocket 9s. That'll be a raise. Reminder, we're at the 12-24 blind level. Koroshenin gets no action, opening to 53,000. On to the next one. 82 hands dealt so far at this final table.
Daniel, how did you get to the yacht? I assume you didn't swim out there.
No, I took what's called an airplane. No, the yacht was actually, it was docked in the Monte Carlo.
I was picturing it like
there.
out in international waters so you guys get up to some more weird stuff out there.
Well, no, there was talk of me getting on a helicopter to getting to the boat, but it wasn't to be like, you know, just landing in the middle of the sea. It was actually just, you know, it was docked.
Still docked, okay.
When we talk about yachts in Monte Carlo, I think my favorite are the yachts that have helicopters on top of them, for sure.
Yeah. I actually saw...
Well, everyone, if you're going to have a yacht, you might as well have a helicopter on top of it.
Yeah, I mean,
right?
I think a helicopter's a lot cheaper than a yacht.
True story.
I think that I saw one time in Monaco a yacht with a helicopter that also had a smaller yacht on the helicopter.
So we got Hajiyev
Yeah, I don't
here.
like this call.
Opening with King 7. Yeah, Koroshenin defending with 6 deuce. Well, Hajiyev is the only amateur player, and I use the word in inverted commas here because obviously he's had a lot of good results in high roller events, Daniel, but he is a businessman. He doesn't play poker full time. Maybe Koroshenin feels he can outplay this guy.
Yeah, I just, you know, when you're going to try to outplay somebody, you want to have a little something that could, you know, potentially hit some flops. And 6 deuce offsuit is, you know, pretty much the bottom of the barrel in terms of hands you want to play. I understand why he raises the 8 deuce, just trying to steal it. But in this case, just to defend the 6 deuce and see a flop, he would have been better off 3-betting with 6 deuce offsuit to try to steal it before the flop.
Daniel, do you think your style of like maybe just not being as wild pre-flop or even post-flop works because so many people are wild?
No, I think it's just closer to optimal than, you know, the overly wild style. Clearly, you know, you want to throw some curveballs occasionally and do some funky stuff. But when I do funky stuff, it's a little more controlled than just saying, okay, well, let's call with 6 deuce offsuit. Hope I catch, I don't know, 6s and deuces straight. What? Like, there's not a lot of great flops for that. But yeah, I throw curveballs occasionally, just not with hands that, you know, are out of position and really bad like that.
I just see these guys. Nobody folds their big blind. Nobody folds their small blind. And I see the way you play, and you're like way less defensive over certain hands. Like there's plenty of hands that you're just like, meh, not going to get involved. And it's just bizarre to me that both styles work for certain people.
Well, you know, you have to ask yourself sometimes in situations. You're like, okay, you definitely want to defend your blind, you know, and the math might be correct with a lot of hands to do so. But then you have to ask yourself, like, am I going to be able to play this hand profitably post-flop? Am I going to do better by just folding now, or, like, get myself into potential trouble where I find myself in situations where I don't know what to do? I'm comfortable post-flop, so I feel comfortable playing a lot of hands. But I think a lot of people who, you know, make what would seem like the mathematically correct play in the moment are actually making a mistake long-term because the playability of the hand post-flop is not very good. Like 6-2 offsuit, I mean, how do you get past the flop? I mean, if you don't flop a 6 or a deuce,
Right.
It's very, very difficult.
Well, this is Koroshenin against Hajayev again. Koroshenin limps with the queen 5. Hajayev raises with king queen, and Koroshenin lets it go.
So, Daniel, I got a question for you, sort of a personal one from me that I would like you to answer in front of the world if you can. Now, I'm going to be emceeing a charity tournament for Daniel in a few weeks, and I had a phone call with the people running the tournament, and towards the end of the call, they were just like, now we do want to remind you that it is a children's charity, so if you just want to try to keep your jokes a little, just keep that in mind. And I was like, okay, and I want to know, Daniel, did you warn them about me?
I don't think I did, actually. I think that once I had Vinny Favorito come and host it one time, and Vinny is very vulgar, and he's very, you know, but I did warn him specifically. I was going to talk to you about it, but yeah, this is for, you know, kids, and St. Jude's is pretty protective of their brand, and they don't know, you know, we'll discuss that. I'm sure you have some PG jokes that'll fly.
Yeah, I haven't written anything even PG-13 yet, but I'll run it all by you. I also want to ask you, the night before that, what are you up to? Because I was hoping I could get a private Hearthstone lesson from you.
Well, we can do that the next day because I'll be in Atlantic City for the PokerStars Festival. That I'll be there, you know, attending for a little bit, just for a bit after the World Series final table. It'll be a busy week for me. But after that, you know, come on by and we'll give you a few pointers.
Can't wait
on the game.
So again, we see a limp in the small, a raise from the big, and a fold. So a short while ago, we lost Max Silva. He was eliminated in 4th place. Well, we caught up with Max on the rail and asked him about his experience today.
Yeah, I mean, I came in 4th in chips and I got 4th place, so it seems more than fair to me. One flip goes differently and I'm probably winning the whole thing, so everyone played really well and it was a lot of fun. No complaints.
And that flip is actually against the guy you're rooming with, I believe, out here in Malta, is that correct?
That's correct, yeah. So obviously I'm hoping that he gets on to win and rooting hard for him.
And the players that were at this final table and the players that still remain, how strong was the field out there?
I mean, there was no soft spots. Everyone is tough. They're going to fight for every pot, and you kind of have to bring your A game because they're going to bring theirs.
Okay, and just tell us, you keep pointing out Snap Shove, we can see it in the shot there. Tell us about that. What is this?
Sure, so Snap Shove is a mobile app for your phone to help you know when to go all in and when to fold. Unfortunately today it didn't help me win the all-ins, but I know for a fact that all my shoves were correct because I have the app and I made the app actually, so yeah.
And there's a lot of people who've been supporting you on the webcast, enjoying watching you. How nice is it to be? I think they really respect the fact you're very gentlemanly and always act with respect at the table. Is that important to you?
Yeah, I try and have fun, but also making sure that everyone else around me is also having fun. I think poker is going to be a game where we're all here. I mean, at the end of the day, it's a game. We're playing for lots of money, but it's still a game. And if you're making someone else's life not fun, then there's just no point. So I have fun. I hope everyone else has fun, and I would thank everyone out there for supporting me, for sure.
Well, since then, Max has tweeted, 4th for 164k, had a bunch of fun, hopped straight into the main and lost 90% of my stack within one orbit. Ace-king losing to aces. Oh. He still has 10% of his stack.
Bad beat.
Just trying to sort of, you know, put a positive spin on it. Silver Clouds, chip in a chair, Joe, to coin your expression from 2009.
So Daniel, are you just going to New Jersey for the live event, or are you going to play NJ Coupe also?
Well, I won't be able to do NJ Coupe because I'm also doing the final table, the World Series of Poker. We do little commentary bits in between on the breaks and stuff. So I'll be doing that, and then after that, I'm flying to New Jersey just to support the event and spend some time doing some media and different things. And I'll be there for a very short time because, of course, I have to host the the St. Jude's charity event, which is on November 5th.
When you go through like a big period of just flying all over like this, is it irritating? I know you kind of enjoy your couch time.
Yeah, I'm actually on my couch right now. It's my favorite place in the world. I don't like traveling all that much, but short trips are a lot more palatable when you just go for a day or 2 or 3 days or a week. The trips that really weared on me, when I was a little younger, was the 2 months in Europe traveling from EPT to EPT and living out of a suitcase for 2 months. When you're 25, 26, that sounds fun and it's amazing. But once you established a life and a balance, it's like it sort of throws you off that balance. And I try to schedule carefully, tournaments that I choose to play.
All right, we got a hand shaping up here. David.
Well, see, this is Koroshan like re-raising with the King 9, which I believe, he's 3-bet, yes. Which, if he's going to do this 3-bet thing, having 6 deuce here is fine. He's not, I don't think he's 3-betting the King 9 for the value of the hand. It's just a bluff. So in those spots, it's okay to have something like 6 deuce or 8-3. And you see a lot of players. You've seen Daniel Coleman, a lot of guys. They just choose a spot, and rather than the strength of their hand, sometimes it's not even worth looking. You got 9 deuce. You feel like it's worth 3-betting, you go for it.
So you're saying that the difference is that if you are purely just hoping to win pre-flop, it's fine to do it with like whatever 2 cards, well, probably the worse the better, as opposed to like you're not just trying to call and hit a flop with a hand like 9 deuce or 8 tray.
Yeah, right. Those hands don't have good playability post flop. So if you're going to play them, you don't want to get to a flop, and the only way to really do that is to 3-bet to force your opponent off the hand. You don't want to do that with hands that have good playability post flop, because say you had something like I don't know, like King Queen suited in the big blind, and then you 3-bet, and now the guy goes all in. You're like, oh man, I have a really good hand to see the flop, but he's just put me to the test. So with hands that fall into that category of like, I guess I'd say good playability post flop, those are not the ones that you want to turn into 3-bet bluffs. The 3-bet bluffs should be what we call polarized. 3-bets should be polarized in general. You want to 3-bet with your really, really good hands, and then typically hands that don't really play well post flop at all.
Solid. If I ever play poker again, I will apply some of this knowledge.
Just to check on the stacks right now, David Yan's still ahead with 1.4 million, just shy of $1 million for Raman Hajayev, and Alexei Koroshenin on around 800,000. So it's like 60 bigs, 40 bigs, 30 bigs. And still 35 minutes till the blinds go up again. As Hajayev opens from the button with a raise to 55,000. Koroshenin with 9s in the bag.
Quick question here from Big Frog 99 on Twitch, James. He says, "Is D-Neg's commentary?" I'm gonna say yes.
Yes.
D-Negs is commentary. He is all of the commentary right now. Chipwreck on Twitch. Daniel says, "Don't educate the fish, please."
Well,
okay, then why exactly would I be here?
Also, but what a charming comment as well from that gentleman.
Well, in 2016 with Twitch streams of Jason Somerville and the like, and these broadcasts, if people want to get good at poker, there's plenty of tools available to get good enough to compete.
And there's plenty of tools on Twitch too.
Oh, there's so many. There's one specifically that's a real big tool.
Really? There's one person that you specifically don't like? Do you mean like a viewer or like a streamer?
I jokingly called him, in the race for Tool of the Year earlier this year. He was, poking at Jason Mercier and some other things.
Oh, yes, I think we know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
There's the 3-bet, there's the fold. On to hand number 90, please.
I think his name rhymes with Smug Yolk.
Just in case anyone was in any doubt who we were talking about. He may or may not be doing some kind of news show on YouTube. So it's pretty even right now between Hajayev and Koroshenin. Both hovering around the 35-36 big blind mark.
Daniel, have you recovered from the Blue Jays being eliminated from the baseball playoffs?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they just never had a chance against Cleveland, so it wasn't like, it's sad, sad to see they just never really got it going there and made a a series out of it.
I was getting kind of excited for the Dodgers this year, but you can't hate the Cubbies. I mean, come on.
It's been a while for them, yeah?
Yeah. I think it was before electricity.
It was when Al Capone was doing his thing.
Yeah,
I think
that's
I
right.
saw something on Twitter today.
Koroshenin calls in the small. Hajayev with ace-10 in the big.
We've seen a lot of this limp small blind, raise big blind hand so far since I've been watching. So we should see if he decides to raise from the big blind, and then how Koroshenin, how do you say his name? Koroshenin?
You got it the second time.
Koroshenin.
Second one.
Koroshenin.
Yes.
Okay, Shannon. Go with Shannon. So this is a spot where he actually might limp re-raise with the 2-3s, but you could also make a case for calling. Folding is not the play. It's one of the two, re-raising or just taking a flop with the 3s.
Now, if there's one thing we know about Alexei Koroshenin, and that's not just based on this final table, but also the final table that Joe and I called in Vienna, where these two, well, rather where Koroshenin won his main event title, is he doesn't do anything quickly.
Well, that's too bad.
I knew you'd have strong opinions on that one.
I just, it's nonsense. It's nonsensical to waste 45 seconds every time before a decision. There's no, theoretical reason why that's worthwhile. I mean, you could do it in 20, which is already still a little bit more than I would suggest, but, it's still within the rules, so he's allowed to do it.
So Koroshenin decided to take a flop, and he's still ahead after the flop. Actually a 77% favorite now.
And it's a really good flop for him, because even if he is up against a better hand, he's got the extra outs with the gut shot straight draw. And that's not a flop that hits many pre-flop raisers' hands. I'm surprised to see Hajayev check that flop, but it worked out for him.
Absolutely, because he's hit his 10 on the turn, and now he's an 86% favorite. And now Koroshenin decides to lead.
Yeah, you can't blame him for leading. The player checked back behind. Looks like he has a lot of ace-high kind of hands. Only ace-10 really is the one that he'd worry about, or other than, some other 10s that he could have raised with, like 10-jack, 10-queen, 10, whatever. But it's fine to bet here to protect the 3s. And also, as I mentioned, he has extra outs with the gut shot. So he's got 6 outs he's got to think at the very least. So the dilemma here is whether you raise with the 10s and the ace or you just call.
Yeah.
Raising is dangerous because if you do raise and then, your opponent re-raises, you could be getting bluffed off, a hand if he has something like 7-8 where he's turned a double gutter straight draw. The safer play here is to just call with the 10s. There's not a lot to protect against. There's no flush draw present. Not a lot of, not a lot of very visible straight draws. Looks like he is going to raise. Nope.
Yeah, that's a raise for sure. It looks like 280,000. Sure enough, another 175,000 for Koroshenin to call.
So the question when you raise here is you have to ask yourself, are you raising to in the hopes that your opponent re-raises you to get it all in, or are you raising to protect your hand, or are you raising for value? A lot of different things have to go through your head, but you need to think about this stuff before you make the raise. You don't want to do this where you raise and you go, oops, he re-raised? What do I do now? That should go through your head before you make the play.
Spear says, great to have a high-profile pro like Daniel so vocal about people playing slow. I know it's a pet peeve of yours, Daniel, and I know that you are a very vocal advocate of the shot clock.
Yeah, I'm also a very big advocate of using the clock. So if players are taking too long, it shouldn't be seen as a, there shouldn't be like clock shaming. If people call the clock, that's within their right, and they should not be shamed. I've seen too much of that where someone calls the clock and people give them, guff about it and say, "Why are you calling the clock?" Da, da, da. Listen, it's within your rights to take time, right? It's also within my rights to say that's too much. And if the dealer agrees and says the player's been given enough, then the foreman makes a decision and a clock is called. It's within your rules to use too much time. It's within my rules to say no. That's part of the game. So people shouldn't be discouraged from calling the clock.
So in Koroshenin's position, as you said, Daniel, you don't blame him for leading here with no c-bet from Hajayev on the flop. But now he's facing this raise. How are you feeling about a pair of threes in this spot?
I certainly don't think he's thinking about folding. I think he's thinking about making a play here. It's very unlikely that his opponent has a hand better than one pair, right? So he could make, he could re-raise here.
Well, he's made his play. His play was to move all in, and he gets snap called by Hajayev.
So clearly Hajayev, raised to induce the shove because he didn't take much time to call it.
Wow, he did induce a shove, and he snap called, and Koroshenin is at risk here. They're just verifying the stacks, but we believe that Hajayev has like one big blind left. So unless there is a 3 or a 5 on the river, Alexei Koroshenin is out in third, and we're going heads up. It's a 9, and that'll do it for the EPT 10 Vienna main event champion. He's done, and Hajayev's going heads up against Jan for the title.
Good luck, guys.
So clearly he took the riskier line there with the 2 3s. You could make a case for calling. His hope was to get him off a 1-pair hand, and clearly his read was wrong because that's exactly what his opponent had, and he snap called him. So miscalculation, misread there, and he's out in third place.
Wow, Alexei Koroshenin cashing for 217,000 euros, and suddenly Raman Hajayev has the chip lead. 1.8 million for him, 1.4 million for David Yan. And we are already heads up in this 25K high roller, and this is the point where we normally take a short break while we reset for the heads up battle. Daniel, I believe there is going to be a 5 or 10 minute break. Are you going to come back with us and see a little bit of the heads up battle between these two?
Well, let's hang out a little longer. Why not?
Okay, so we will take a brief break and then we'll come back and play this thing out. One of these guys is going to take the title, the trophy, and the first prize of nearly 500,000 euros. We're going heads up. Hajayev versus Yan. So join us in 10 minutes' time, and then we will see who will take down this title here in Malta with more analysis from Daniel Negreanu. So a short break, and then the live action continues here on PokerStars.tv. This is the high roller from the EPT 13 Malta Festival.
I will bet you everything I have, which is not much in my pocket. It's about 33 euros. That we're about to lose one of your American friends very shortly.
Well, it seems quite likely, and I mean, Michael Martin can't really do anything here. He's got to play almost any 2 cards.
Let's see what he gets. Tereniak, 4-handed, ace-7, big hand. On the button, just calls.
See, actually, he's just calling because he's inviting Marcin. He wants the 3-way pot. He wants Horetsky to come in here with him so they can bully up on Michael Martin and ensure that he goes out this hand.
And with so much money at stake as well, get him out fourth, you know you're guaranteed that 3rd place prize.
And this is coming out exactly how Tereniak intended. Michael Martin pushes in the 15,000, which is irrelevant. Marcin has to call, and now they're going to check it down unless they hit a monster.
Michael Martin hasn't looked at his cards.
Oh, there he goes. He's showing them to us now, but not very well.
He didn't look. He had to call. As you said, it played itself. He had to call it. But that's wonderful. He's got the pocket 8s. It puts him in a very, very strong position. So Michael Martin looks like he could triple through here. It still puts him so far behind.
It does, but, you know, it's better than losing.
So what does he not want to see here? Just an ace?
Ace or a queen.
An ace or a queen, okay. Oh wow, he holds up with those 8s. He just played them blind. He had no choice. It wasn't some sort of extravagant, arrogant move. He had to play them blind. It didn't matter.
The big blind was almost all of his stack anyways, so it's just blind luck.
Well, the big news here is that nobody's out until they're actually walking away from the table, and there is a small chance that Greg Raymer could be taking about 33 euros out of my pocket by the end of the day.
I knew I had the best hand on it.
Tereniak, king set. Four-handed.
Yeah, 1.1.
Troniak's only 24? Wow, he looks a little older than that. I mean, not to be insulting to the man. I just mean he looks more like he's like 28, 29. You know, he looks like a man, not a boy.
You'd be more insulting that you think he's the 23-year-old. But he raises with that, king 7. Bear in mind at home if you're learning the game, we're at 4 players now. It's a big hand. Martin moves all in as he should do with pocket 9s four-handed. It's a monster. King 3 would probably have played at some stage, but Eric Lou would, you'd imagine, get rid of this.
300,000, 220.
Oh yeah.
220,000 for Eric to call. He's going to pass.
Well, Michael Martin's gotten lucky once to run into that pair of 8s and triple up. Now he's run into a pair of 9s, and he's probably going to double up this hand.
2 black 9s.
We're talking about a man who had 100,000 chips.
Spades, 7 clubs.
He'll now have increased that 7-fold if these 9s hold up, but it's not as clear-cut as that. By a 1 in 4 chance of going down. He didn't want to see that 7.
Oh.
He didn't want to see the king.
And the kings were so dead.
Mike has flopped top and bottom pair.
Well, listen, Tereniak did the right thing. Martin did the right thing, and there's 2 more cards to come.
7-fold. Really doesn't change anything though, because a 9 will still make a bigger full house for Michael Martin.
Tereniak has a full house going in with king 7 unsuited, and he can still get beaten by a 9.
Wow.
One stressed but now relieved family there. I feel like we've just relived that hand in Casino Royale, the James Bond movie.
Sick hand.
Yes, for you.
What a joke.
But let's make something very clear, Greg. He did the right thing.
100%.
And he didn't get lucky. It was just a very exciting roller coaster ride.
Actually, he was a huge favorite before the flop. I mean, he was very unlucky to get behind at all. All the kings were dead except for the one that came out.
You mentioned Michael Martin's poker fairy. I think more like the ghost of Hans Christian Andersen floating over him after that.
Well, actually, I'm thinking J.R.R. Tolkien. He writes better fairy tales, in my opinion.
Here we go again. Well, look, when your luck's in, your luck's in. When you're hot, you're hot. Martin's now got American Airlines in his hand.
All right.
He doesn't know how many chips he has, though. He hasn't had a chance to stack them up.
No messing about either. He's just went all in.
Well, it's the right decision anyways, given he still doesn't have a big stack.
Oh.
And after that last hand, people might be thinking adrenaline's kicking in.
My favorite hand.
He's feeling invincible. He might have made a slight mistake and pushed him with a smaller hand. As we know, it's the best pre-flop hand in poker.
Oh, well, that's still a pretty loose call by Tereniak. He doesn't think Michael has anything.
And Mike has queen jack offsuit.
I don't know. You know, these 2 players have locked onto each other, and it's a fatal attraction. Well, it will be for one of them. Queen jack unsuited takes on the bullets. Martin had 100,000 chips. He's now about to have 1.5 million, unless something very strange happens, and it hasn't happened yet. It really is.
And it's not likely to happen here. 2 spades or queens and jacks. Nope, but he can get half. Ace or a 6, and Michael Tereniak gets half the pot.
It's a 9.
And it's not happened, so the aces do hold up, heads up. And Michael Martin is now officially back from the dead.
That's insane.
Eric Lou is now pushing all in, over 1 million chips, and look, it's that man, Michael Martin, because he just hasn't doubled up enough.
See, and Eric's now the player who only has about 10 big blinds in his stack, and he has to either shove or fold. Michael Martin knows that this is the case, and so that's why this is a tough decision for him.
And Michael Martin is in a purple patch at the moment. He'll feel like every flop is going to come down in his favour. And four-handed, ace-9, wonderful. Wonderful.
Yeah, I bet he's probably thinking, like, I've worn my luck out here. I better have the best hand if I make this call.
I call.
He's called it. He's called it, so we've got another showdown.
He's not way ahead here. This is not much different than, like, pocket queens versus ace king.
Yeah.
It's about the same percentages.
Just a couple of percent off that. You're absolutely right. So this is a real showdown, and this is the defining moment of this heat of the EPT in London, and it so far went the way of Michael Martin. Both Americans set to cancel one or the other out, and Eric Liu looks like it could be all over for him. And in fact, I'm struggling to see. He needs a queen.
He needs a queen.
He needs a queen.
The ace doesn't actually change anything except that it wasn't a queen.
1 in 10 chance for Eric Liu. 9 in 10 chance that he'll be going home. And that's exactly what he's going to be doing. He may share the same playing home with Michael Martin, but if Michael's luck continues, he'll be the one flying club class, EPT style. Eric Liu goes. We now know first, second and third. And at this time yesterday, we would never have predicted it. I just can't see Michael Martin letting this one slip now.
Well, he seems to be the more experienced heads-up player, and he's got a big chip lead right now. I mean, a huge chip lead.
I can't figure it out tonight.
Even he doesn't believe how lucky he's been either. But in heads-up play, he hasn't been lucky. He's been the best player so far.
This has to be an all-in call. As soon as I saw these pocket fours, I got the feeling in my stomach here, Greg.
Well, his opponent doesn't have enough chips for him to do anything else. If he's going to raise, it should be all in.
We're going to be a coin toss for the title here. Tereniak, based on how he's played heads up, is easily going to call this, you know.
Well, I wouldn't say for that reason, but it's just King 9 is too strong of a hand heads up.
It's all in.
It's all in, and he's a small dog.
It's all in. Every chip at the EPT in London, when we had every one of those tables playing, and all of the hopefuls, every one of those chips is now in the middle. It's all up for grabs.
Well, 53% of the time, Michael Martin is our champion, and the other times, Tereniak is tied. This is going to be, if Tereniak comes back and catches the king or 9, they're going to be virtually tied in chips.
Massive moment.
Whoa!
Massive moment. Martin takes
He cannot
the
win.
board.
Tereniak cannot win, but a 5 will give him half the
Mike's
pot.
gonna need a 5 to split this pot. Otherwise, he's going to
Michael
finish in
Martin
second place here in London. Let's see
is
the river
one
card.
card away from an EPT title here in London, and that's exactly what he is. They call him Michael Martin. I'm not sure whether he has a poker nickname, but from now on it shall be Lazarus, because he has been raised from the dead, and God only knows how it happened.
Welcome back to Malta, hosting the PokerStars.com European Poker Tour for the 3rd time. And we are heads up at the final table of the 25K high roller. We started the day with 6 players. We are down to 2. Ramin Hajayev from Azerbaijan, the former professional tennis player, now a regular on the high roller circuit, plus David Yan, who already has had a big score in a 25K event this season. In Barcelona, he chopped it 3 ways. I'm James Hartigan, and joining me all the way from Las Vegas, Nevada, is Daniel Negreanu from Team PokerStars Pro. Ready for some heads-up hold'em, Daniel?
Let's do it.
And that is the difference in prize money. Not too severe. Decent payout structure here in this 25K event. 334,000 for the runner-up, 465,800 for the winner, plus, of course, that prestigious trophy and the all-important title that goes with it.
The chip race after 20 minutes.
So we're going to get cards in the air in just a moment.
Good luck.
Here we go. Blinds are still 12,000, 24,000 with a 4,000 ante. Still got 26 minutes left at this level. Still relatively deep, by the way. Hajayev with 76 big blinds. David Yan with 58 big blinds.
Yeah, with that many blinds at stake, even though they're heads up and, you know, going to be playing more hands, there's so much play left. You know, this thing could go a while.
Can I have a still
especially
water
with
to
2
ask?
professional
Because
players.
That's not mine. Yeah.
Well, Hajayev, of course, does not claim to be a professional, says that poker is his passion, it's his hobby. He runs a series of businesses back in Azerbaijan. But I tell you what, for an amateur, he's had a lot of good results in big buy-in events, including a 3rd place finish in the EPT High Roller in Prague last season. I'll be honest with you, Daniel, I'm not 100% sure what constitutes a pro these days.
Well, that was actually interesting that you bring that up, because at the 1 drop, it was for recreation, for non-pros only. So who defined that? Well, ultimately Guy. And there were a couple people in the event that, you know, you could argue were professionals and are no longer. And I know Fedor Holtz tried to get in saying he's retired, and that didn't work.
Nice try, Fedor. So a reminder that Hajayev has the chip advantage at the moment. 1.8 million plays 1.4 million. This will be hand number 92 of the final table. Jan first to speak on the button. He's posted the small blind. And he is going to raise it with 9-7 of clubs. Makes it 53K. Jack 7 for Hajayev. Joseph, it's Domination Nation.
It is the nation of domination. I know it well. I've been there many times.
I was talking earlier about playability, and while, Hajayev has the best hand, the hand that Jan has, it hits a lot more flops, with, it being suited and a little more connected.
Oh,
and that's one of
wow.
the flops I was discussing. That's called hitting the flop.
Domination rotation in a rather major fashion. Jan flops a boat. Hajayev with less than 1% now.
And this is a spot where Jan should be able to get 2 streets of value. The flop bet and then maybe the turn of the river. It's tough to get 3, but if you can get 3 streets of value in a spot like this, and heads up, it's a lot more likely. That's considered, a real. I mean, that's getting max value. And he's going to hope, Jan will, that the board bricks out, because if it gets too scary, he might lose his customer. Interestingly, both players really rooting for a deuce here.
So Hajayev now officially drawing dead. Checks the action to Jan. He check called flop for 45,000. Let's see what Jan fires on the turn.
At least
A bet of like 110,000 should get called here.
At least he didn't hit a jack.
And he bets, what, 105?
It's weird how Daniel can tell what the bet is from like 6,000 miles away, and I'm just waiting for the graphics to come up.
Well, we can see it's actually 130,000.
All right, so he's kicking it up, setting up a nice, good-sized bet on the river. I don't see how Hajayev can get away from this hand right now. There's just so many hands he beats. If he's up against a hand like King 10 might bet, just ace high, straight draws, flush draws, he can't just fold here on the turn with the 7. So tough spot for him.
Okay, well, he's now effectively been counterfeited.
That's a very lucky card for Hajayev. Obviously, that's a terrible card for Jan, because if he's up against the queen, he loses, and on top of that, he's just lost value against the 7 because he can no longer call. So really bad card for Jan. Although he did get 2 streets of value, which, typically in a spot like that is about what you can hope for.
When you're Hajayev in this spot, though, you're like, oh, man, and then you see the hands afterward, and you're like, oh, cool.
Phew. Yeah. So Hajayev thinking to himself, man, I got unlucky. No, sir. That was your best possible card there. It really was his best card.
So Hajayev checks for the 3rd time. 464,000 in the middle.
I would expect him to lower his bet size here, now hoping to get a crying call. So betting less than half the pot, something like, he's going about 215, looks
right
like.
About half, yeah. Danny, you got to check this in case your opponent has a queen. You got to slow it down.
This is not a terrible play in a lot of spots. I'm not kidding. It sounds crazy, but what do you get? You have to think sometimes when you're betting, like, what are you getting called by, and what are you getting raised by? And if there's more hands you're getting raised by than called by, sometimes these goofy-looking checks might make sense. Like, it looks really weak sometimes where people check back a full house here, but it's like, oh, well, if you don't think your opponent's ever going to call with worse, it might not be such a bad play.
I can't even really take credit for that because I was joking.
No, it's true.
Wow. Hajayev gets away from it. But crucially, Jan winning that pot takes the chip lead slightly. It's pretty much even Stevens. Jan with 1.6 million, Hajayev with 1.57 million, 68 big blinds playing 65 big blinds.
You know, a lot of heads-up hands go like that. That's what you would call. I mean, you know, you hear the term cooler.
Yeah.
You know, at an 8-handed table, 9-handed, aces against kings. Now, wow, that's a cooler. But heads up, coolers are as simple as, you know, flopped a pair and he flopped a pair. We both did. That's, you know, a smaller version of a cooler. And in that case, that's what I would call that.
Hajayev first to speak. 9-6 off. And he's going to raise it. That looks like 55.
You know, and obviously 9-6 offsuit is not a great hand, but this is basically the standard play to raise on the button. The other option is you could limp, but it's too strong to just fold on the, especially because you have position. Now Jan has a very good hand to play post flop. He could elect to just call here, or you know, decide to 3-bet. I prefer the call, take a flop, but it looks like he's going for more.
Yeah.
David Yan re-raising with the queen, 10 of clubs. Making it 185K.
And this is one of those situations where I talked about where he's just probably going to win this hand pre-flop. And if you're going to do that, I think you're better off, like I said, polarizing by, you know, if Yan had queen 3 of clubs, I'd be more apt to raise with that than I would with a hand that plays so well post-flop. And a lot of things could happen on the flop with queen 10 of clubs. You could potentially, you know, win a much bigger pot.
Daniel loves flops. You don't know what those 3 cards are going to be.
Yeah. You know, the other problem with that, though, is, of course, you know, if you don't flop anything, you lose the pot more often. So you allow your opponent on the button to steal from you when you have the best hand. Looks like he's thinking about making a move here. With some, and he's not going to be a call. It's going to be a 4-bet, I would imagine.
He is
and
moving.
This is exactly the reason I don't like the 3-bets too often with queen 10 of clubs, is because now you've been 4-bet, and you have equity. You have a good price to call, but, you know, you've built a big pot. You're out of position, and you're going to be in a tough spot, even if you flop something. He's definitely 4-betting, looks like.
Ooh.
248's the pot. So 4-bet to over 300.
So now you can't fold here. I mean, I think it's a mistake to fold queen 10 of clubs because, you know, if you put your opponent on a range of hands that includes ace king, ace jack, pocket nines, maybe some other hands, it's like you have a good enough price to at least see a flop. The problem is now, you know, you don't hit anything, you're going to get bluffed, and, you know, sometimes against the range that you're up against, when you do hit something, you're going to go broke.
Hey, kid, always see a flop.
No, always see a flop.
So Yan calls, and already the better part of 800K in the middle.
But notice who has the advantage here. Even though Jan has the best hand, Hajayev has the advantage, well, until that flop comes out, because he had position and he was the aggressor.
So Yan,
this is a spot where I would expect Yan to win this pot.
Sure, 90% equity here. Checks to the pre-flop aggressor. Hajayev with, well, not much, a couple of backdoors.
Well, the problem for Hajayev, too, is the fact that, you know, that flop, the Jack-10 kind of combo flop, really kind of what we call smashes his opponent's in that, you know, a lot of the hands that Jan is going to 3-bet with and then call are going to connect with the Jack-10 board. So he's going to have to be a little careful.
Looks like this bet is going to be for less or right around whatever his last pre-flop raise was.
And you expect here David Jan to just call. There's no real reason to raise here, and folding is absolutely out of the question, getting the price that you're getting.
So 340,000 from Hajayev.
Well, see, David Jan knows. He knows what he's doing. He's known for the last 15 seconds. Maybe what he's thinking about is he's going to play this hand going forward on the turn in the river. Or, you know, he's just trying to underrepresent the strength of his hand by wasting time. Or not wasting, but taking a little extra time.
So there's the call. 7 of diamonds on the turn. Hajayev has picked up a gut shot.
Yeah, he's picked up a gut shot, and he's like looking at a spot where he thinks Jan probably now has a 1-pair hand. You know, this isn't necessarily my style, but it wouldn't be crazy. It wouldn't be that out of line for Hajayev to continue with the bluff and go boom, boom.
Okay,
Interesting, really interesting card.
Absolutely. Now, from our perspective, seeing both hands, we can see that Jan's got an absolute lock on this with 2 pair. But the board just got straightier and flushier, and Hajayev might try and represent something here on the river.
Sure. So for Jan, he's got to worry about ace-king, king-9. Those are the only 2 real hands. I mean, a flush draw is probably bet. There's not as many combos of flush draws that he 4-bets and then continues with this board. So really only ace-king or king-9, but not a lot of value for Jan to bet. He checks here, and if Hajayev has nothing, he bets sometimes, and if he maybe has ace-queen, maybe he value bets the worst hand. So I really like the check here from David Jan. Not a lot of value in betting, and then the guy moves all in, and you're like, oops, what did I just do?
And that's what he's done, Daniel. He shoved. He bluff shoves the river.
Count, please.
Oh, yeah.
And David Jan's asked for a count.
Just, I mean, like, close, not super exact.
So he's clearly repping here, not a flush, although, you know, that's a possibility. He's repping ace-king or king-9. King-9 is less likely to 4-bet, but ace-king makes a lot of sense. So Jan really has him narrowed down now to ace-king. Oh, he's called.
David Jan has called, and it's over.
That's it.
Hajayev's bluff called by David Jan, who takes down the 25K high roller.
Not 9 high like a boss.
You got that right.
Yeah, how much you have, sir?
They're just double checking, but it looks like David Jan did have him covered at the start of the hand, a difference of around 70,000 chips.
700 or so? I mean, you can count it like.
Nice try, Lao She.
We'll just get this confirmed, but we believe that it's over. We believe that Raman Hajayev is the runner-up, collecting 334,000 euros, which means David Jan has taken down the EPT Malta 25K high roller, earning himself 465,800 euros. What a final hand, Daniel.
You know, it was brilliant, and David really didn't think too long about it.
No.
It seems like he had a pretty good read on his opponent, that he was the type of player that's going to bluff there. And once he realized only ace-king beats me here, really made the call, and, you know, really kudos to him for making a tough call.
Hajayev looks like he really regrets that move.
Oh, he's
well,
so
I think Hajayev regrets probably not making it on the turn, because if he moves all in on the turn, he really puts David to the test.
So David Jan takes it down. He came into the final table as chip leader, and he didn't hold that chip lead throughout the day, but he does finally take the title. And commiserating with Raman Hajayev is his good friend Ilkin Amarov, also from Azerbaijan, a former EPT finalist himself. Daniel, at this point, we'll cut you loose. Thank you so much for being with us over the course of the last hour, analysing the action here from this 25K high roller and witnessing the winning moment. So let's remind ourselves how it ended. We started the day with 6 players. We end with just 1. David Jan is a high roller champion. Plenty of pedigree at this final table, but it's David Jan who takes the title and the trophy, beating Raman Hajayev in an epic final hand. Koroshen in 3rd, Silva 4th, Wojciechowski in 5th, and Shemian in 6th. Let's hear from our winner. David Jan is down on the tournament floor with Joe Stapleton.
David Jan, you've won tournaments and other tours before, but how's it feel to walk away with one of these?
Yeah, it feels really good. Pretty happy about it. And yeah, it's tough to explain right now. I don't know. It's going to take a while, but yeah, it's pretty nice.
Is it tough to explain because you're just overwhelmed with joy?
Something like that, yeah. It's pretty cool.
Well, you finished 2nd in the high roller in Barcelona, if I'm not mistaken. How cool does that feel to go 2nd there and then very next one you're like, nah, I'm just going to beat that?
Yeah, it feels really good. I mean, luck was on my side for sure, but yeah, of course, like, feels really nice. Couldn't ask for more, really.
Did it feel nice playing against your roommate, Max Silver?
Yeah, it was fun. Yeah, it felt nice. No, it put some, you know, sometimes it's like tough to play against your friends and stuff. You know, you don't really not sure what the other's thinking, and you kind of know each other pretty well. But no, it was fun.
I mean, there was one gigantic flip between the two of you that you happened to come out on top on. What do you plan on doing to make that up to him?
Maybe buy him one drink or something.
One whole drink. Do you think he can do better than that?
Okay, we'll talk about it.
Okay, 2 drinks, he says. Let's get a big round of applause for EPT 13 Malta 25K high roller champion, David Yan.
So ahead of the winners' presentation, a couple of points of business. First of all, the competition, Spin and Go to the Bahamas, now closed. Play has ended. The broadcast is about to go off air. You had your chance. Hopefully you got your entries in. Second thing, free roll starts 9:15 Central European time. There's still around 10,000 seats available in the free roll. The password is Lannister. Lannister. All right, now, it is David Yan's moment. He's won a trophy, he's won a title, he's won a huge 6-figure score on the EPT. Let's give the man his prize.
Welcome to the winner's presentation for EPT 13 Malta, the 25K high roller. Here to help present the trophy is Marco Yellen, the GM of the Portamassa Casino. We've got Cedric Bulow, the EPT manager, and also tournament director Toby Stone. There's only one thing left to do here. Give this man his trophy. Let's get a big round of applause for David Yan.
So the 25K is over, but we're just getting started here on EPT Live. This was day 1 of 7 for us. Remember, the main event, day 1A today, day 1B tomorrow. That event being covered right now on the PokerStarsblog.com. Remember, they've got live updates, plus features as well from the main event and some of the side events here at the Malta Festival. Follow them on Twitter at PokerStarsblog as well. Tomorrow we turn our attention to the local tour, the IPT, the Italian Poker Tour, the 2K IPT High Roller, 6 players playing down to a champion, more cards up coverage, and it all starts at 1 o'clock Central European time. So thank you for joining us. Thank you for all of your tweets and messages of support. We'll do it all again tomorrow. Join us on PokerStars TV, 1 o'clock Central European time. But for now, from Matt Broughton, Joe Stapleton, and me, James Hartigan, it is good night from Malta. Thank you for watching EPT Live.